Number 4, the House Commons Standing Committee on Finance. Pursuant to the motion adopted by the House on Wednesday, September 23rd, 2020, the committee is meeting virtually. The committee met earlier in camera and is now resuming the meeting to conduct committee business in public. And we will start where we left off at the last meeting prior, and we will start with, on my list, I have Ms. Zerowitz and then Mr. Julian. Ms. Zerowitz.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And I would like to start off by saying I'm unhappy to be back here. I'd rather be in pre-budget consultations right now. And it's beginning to feel a little bit like a 21st century Shakespearean tragedy where
Point of order, Mr. Chair. Point of order.
What's your point of order, Mr. Poilievre?
Yes, Ms. Zerowitz was saying she wants to get to pre-budget consultations. I move we go straight to a vote on my point of privilege, and then we can go straight to pre-budget consultations.
I'm sorry, it's not a point of order, and you can't move a motion right now. Ms. Zerowitz, floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I was beginning to say it's beginning to feel a little bit like a 21st century Shakespearean tragedy where there's a plague on all of our houses that we can't somehow find a way out of the current impasse that we have right now. And because we've been away for at least almost a week right now, Mr. Chair, I think it's important for us to make sure that anyone who's listening, whether it's the media, whether it's Canadians, that we do a little bit of a reset of where we're at. There has been a concern over on the opposition side that there is some sort of a cover-up or some hiding in documents that, in redacted documents that have been submitted. And then on our government side, we are saying that there is no desire to hide or cover up anything. And the sub motion that we are discussing right now is a genuine attempt on the Liberal team side to be able to try to find a solution that would address any perception of not providing all the information or the perception that there might be a cover-up. And the whole idea behind the sub motion is because we do want to move past this, and we do want to move to pre-budget consultations. So I'm actually going to start off just to read through the subcommittee motion again. This is I'm going to call it the sub-amendment that was proposed by Mr. Gerritsen. It's important for a number of reasons. I'm going to be sort of addressing a number of these points quite extensively. And also, I think it's a good reminder. I think it's always easy to sort of yell out and say, cover up. It's much harder to sort of say there's no cover up, there's no scandal, and here are the reasons why. So the sub-amendment indicates the following, that the committee requests the complete package of documents provided to the Office of the Law Clerk and the Parliament and the Parliamentary Council of the House of Commons by relevant deputy ministers or the signatories of the transmittal letters, as well as the final package of documents that the Law Clerk and Parliamentary Council of the House of Commons approve for release, that both of the document packages be provided to the committee no later than October 19, 2020, and that after the committee reviews the two different versions of the documents, the committee invite each of the relevant deputy ministers or the signatories of the transmittal letters, as well as the Law Clerk and Parliamentary Council of the House of Commons, to give testimony regarding the redactions applied to the documents that were requested and granted in the motion adopted on July 7th, 2020, and that until such time as this testimony is complete, debate on the main motion and amendment from Mr. Poilievre is suspended, and that the chair be authorized to schedule these witnesses and convene a meeting to resume debate on Mr. Poilievre's motion when these meetings have taken place. So it's important to note that all we're asking is for a suspension of the original motion. We're also asking for two sets of documents And I'll explain a little bit more what the two different sets of documents are, because I think there's a little bit of confusion out in the media, out in the public about what the two sets of documents are. But we're asking for the two sets of documents to be brought forward to this committee, that the committee then invites the relevant deputy ministers, as well as the law clerk and parliamentary counsel of the House of Commons, to give testimony regarding the redactions applied to the documents. And then once that's over, then we can come back to committee, and then we could resume the discussion and the debate on the motion that Mr. Poilievre has before us right now. So the reason we have suggested the sub-amendment, it was because we directly wanted to attempt to address any perception or any belief that there might be some cover-up. And also what we wanted to also prove is that we were indeed honoring what we had agreed to and passed on July the 7th at Finance Committee, which was basically to provide all the contracts related to We Charity, all the briefing notes, memos and emails from senior officials, as well as all the written correspondence and records from Me to We from March 20th be provided to the committee no later than August the 8th, that matters of cabinet confidence and national security be excluded, and that any redactions necessary, including to protect the privacy of Canadian citizens, as well as be made by the Office of the Law Clerk. So the sub-amendment that's before us right now is a direct attempt for us to try to bring in the people who actually did the redactions, bring in the law clerk that the opposition members feel needs to also be at the table, and basically put it to them, the questions around why the redactions were happening, why they took place, and what could be some possible next steps that might get us past this impasse. So I also wanted to mention that the other reason why the sub-amendment was actually proposed is because it's a sub-amendment, again, to amendment to the original motion. And the original motion, Mr. Poilievre's original motion, basically indicates that the committee has concluded that the government's response failed to comply with the order. So that order being what Finance Committee had agreed to complete on July 7th, which was to release the We documents. And we know that about 5,600 pages of documents were actually released. And also, because it was felt, so the motion basically would say, if it is shown that, if the committee concludes that they failed to complete with the order, which we as the government believe that we have not, that we have complied with the order, then we would move into that the committee would be seen as its privileges being breached, and because what has been asked for has not been provided. And then the last part that's important to note, because I'd like to address this in my remarks, is that the committee therefore recommends that the order of the House do issue for the unredacted version of all the documents. So again, so that basically, just for everybody listening out there, that would mean that all the 5,600 documents completely unredacted would go directly to the law clerk instead of what has happened and what typically happens, which is that these documents go to our independent civil servants who will basically redact or sort of black line based on cabinet confidentiality, based on national security issues, although in this case we've been told time and time again there were no issues of national security that had to be redacted, and third is for any privacy considerations. So that is why the sub-amendment is actually on the table. So I wanted to reiterate again, we truly believe on the government side that we have complied with the order. And so we have explained quite a bit over the course of the last couple of weeks that it's been our independent civil servants who actually did the redactions. We also explained if there were any redactions, it was done for three reasons, and I just mentioned them: the cabinet confidentiality, the national security, again, that they ended up telling us there was none of that, and then for any personal or completely irrelevant information related to the awarding of to a We Charity to deliver the service of the CSSG, the Canada Student Service Grant. So, and then we also gave a lot of examples of what was actually redacted based on letters that came from the deputy ministers of the various different departments that actually submitted the WE documents. So we've provided all of that. I also, at this point, want to sort of make sure I'm explaining the two sets of documents, because to be honest, I wasn't completely clear about it. And so I spent quite a bit of time to make sure that I was clear on it. If you look at our sub-amendment, it basically says that it requests two different sets. The first set is a complete package of documents provided to the Office of the Law Clerk and the Parliamentary Council of the House of Commons, as well as the relevant deputy minister. So basically, this first package is the set of the 5,600 documents that were redacted by our independent civil servants based on the criteria of cabinet confidentiality or based on any privacy, personal information or irrelevant information. Those sets of documents actually, as per the July 7th motion that we agreed to, actually went to the law clerk and the parliamentary council. Then the law clerk and the law clerk basically took that information and added their own redactions. So that became black line. So what came from the deputy ministers and the independent civil servants over to the law clerks, it was gray lined. Then that package went to the law clerk, then the law clerk took the package, and then the package then was black lined. And so then that was what was released. And so when when we're looking at these documents, we have to understand that there's two different sets. And so we wanted both sets to come in so you could see what exactly was redacted by our independent civil servants and then what was actually redacted by our law clerk. And if you actually compare the gray line with the black line, you'll be able to see what was further redacted by our law clerk. So I wanted to make sure that that was understood. I also want to say that, and this came out in the newspaper yesterday, that Ian Shugat, our clerk of our Privy Council, has offered to come and testify before our committee and basically explain the redactions and what's happened and basically answer any questions that we might have outstanding. And I think what's important to note is that I think for me, one of the key questions is why is it that we wouldn't want to take the clerk of the Privy Council up on his offer? Why wouldn't, and even if we go further on this, the sub-amendment, why wouldn't we want both the clerk of the Privy Council to come as well as the law clerk to come before this committee so that we can ask these questions and that we could do it in public. And so the public can hear whether or not things were properly redacted, there was anything that was hidden, there was anything that was unnecessary to have been redacted. And so all of that is actually comes out in full light, in full transparency, in public and before this committee. And maybe if we have both of these very senior officers before our committee, that we'd be able to move past this impasse and we'd be able to move to the important work that we have to do as Finance Committee in terms of pre-budget consultations. I also wanted to mention something else because I think it's important to also mention. It's the point of privilege. And I think some of my other colleagues who probably have more of a legal background probably will be able to explain this far better than me. And I have to tell you that every time I get information that I don't quite understand, I have to put into very simple language because if I don't understand it, I know that none of my constituents will understand it. So they'll probably say, well, why is it significant or why is it important that the government would be concerned about a committee's privilege being breached? And why would there be some fear of that coming to the House of Commons? And I think what I would want to say is two key things. One is, first, we truly believe that the documents, the 5,600 documents, were redacted properly. We don't think that there's anything that's being hidden. We trust and believe in our independent civil servants that they have followed to the law what they were tasked to do. We think this is something that they have done for years and years and years. And we're very grateful for their extraordinary work because I know that this is an extraordinary effort in addition to all of the amazing work that they've been doing to try to help Canadians through this pandemic. But so first, we just don't agree that the committee privilege has actually been breached. But should this actually come to the floor, it also provides a tool for opposition to be able to use against the government, and it could be used in a way that would hold up government in terms of for days and days and days, and it's unpredictable. And it could be used at any time to maybe stop any legislation from going through or any important piece of work that we need to do. And it's particularly problematic because we're at a time where time is of the essence. We're at a particular time where it is unprecedented, both from a health perspective as well as an economic perspective. We're going through two types of crises right now.
Why did you shut down Parliament?
And Mr. Chair, I'll just continue without any of the interruptions. So I would say to you, that is why it is important for us not to have this privilege brought to the floor of the House of Commons. One, it's because we don't believe that privilege has been breached. And I think the second thing is it can be used as a tactic to stall government, important legislation and important work in terms of us moving forward and addressing some of the important needs and the important needs and actions that Canadians
You're stalling it right now.
We are not, Mr. Poilievre. We are trying to introduce a sub-amendment so that we could clarify any hesitations or any perceptions that we might be covering up in any way so that we could move forward, address the concerns of opposition members, and then move forward and be able to do our pre-budget consultations.
Let's move to a vote.
I'm still talking on the sub-amendment, Mr. Poilievre. So the next point I want to say is the following. Let me just get my pages. I have so many pages in front of me. I have to organize myself. I also want to point out the inconsistencies in the motion. And I think what's important, for to reiterate here and for the media and anybody who might be listening is that I think this gets a little bit to the heart of where there's some disagreement between sort of the Liberal government side and our opposition. When we passed the motion in July, on July 7th, we had all agreed as a committee that all of the documents related to the contracts that were concluded with the We Charity and Me to We, all the briefing notes, all the memos, all the emails from senior officials that were prepared for or sent to any minister regarding the design and creation of the Canada Student Service Grant, as well as any written correspondence and records of other correspondence with Me to We from March 2020 be provided to the committee no later than August 8th. Then there's a semicolon, and then it says that matters of cabinet confidence and national security be excluded from this request, semicolon, and that the redactions necessary, included to protect the privacy of Canadian citizens and permanent residents whose names and personal information may be included in the documents, as well as the public servants who have been providing assistance on this matter, be made by the Office of the Law Clerk and Parliamentary Counsel of the House of Commons. So what the disagreement is that for us, what is typical, and this is my understanding, since I'm only starting my 6th year of being a politician, my understanding, and this has been my experience as well, is that typically when these types of documents are requested, it is very typical that matters of cabinet confidence and national security are excluded. And so our understanding when we all agree to it is that anything else after the redaction, anything else that didn't include cabinet confidence and national security would actually then move on to the law clerk for his redaction. So my point being is this is what we agreed to on July 7th. And then I will say to you, in the original motion that Mr. Poilievre has proposed, he basically is recommending that the unredacted version of all the documents produced by the government actually be sent to the law clerk. So there is an inconsistency with that. So between what it is that we had agreed to and what it is that right now the opposition wants us to do. So they want us to go to the beginning, get the 5,600 documents completely unredacted and send it over to the law clerk. So It's problematic in a number of ways. One is it's inconsistent with what was agreed to initially. Two, it's also, in what I have been told and what I understand, unprecedented. It's not done. It is not something that typically goes to the law clerk. It is the role of our civil servants. They are independent civil servants. While they might, they work for our government, but if there was a transition in governments, you might still have the same clerk of the Privy Council, and their role is to be independent. And I completely trust that that is what they have done, and that is they have honored to what was set out in the July 7th notice of motion. Sorry, not notice of motion, but what we had agreed to at Finance. So I want to point out again that inconsistency in terms of what was agreed to, what is now being asked for, and also that it is unprecedented. So it makes it kind of it takes us to the current stalemate in terms of where we're at right now. And I think the unfortunate thing is that we are wasting a lot of time. And I think that in the end, it really is Canadians who end up suffering. It is Canadians who are going to lose in the end. It is, unfortunately, we are going to start losing public trust, that we are going to be able to work together to be able to resolve and find a way forward and do the important work that we need to do for Canadians at this time. So I also want to mention another thing, because I think it's important well, there's two other key points that I want to mention before I sign off. If you look at why we proposed the sub-amendment, again, it was not only to dispel the fact that there was anything that our government was trying to hide, but it was also an attempt to bring the key actors forward to be able to answer questions. But in terms of attempting to hide anything or not being accountable for anything, I think it's important to bring forward that there was also, in all sort of the House leaders of each of the parties has been working on this, we also, as a government, suggested a special committee to provide oversight on COVID-19 spending. It's really important for the public to know that our government believes in transparency, 100% transparency, and we have proposed a special committee to actually provide that oversight. And if you actually just look at the first paragraph of that special committee, it is...
Chair?
Karen, your mic is on.
Oh, is it not on?
You're not muted.
Yeah, I know I'm not muted. That's why I'm saying point of order. I was just wondering, Mrs. Julie, referring to this committee and the House leaders, I would love to get an update on how those negotiations are going.
Point of order.
That wasn't a point of order.
Sorry. She just referred to it, so I was just...
Mr. Julian claims he has a point of order, so we will see.
Absolutely, Mr. Chair. This is not relevant to the debate on the sub-amendment, so we're going to have to start tightening up on Liberal members. If they have nothing new to say that is relevant, we should proceed to the vote, which the Liberals have been holding up now for 3 weeks.
Okay, that's not a point of order. Well, with the vote of relevance, Ms. Zerowitz, Mr. Fragascatis, you got a point of order?
I do. I simply disagree with Mr. Julian. I think Ms. Derowitz had brought up a point that was entirely relevant. She wasn't allowed to complete that point. It's a bit of a trend here on committee.
All right, we're both talking relevance. We will go back to Ms. Zerowitz. Ms. Zerowitz.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And I believe it is relevant. And how it's relevant is that as I mentioned, the reason we presented the sub-amendment to the amendment to the original motion was because we're attempting to show that we're not trying to cover up. We're attempting to show that we are accountable, that we have fulfilled what we had agreed to at Finance Committee on July 7th. And what I was trying to show when I mentioned the special committee to oversee COVID-19 spending is that that is also part of our attempt to try to alleviate any concerns about us not being accountable, us not being transparent. You know, I think you've seen this as well, Mr. Julian and all the other members of the committee, that our supplementary estimates was actually released on October 22nd. We now know that the spending authority of the government has now reached $476 billion. Absolutely, there needs to be accountability. And so we have proposed a committee to provide that accountability. And I want to make sure that Canadians, the media, everybody knows that we're doing everything we can to ensure that we are accountable and transparent to Canadians. The other point I want to mention is because sometimes when you go down a rabbit hole, and what we've been sort of focused on very much is the 5,600 documents, what was redacted, who redacted it, should have gone straight to the law clerk, what was it appropriate for our independent civil servants to have redacted that. But I think it's really important to remind everyone that we actually, as Finance Committee, actually studied the WE contracts. We actually studied the other motion that was also approved on July the 7th, which was basically to look at how was the decision made to select We Charity to deliver the Canada Student Service Grant. We also looked at how much money was spent in doing so, and we have proved unequivocally, and people can look at, I think it's meetings like 41 to 51 in session 1 of the 43rd Parliament if they want to go online to look at this. But we have proven unequivocally that there's not been any corruption, that we heard testimony under oath from the Kielburgers, from Prime Minister Trudeau, from the former Minister of Finance. We also proved conclusively there was no misuse of funds. Actually, all the funds have actually been returned to us. We've also proved conclusively that, and it was said in testimony and reaffirmed, that it was our senior civil servants that actually proposed and suggested We Charity to deliver the CSSG program. So all of that is in testimony. We explained why it needed to be rushed and made and the decision decided before the summer. And then we explained it wasn't a sole source contract. It was actually a contribution agreement, which we have done in a number of different cases on other emergency support programs, and that there was a lot of accountability along the way. So we have to sort of make sure that we remind ourselves this is not just about the redaction of the documents. The documents, I think there's a perception that I think the opposition is trying to propose that we're hiding things. What I'm trying to say to you is that we spent a couple of months actually looking at this. We had many witnesses come before us. We asked all these questions about corruption and misuse of funds and who made the decision and why was it so rushed and was it really a sole source and did we really do this for the students? And we have unequivocally proven all of that in testimony. These additional documents is, to me, supplemental information. They're important. They should be delivered, and we should honor what it is that we agreed to on July the 7th, and I believe that we fully have done so. What we're trying to do with this sub-amendment is we're trying desperately to find a way to get out of this impasse. We're trying desperately to say, let's bring forward the Clerk of the Privy Council. Let's bring forward the law clerk. Let's hear from both of them. Let's talk about what was redacted. And let's maybe ask some questions. And maybe through bringing them forward, we can find a way out of this impasse and move on to the important work that Canadians need us to step up and do at this unprecedented time. So I think I'm going to leave it at that, Mr. Chair, and I will pass the baton to one of my other colleagues and say thank you so much for the opportunity to express my views.
Thank you very much, Ms. Zarowitz. Next on my list is Mr. Julian, followed by Mr. Fragaskatis. Mr. Julian.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't want to speak for very long because Liberals have now been stalling for 3 weeks. So any fault of the pre-budget hearings not being held, and yes, it's true that under this government, like under the previous Conservative government, pre-budget hearings are basically ignored. We've had people coming forward for years making very specific and important policy suggestions that have just been cast aside. That being said, it's an important tool. And the only reason we're not in the process of doing pre-budget hearings now is because Liberal members of this committee, government members, do not want to hold a vote on a privilege motion. Now, the sub-amendment is designed to basically kill. It's a kill amendment. It kills the privilege motion. And what's important for the public to understand, and certainly any member of the Canadian media that are tuning into this finance committee, is that the privilege motion actually provides the Speaker of the House of Commons, somebody who is elected by every member of Parliament. We hold these elections at the beginning of each Parliament. All members of Parliament have one vote. We elect a Speaker. We trust that Speaker with questions such as privilege. And so this motion, if the Liberal members actually permit us to have a vote, would then allow the Speaker to rule. So what could Liberal members be afraid of? When it's the impartial Speaker that looks over the evidence that's presented by the committee and makes a decision. I cannot understand why Liberal members have been now plugging up the works for 3 weeks, refusing to hold a vote on this matter when it's the Speaker, ultimately the rules. All we're saying is let's get the Speaker the opportunity to rule on this motion of privilege. At the same time, it's very clear that the law clerk, again, independent, should be able to take a look at the unredacted, uncensored documents. And when over 1,000 pages have been censored or redacted, there is a matter of some concern about getting to the bottom of this. This is what parliamentarians should be doing. The sub-amendment is designed to kill the privilege motion. It is designed to basically delay for weeks, if not months, any logical conclusion on this. And as you know, Mr. Chair, if a privilege motion is not directed to the Speaker within a timely period, it kills the motion of privilege. So let's not split hairs here. What we are doing with this sub-amendment, what the Liberals are doing, is trying to kill the motion of privilege. That's what they're attempting to do.
Point of order coming in there from who? Mr. Severa?
I thank you, Chair. I think I'm being subbed in for Mr. Zurvitz. I believe what Mr. Julian is actually arguing. I think that my understanding is the sub-amendment does not in any way impact the privilege motion. Can we get a clarification on that, Chair?
Your argument, Mr. Julian, is it impacts the privilege motion, is it not?
Absolutely. And that's why it's been proposed. And Liberal members know that.
But my ruling is it really doesn't. It delays the privilege motion. If somebody wants to read what it really says, it delays the privilege motion until the evidence is such that the privilege motion should be put forward. That would be my opinion. Mr. Julian.
And Mr. Chair, that is exactly my point. Privilege is something that needs to be presented within a timely period. So the sub-amendment is designed to delay the motion of privilege, which means effectively it kills the motion of privilege, because if you bring it back at a time that is not timely, the Speaker has an obligation, according to long parliamentary tradition, to disallow it. And so let's be very clear and very frank about what the government members are attempting to do. They're attempting to kill a motion of privilege. They are attempting to remove from the Speaker and from parliamentarians the right to rule on this. And for the committee to have a vote, and I believe firmly that this is a question of privilege, for the committee to have a vote only requests of the Speaker to make a ruling on this. And this is what I find the most outrageous part of this, Mr. Chair. Not only are government members delaying the work of the Finance Committee, and there are many other things that we could be working on, but they are also attempting to kill a motion of privilege that would allow the Speaker to rule on this. If it is true that Liberal members really just want to get this to an impartial judge, the Speaker, elected by all members of Parliament, is the best person to make that judgment. So I would ask through you, Mr. Chair, to government members, please stop delaying, please stop stalling, allow the vote to be held, and allow the speaker then to take this into consideration and make his judgment on whether or not this is a bona fide question of privilege. All that the committee can do is advise the speaker about what happened. It is up to the speaker to make that decision. Let's not make it for him. Let's have the vote, provide the report, and let's see what the speaker rules.
Thank you. I'm going to clarify a little of what I said. I do not see this as a delay to deny the point of privilege, Mr. Julian. I see it as it's outlined in the sub-amendment to the amendment. It's to gather the evidence to see if there's a point of privilege from the Finance Committee's point of view. That's what I see it as.
That's debate, Mr. Chair, and I would disagree with you on that.
On that, I guess we disagree. Okay, but it is debate. Sorry about that. Mr. Fragaskatis, you're up.
That's right, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much. Immediately, I want to take issue with what we just heard. It has been very surprising to me throughout these meetings that we've had to hear Mr. Julian stand in the way of this committee hearing out public servants, inviting them here in the first instance, and then hearing them and having the opportunity to ask questions of those public servants, which is really what the sub-amendment is all about, as Mr. Julian well knows. I can expect that kind of an attitude from my Conservative colleagues, but not from the NDP. I've said at length at these meetings that I deeply respect what Mr. Julian brings to Parliament. He speaks very sincerely on the matter of public servants, and here we have public servants wanting to come to appear at our committee. In fact, and I'll read it into the record in case colleagues are not aware, and maybe I'm being unfair to Mr. Julian. Perhaps he has not seen the letter that the Clerk of the Privy Council has issued to this committee, or to the Clerk of the Committee.
Point of order.
Excuse me, Mr. Fragaskatis, there's a point of order.
Yep, and Mr. Fragaskatis, as we discussed last week when he raised exactly the same debating points, there is a rule of repetition around these filibusters. He can't keep coming back to the same speech. He can't keep coming back to the same content. If he has nothing further to add, we should proceed to the vote.
I believe you're talking relevance, Mr. Julian. But
no, repetition. He raised exactly the same speech last week, and we're in the same filibuster.
But I believe Mr. Fragaskatis was referring to a letter from, I believe it's the clerk, is it? Go ahead, Mr. Fragaskatis, and we'll see where it goes. I'll cut you off if it's repetition.
Thank you very much. No, I was simply making a point in reference to what Mr. Julian had just added to our discussion here tonight. So it's not repetition. I'll bring to his attention and the committee's attention. Certainly I know Liberal members are aware of this. I think opposition members will know of it too, but still it deserves to be read into the record. This is the letter sent just yesterday, as I understand, by the Clerk of the Privy Council, Mr. Shugart, Ian Shugart, to our clerk, to Ms. Lukiniuk. It begins by saying, "Dear Ms. Lukiniuk, I am writing further to recent discussions at the Standing Committee on Finance. My colleagues and I would be pleased to make ourselves available to appear before the committee to speak to the redactions that were made if it would be useful to do so." And for reasons that I'll be pointing out in the next few minutes, I think it would be useful for us to hear Mr. Shugart and other public servants come and testify. Now, I know we have been discussing, Mr. Chair, the documents requested by this committee for quite some time now. I think it's fair to say there is some disagreement among the parties in relation to the redactions of non-relevant cabinet confidences by the public service. As well, there is clearly confusion in regard to who redacted which set of documents that are floating out there. We have the very comprehensive set of documents released by the government House Leader, which had some light redactions in relation to personal privacy and unrelated cabinet confidences. And then we have the redactions completed by the law clerk, which were more intensive. These disagreements and the confusion in relation to these documents are all fair and valid points. So this turns me to the letter from Mr. Shugart. As the clerk of the Privy Council and secretary to the cabinet, he is in fact ultimately responsible for the safeguarding of cabinet confidences. It is he who gave very clear instructions to relevant departments to release as much information as is possible in regards to the Canada Student Service Grant. As a result of these instructions, several departments undertook to release an unprecedented level of information, including cabinet confidences, relating to the CSSG, or the Canada Student Service Grant. Over 5,000 pages were disclosed and included documents that would never have seen the light of day under the previous Harper government. I think even opposition colleagues would agree with that, including perhaps conservatives, but I'll leave that point aside. As has been discussed here at length, as we saw documents ranging from memorandums to cabinet, prime ministerial briefing notes, cabinet and cabinet committee synopsis, to the departmental briefing notes and correspondence between public servants, ministerial staff, deputy ministers, and ministers. The release of these documents is significant, Mr. Chair. Now, the opposition members can take umbrage with the fact that some redactions were made by public servants. Frankly, I think this was to be expected. In order to release the details required for a fulsome review of the Canada Student Service Grant, some redaction was required in relation to the non-relevant portions of these cabinet documents. As my friends in the Conservative Party will know, Mr. Poilievre especially, typically, cabinet meetings are not solely focused on one topic. Particularly during this ongoing pandemic, countless important topics are discussed at cabinet and relevant discussions taken. So in order to ensure the proper functioning of responsible government, reasonable redactions were made to unrelated topics included in these cabinet documents so as to allow for their release. This is not out of the ordinary, Mr. Chair. Truthfully, this is the standard operating procedure. I know my colleagues are trying to set this narrative that they are making reasonable requests for documentation, that it's a standard move to allow the law clerk to review unredacted documents. However, this couldn't be further from the truth, and they know that. They have been in this position themselves. They understand that this inherent tension between the executive and legislative branches in regard to access to Crown confidences has existed since Confederation, and in fact much longer in other Commonwealth countries. Now, we've discussed these documents at length, and the opposition has expressed their indignation with the redactions completed by the nonpartisan professional public service. So right here, right now, we have an opportunity, Mr. Chair, to clear the air and address their concerns. We have in our possession this letter from Mr. Shugart, who wishes to come before this committee along with relevant deputy ministers to discuss the documents that were released by the Government of Canada. And because of Mr. Shugart's position and his initial commitment to release all documentation related to the Canada Student Service Grant, he is in fact uniquely positioned to answer our questions. Therefore, Chair, this begs the question: why does the opposition not want to hear from the clerk and the relevant deputy ministers? Why do they not want to hear from the professional, nonpartisan public servants who could provide the answers to the questions that we are all seeking? I think that the only logical answer here is that the answers that are likely to be provided do not fit the opposition's narrative. Accepting the clerk's offer to appear is actually the most prudent thing we could do right now as a committee. If the opposition has questions related to redactions, the clerk and the deputies attending with him can answer them. I find it extremely interesting that since Parliament resumed back in September, we have had several meetings in regard to these documents. Throughout the prorogation, the opposition was talking about these documents and the redactions that were made. Now, we have an opportunity here from the chief public servant who controls the release of the documents, and the opposition argues against his appearance. I'm getting a bit of whiplash here, Mr. Chair. Just what is the opposition position on this matter? My theory, Chair, is that the opposition is afraid to hear from Mr. Shugart and the other deputies. I think they know full well that Mr. Shugart, who is a nonpartisan public servant, will reinforce the true reality here. Conversely, if the opposition really think that the information that was redacted was somehow inappropriate or in bad faith, they should welcome having Mr. Shugart here to answer questions. Furthermore, I do not think my opposition colleagues want to hear from Mr. Shugart, specifically because he has reason and precedent for the cabinet confidences that were not disclosed. So, Chair, I do not think my opposition colleagues have a leg to stand on with respect to their arguments. I noted earlier in my remarks that there has been since Confederation this natural tension between the executive and legislative branches of government in Canada. Canada is a nation built on the principle of three co-equal branches of government, each charged with inherent responsibilities. It is true that Parliament is in fact supreme in its abilities to call for documents and request the appearance of government individuals. However, as history shows us, that call does not always have to be answered. In fact, parliamentarians have a responsibility to use their privilege powers wisely, exercising them in only the most extreme of circumstances. This is not one of those times, Mr. Chair. I think my opposition colleagues know full well that the clerk of the Privy Council has legitimate and reasonable grounds for disclosing the information that was disclosed, while at the same time holding back unrelated matters. I underline that phrase, unrelated matters. It's interesting because it was actually former Justice Minister Rob Nicholson, a Conservative minister, of course, back in 2010, who made reasonable arguments on the responsibilities of government to withhold cabinet confidences and maintain Crown secrets. On March 31st, 2010, on page 1220 of the debates, for example, Mr. Nicholson notes that, and I'm quoting here, Mr. Chair, as parliamentarians, we should always be guided by a principle of great restraint when asserting privileges of the House. Mr. Nicholson goes on to note, again a quotation here, Mr. Chair, on this point, I would remind the House that our parliamentary privileges are not indefinite nor unlimited, but defined by the Constitution in the Parliament of Canada Act as those possessed by the United Kingdom House of Commons in 1867. On the second point, I would remind, and this is continuing the quotation, Chair. On the second point, I would remind the House that exact scope of those privileges has been a matter of debate since Confederation. As you know, Mr. Speaker, many of our parliamentary privileges are unwritten. Now, this is a key point, Mr. Chair. As my opposition friends, former colleagues, and former colleagues states, the scope of privileges is a matter of debate and has been so since Confederation. Inherently, this idea that Mr. Poilievre has had his privileges violated because the documents that were produced were void of some cabinet confidences, in keeping with the longstanding practices of responsible government, is a matter of debate all unto itself. And I think that's what my opposition colleagues are afraid to hear from Mr. Shugart, to be frank about it, Mr. Chair. That the missing information that was unrelated to we might add to this whole issue that we are faced with the opposition. Whether it be Speaker Baudon in 1957 or friends in the UK in 1997, there is a long-standing practice amongst parliamentary democracies to exclude cabinet confidences from disclosure to Parliament unless absolutely necessary. While it is true that Parliament has its ability to exercise supremacy, it should be recognized that the nonpartisan and professional public service also have a sworn duty, Mr. Chair, to uphold the secrecy of cabinet confidences and Crown secrets. Mr. Shugart, in his duty as the steward of those secrets, determined it appropriate to release confidences as they relate to the CSSG, and the public was provided with over 5,000 pages of information, much of them stamped secret in capital letters or confidences of the Queen's Privy Council in capital letters. However, the clerk still has a duty to uphold the secrecy on matters unrelated to the CSSG, and he has done just that. Clearly, this is why my opposition colleagues do not want to hear from him. As coming from this nonpartisan public servant, it's a reasonable explanation. Even our Supreme Court, Mr. Chair, has stated in the Vade decision that each of the three branches of government must respect the legitimate spheres of the others. noting this while at the same time defining some of the limits to Parliament's supremacy under the Parliament of Canada Act. Bringing this towards a conclusion, Mr. Chair, I think it's very important for us to hear from Mr. Shugart and the relevant deputy ministers. I think hearing from our public servants in regards to why some information was released and some wasn't is very, very important. I think we as committee members and as Canadians more generally deserve to hear about why the process undertaken by the clerk and other officials was in keeping with the regular course of practice when the government provides documents to Parliament. As I've stated, my colleagues across the way have would have everyone think, that it's not a big deal to just hand over unredacted documents to the law clerk, that it's standard practice. Well, it's not. There are long-standing conventions for why this is not the regular order of business. And Mr. Shugart is an expert witness that can provide context as to why that is the case. So I think now is the perfect opportunity for my colleagues on the other side to stop playing petty partisan games, to put their money where their mouths are, so to speak, and allow for the clerk of the Privy Council and other relevant deputy ministers to appear before this committee and provide their expert testimony as it relates to the disclosed documents that we've been discussing, Mr. Chair. I want to also touch on a point that was raised by Ms. Derowitz when she spoke earlier this evening, Mr. Chair, and she raised a very good question to the committee and specifically to opposition colleagues, which, we didn't hear a response from opposition colleagues, and I'd love to hear a response on the question. That question is, why not? Why not bring Mr. Shugart here and other public servants so they can speak to the committee? I really think that the committee is missing an enormous opportunity here. If we think back, Mr. Chair, about the role that public servants play in a modern, mature democracy such as Canada, their role cannot be understated at all. They do provide the technical expertise and advice that is so vital for the functioning of modern government, Mr. Chair. The evolution of the public service is a history in its own regard. When we see societies becoming more advanced in the same line, so to speak, you have the development of a public service. If you go back, for example, to the development and shift towards an industrial society, you saw not just the rise of democracy with that, but you also saw in parallel the development of a public service that could serve not just government, but more generally and even more importantly, the people, the citizens of a particular land. And in our case, we're talking about Canada. But this role of providing technical expertise on answering questions of elected officials, this is a long-standing one, not just in the Westminster parliamentary tradition, Mr. Chair, but if one goes back all the way to the Italian city-states. Machiavelli was, for example, an advisor.
Point of order.
Call him a public servant.
Point of order from Mr. Julian.
The point. I'm staying relevant.
No, just we'll hear Mr. Julian's point of order.
Mr. Fagascatos 2 weeks ago was raising the Italian city-states and Machiavelli.
No, I was not. That's not true.
Yes, yeah. So it's a question of repetition in this case, Mr. Chair. I would also suggest a question of relevance on this as well. If he doesn't have anything further to contribute on the sub-amendment, we should proceed to a vote.
Mr. Chair, may I? You're on mute, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I think you're on mute.
I believe a couple of weeks ago, someone, I'm not sure it was Mr. Fagascatos, was talking about Aristotle and a couple of others, but I don't believe it was this particular portion in city-states. Floor is yours, Mr. Fagascatos.
I appreciate that, Mr. Chair. I'll plead guilty. It was me who was speaking about Aristotle, but Machiavelli is very different, as we all know. I simply make the point, and Mr. Julian has opened the door for me to speak to this. When I talk about the need for a professional public service that can provide advice, I'm putting the matter into context so that Mr. Julian can understand what's at stake here. Public servants have contributed a great deal, not just to Canadian democracy, but to the development of societies.
Point of order.
Going back to time immemorial. It's simpy putting it into context. I'm glad to speak to the issues, but I continue to be
point of order from Mr. Julian. Go ahead.
It is. He says it very well, but it's still repetition. He's still coming back to the same points. If he's got nothing new to add, we should proceed to a vote.
But could he not be putting this into an historical context, going back to the city-states?
I think he veered away from the city-states and went back to similar comments that he made last week.
No, Mr. Chair, I take this respectful disagreement with that. Again, there is nothing wrong with putting a matter into context for the benefit of committee members, and this is not to do so in an arrogant way. I respect that every single member of the committee has something to offer based on their interests and background. If it is offensive somehow for me to talk about Italian city-states in the place of Niccolo Machiavelli as an advisor to various Italian leaders in his day, I could point to other examples, Mr. Chair, to put the matter into context without even reference to Aristotle, who wasn't an advisor.
I would ask you, Mr. Fragaskatas, to show us how this is relevant to the current discussion.
Yes, and that's where I'm getting, Mr. Chair. In parallel, as I was talking about before, it didn't begin this way, but it was an evolution. The public service in modern society has evolved. There was a very clear recognition, beginning really from the transition of agrarian societies to the Industrial Revolution, that you needed a nonpartisan public service that would not represent the interests of a particular class, that would not represent the interests of a particular political party, but a nonpartisan public service that would provide the technical advice and expertise necessary for elected officials, such as we are, to make decisions that would benefit the whole, that would serve the common good, Mr. Chair. And so when I hear colleagues, and again, it's tremendously surprising that Mr. Julian is standing in the way of public servants coming to this committee. Here we have an opportunity to hear from Mr. Shugart. This opens the door for him to ask questions that are on his mind. This opens the door for other colleagues to ask relevant questions that are on their minds. And it wouldn't be only Mr. Shugart. We would be very happy to hear from the law clerk. The sub-amendment calls for that, Mr. Chair. So I'm not sure where the NDP is coming from on that particular matter. We're talking also, Mr. Chair, this is not, I have respect for all public servants in this country at every level of government, federally, provincially, and municipally, but this is the clerk of the Privy Council. This is the most important public servant in all of Canada. And by not allowing him to come to committee, opposition colleagues are in effect silencing him. And so we've used the word muzzling here before at committee as well. There's an enormous problem with that. When I see a letter addressed from the clerk asking us to open ourselves, to make ourselves available, to listen to the clerk, and we say no, Mr. Chair, what does that say about the direction of this committee? Why are we denying Mr. Shugart and other public servants that right?
Point of order, Mr. Fragaskatas.
Mr. Fragaskatas is not touching on the sub-amendment, and not a single member of this committee has said that we are denying or voting against having the Privy Council clerk come to committee. We are on a motion of privilege. There is a sub-amendment. He should stick to that. If he has nothing further to add, let's go to the vote.
Chair, if I could, allowing the clerk to attend committee offers the clerk an opportunity to speak to the matters at hand. If there are misunderstandings, if there are questions about why and what has happened with respect to the CSSG, and documents and redactions, the clerk can speak to those issues. We need to hear from him. And right now, opposition colleagues are preventing that from happening. In so doing, we are also preventing something that is tremendously vital, Mr. Chair, from moving forward, and that's pre-budget consultations. Here we are debating this when we could actually be discussing the issue of the budget and what Canadians expect. It is standing in the way. The opposition's effort here is standing in the way of us fulfilling our obligations under Standing Order 83.1, which this committee still has not considered. We still has not considered what happens in instances where that standing order, which is arguably the most important standing order relating to the functioning of this committee, Mr. Chair. What happens when we don't fulfill that? We have not considered that as a committee because we have been embroiled in discussions and the intransigence of the opposition preventing us from moving forward. I'm quite interested in moving forward with pre-budget consultations so we can hear about the needs of the country at this time. Every single one of this on this committee, every single member will bring with them a set of experiences that will inform the work of the committee on pre-budget consultations. I know, I'm looking at Mr. Julian. He has an interest in not-for-profit organizations, I believe has worked in that sector. They have a tremendously important role to play right now. I'm looking at Mr. McLeod, who is very passionate about Canada's North and would be able to invite witnesses to speak about the needs of Canada's North during COVID-19. I'm looking at Mr. Fraser.
Point of order. Relevance, Mr. Chair. If he's got nothing further to add that is relevant to the sub-amendment, we should proceed to a vote.
Mr. Fragascatis, keep in mind relevance. Tie your remarks back into the sub-amendment if you could.
Mr. Chair, I simply make the point that when we are embroiled in discussions of this nature, when we can't come to agree that it is important for us to finally say yes, to hear from public servants who can answer these questions that opposition members and all members of the committee have, then we are standing in the way of not just them and their ability to be heard. We are also standing in the way of this committee fulfilling its duties to hold pre-budget consultations. I was simply making the further point that I'm looking around this committee, which has all the potential in the world to work together as a team to find ways to suggest to the government relevant policy recommendations pertaining to what should be in the next budget. I pointed to Mr. McLeod, I pointed to Mr. Julian, I was looking at Mr. Fraser. I know Mr. Fraser has a law background, has studied genocide, if I'm not mistaken. I think he did his master's degree in that area of law, looking at international law as it pertains to genocide. He, I would think, would have suggestions about international development organizations who could come and speak to our committee about the impact that COVID-19 is having across the world, particularly in developing countries. I see Mr. Falk, not present in the committee meeting right now, but Zoom tells us that he is at least there he is. There's Mr. Falk. Thank you for coming back, Mr. Falk. He's a rural member, as I understand it, and would be able to put forward suggestions based on expert testimony about what direction we ought to go in Canada with respect to agriculture, and look at how COVID-19 is impacting farmers right across the country. And Mr. Chair, I know you're passionate about agriculture as well. I see Ms. Vecchio sitting in, and she will know the southwest of Ontario very well. I know she shares an interest and a passion for it as much as I do. She would be, if she wished to sit on pre-budget consultations, she could do the same. The point I'm making, Mr. Chair, is the more we prevent public servants from coming to this committee, the more we engage in debates around that, I should say, the more we are prevented from actually doing the work that Canadians have entrusted us, doing the work that constituents expect of us. I talked about the importance of the public service before It has evolved through history. It has taken in modern democratic societies a nonpartisan shape and form. That is something that that impacts Canada in very important ways. Why we are trying to ignore that? What are we so afraid of if Mr. Shugart and other public servants come to the committee? I said before that perhaps there is something to be afraid of, not on the side of the Liberal members, but perhaps it actually is the case that opposition members are worried that what will be put on the record by public servants will not fit the mold, the narrative that is coming from their party leaderships about how to score political points here. That is not what we should be doing at this committee, Mr. Chair. We should be engaging in the issues of the day. And if members of the committee and the opposition in particular, I'm looking at them right now and pleading with them, if they want to hold back the opportunity of nonpartisan professionals to come and tell us and in turn tell Canadians, of course, that hearings would be televised, I'm assuming, how decisions were made around these issues pertaining to the CSSG, they'll have to answer that question to their constituents, because their constituents are not so interested, I would think, in the matters that the opposition is continuing to put on the table here today. Their constituents are absolutely focused on tomorrow, because tomorrow the rent could be due. Tomorrow their kids need to go to school and make sure, and parents want to make sure those kids come home healthy. COVID-19 continues to impact societies in ways that we're only starting to see, Mr. Chair. Of course, there's even long-term effects to COVID-19 that are now starting to be understood. Constituents are worried about their businesses. Constituents are worried about workers. They are worried about the progress or lack of progress that Canada could see in coming years if we aren't careful. And this committee has an opportunity to engage directly with government. One of the first things that I would like to see, Mr. Chair, for example, is for the Governor of the Bank of Canada to come back to committee. He was good enough to come in the previous session, excuse me, to hear.
Point of order.
I think I was just going to. I'll let you go to your point of order, but go ahead, Mr. Julian.
Obviously, Mr. Fragoskatos, as eloquent as he is, has run out of things to say. He's not relevant, so let's proceed to the vote.
Mr. Chair, I simply, and Mr. Julian continues to do this, it's interesting. On the one hand, he raises points around privilege, but then he regularly interrupts not just myself, but other members of the committee, which he well knows, if he does it on an ongoing basis, does raise rather matters of privilege. It is my parliamentary privilege to put on the record, excuse me, issues that I think are very important pertaining to this debate. I have not wavered from the general focus of the matter at hand. I reiterate again that we as a committee have a unique opportunity to learn more about the process around decisions that were made, to learn more about misunderstandings that exist, that are being peddled and have been for some time by the opposition relating to the CSSG. Let's have public servants come in. What is the fear? What is the worry? By denying them that right, we deny them the ability to be heard. And I wonder what we would say if we were in their position, Mr. Chair. If we were nonpartisan public servants working in the bureaucracy who wanted to express, wanted to voice a point of view, had made that clear to arguably the most important parliamentary committee on Parliament Hill, and then we heard members of the opposition holding that back. It's not right. It's not in keeping with best practices. It's not in keeping with what, again, our constituents would expect of us. And I go back again and underline that concept, that idea, that word, constituents. What do those people who sent us to Parliament, what do they want us to be discussing right now, Mr. Chair? They see a debate unfolding around this particular issue, one that, as far as I can tell, is bound to consume us here this evening and perhaps into the morning. And I'm completely prepared to do that. I remember, for example, a few, I think it was last week, excuse me, it was 2 weeks ago, not last week, when Mr. Gerritsen said that he would go to the hilt for public servants. And I echo that view, Mr. Chair. By denying public servants the right to come to this committee, we're just not doing what's expected of us as MPs. In the same way that Mr. Gerritsen said that it was important to put forward ideas that would allow for public servants to come and testify, I simply go for that. I will absolutely go to the hilt, if I can put it that way, for our nonpartisan professional public service. They have something to say. The most important figure within the public service has issued an extraordinary letter, an extraordinary request to come to committee and speak. And what are we doing? We see certain members of the opposition who form a majority because of the minority parliament holding that back and preventing that from happening. Mr. Chair, it's simply not on. And because of that, because we continue to continue to see these debates take place here, we are also putting ourselves in a compromised position, because the more this goes on, Mr. Chair, the more we are likely to break Standing Order 83-1. So I put it again to my colleagues very respectfully to think long and hard about what it is that we are trying to achieve. We have an opportunity, and I see Mr. Longfield is attending the meeting. I will tell you, this is one of the most passionate people I've met on issues around innovation. He would want to see a committee talk about issues relating to high tech, to innovation, and how that impacts his constituents in Guelph.
Point of order, Mr. Julian. You're likely talking relevance.
Absolutely, Mr. Chair. If he's run out of things to say, we should really proceed to a vote. It's been 3 weeks now, a lot of repetition, a lot of irrelevant comments, and I think it's time now to proceed to a vote.
Not a point of order, but Mr. Fragascatis.
The point I'll leave with, or the point that I haven't considered here tonight, I should say, and it'll be the final point before I turn it over, Mr. Chair. What precedent are we setting? By preventing public servants to come, we are putting ourselves in a compromised position. I raised the question last week at our meeting when I simply said, is there some sort of legal outcome that we would have to worry about as a committee if we hear from public servants who want to testify and we prevent them from doing so? Is there any precedent, and a precedent with ramifications that the clerk could point to in that regard? It's something that I genuinely worry about. Again, we have a letter here that's been sent. We ought to say yes to Mr. Shugart, but I look forward very much to colleagues putting on the record their thoughts on the matter here tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Fragascatis. There does seem to be considerable calls for relevance. We are debating the sub-amendment by Mr. Gerritsen to the amendment by Mr. by Pat Kelly to the motion by Mr. Poilievre. I'm going to read the sub-amendment so people keep it in mind. Reads like this, quote, that the committee requests the complete package of documents provided to the Office of the Law Clerk and Parliamentary Council of the House of Commons by relevant deputy ministers or the signatories of the transmittal letters, as well as the final package of documents that the Law Clerk and Parliamentary Council of the House of Commons approved for release, that both of the document packages be provided to the committee no later than October 19th, 2020, we're by that now, and that after the committee reviews the two different versions of the documents, the committee invite each of the relevant deputy ministers or the signatories of the transmission letters, as well as the Law Clerk and the Parliamentary Council of the House of Commons, to give testimony regarding the redactions applied to the documents that were requested and granted in the motion adopted on July 7, 2020, and that until such time as this testimony is complete, debate in the main motion and amendment from Mr. Poilievre be suspended. and that the chair be authorized to schedule these witnesses and convene a meeting to resume debate on Mr. Poilievre's motion once these meetings have taken place. End of quote. So that's the sub-amendment, and that's what we have to be relevant to. I have on my list Ms. Koutrakis, followed by Mr. Longfield. Ms. Koutrakis, Mr. Julian. First, Ms. Koutrakis, are you on the list, or you got a point to raise, Mr. Julian? I'm not hearing you.
My hand a long time ago, so it's to be on the speaking list.
Oh, okay. Oh, sorry. Were you ahead of Ms. Koutrakis? Do you know on the sidebar? You are now. I didn't.
Yeah, I thought I was.
Okay, we'll let you go first, and then we'll go to Ms. Koutrakis.
Thank you very much. I will be brief. I always enjoy hearing from Ms. Koutrakis. So I just wanted to reiterate that, and thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for reading the sub-amendment, because now the public is aware that what this is a motion that basically kills privilege. It suspends, which is a sneaky way of saying by suspending and delaying, what it basically does is it makes the privilege motion no longer timely, which is a key factor in privilege, and is why privilege was raised the very first day when we came back.
Point of order by Mr. Sabera.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say that I've heard this argument earlier on by the honourable member.
I don't think that's a point of order, Mr. Sabera. That's debate. Mr. Julian, the floor is yours.
Going on.
Floor is Mr. Julian's.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I always welcome Mr. Sabera's interventions. What is key is that the Speaker has actually asked us in his ruling, because of the timely nature, for us to report back. He asked for the issue of the committee deciding what to do with them, which is what the motion says. The sub-amendment kills that component and doesn't allow the motion of privilege to go forward. So I reiterate, because I think it's important for people who are still with us watching Finance Committee, which is in public fora, that the reality is what the sub-amendment does is it kills the motion of privilege and does not allow the Speaker to rule on this. That's an important point. Why are government members trying to stop the Speaker from ruling? A Speaker that's elected by everybody. And that's, I think, a question that should be in the public's mind, regardless of who is intervening through the course of the evening. Privilege motion goes to the Speaker rules. The Speaker has the ability, looking at privilege and looking at precedent, to decide whether or not the committee report is valid. So why are Liberal members trying to stop the motion from going through and the report being presented to the Speaker? And that's something all members of the public should keep into mind this evening. And with that, Mr. Chair, I yield my time to Ms. Koutrakis.
Thank you, Mr. Julian, and we're back to Ms. Koutrakis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to my colleague, Mr. Julian. I also enjoy listening to your arguments. I will have to respectfully disagree with the last point that you made, in that the sub-amendment kills Mr. Poilievre's motion. I think what the sub-amendment tries to do, and how very eloquently my colleagues have previously explained and clarified, is to be able to see the two packages of documents and to be able to compare, to make sure that there was no breach of privilege. I think the best people to be able to do that and to come and to present are, the clerk of the Privy Council and the law clerk. We all agree that we hold both in very high regard and very well respected. I would like to believe that we all feel that way as members of the Finance Committee, and I have no reason to believe otherwise. But I'm worried that if we do not allow these two very professional people come before our committee to give their own explanation in their own words why the information was redacted the way that it was. It's almost like if we're in a court and or somebody's been found guilty before given due process. And I genuinely believe that that's not what we are all saying at the Finance Committee. I really believe that we all come from a good place with good intentions, and we're trying to find the right path to satisfy all sides, and more importantly, to make sure that we serve the Canadians and our constituents as they expect and they deserve. I'll just circle back a little and just, put on the record again what the Finance Committee adopted on July 7, 2020. So on July 7, 2020, the Finance Committee adopted a motion requesting various types of documents, and I will quote, regarding the design and creation of the Canada Student Service Grant, as well as any written correspondence and records of other correspondence with We Charity and Me to We from March 2020. The Privy Council Office provided the documents in its possession that were responsive to the committee's motion on August 8, 2020, which was the deadline set by this committee. The PCO documents were also part of a larger package provided to the committee from the 6 government departments involved in the development of the CSSG. And that had been approached by We concerning youth initiatives in the context of the pandemic. I will be speaking today about PCO's documents. In particular, I would like to speak about the relatively few instances where certain personal information was protected from disclosure to the committee. I will do that because it's important to understand the very valid reasons why this was done and the responsible manner in which it was done. The motion the committee adopted on July 7th, setting out the mandate for its study on this matter, included the objective of examining, in quotes, how the outsourcing of the CSSG to We Charity proceeded as far as it did, end quote. The approximately 5,000 total pages in each official language given to our committee provide a comprehensive understanding of the development and the launching of the CSSG. They demonstrate the due diligence analysis that was conducted by the public service, including with respect to financial assessment of We. The documents also provide details about the cabinet decision-making around the CSSG, as considerable information that would otherwise constitute cabinet confidences was released to the committee due to public statements by ministers about what was before cabinet. The Finance Committee, therefore, received more information than its motion requested, given it provided for cabinet confidences to be excluded. On the other hand, none of the personal information redacted in PCO's documents would assist the committee in fulfilling its mandate of examining the CSSG. Therefore, I really believe it is worth first discussing why personal information is protected from disclosure under the law. As explained on the website of the Office of the Privacy Commissioner of Canada, the Supreme Court, and this is a quotation, the Supreme Court of Canada has stated that the Privacy Act has quasi-constitutional status and that the values and rights set out in the Act are closely linked to those set out in the Constitution as being necessary to a free and democratic society. Others have argued that the protection of an individual's privacy is closely linked to the protection of their autonomy and human dignity. The Privacy Act, passed by Parliament in 1983, provides that personal information under the control of a government institution shall not, without the consent of the individual to whom it relates to, be disclosed except in very specific circumstances described in the Act. It is sometimes noted that the Privacy Act does not apply to the House of Commons and its committees. This is true in the sense that parliamentary bodies are not government institutions subject to the Act, and that parliamentarians do not have to manage personal information under their control in the ways provided for by the Act. However, the privacy does apply to government institutions from which parliamentarians sometimes seek information, as was the case with the Finance Committee's July 7th request. Ministers and public servants are therefore bound by this law and the restrictions it places on disclosing personal information when responding to requests for documents. They can't ignore the law, regardless of who is requesting the information. Furthermore, the July 7th request for papers stated that any redactions of personal information were to be made by the House Law Clerk. Although on its face the intention of this part of the motion was to protect personal information, it put departments in a difficult situation. Any personal information that is disclosed to the law clerk must be authorized by the Privacy Act. An impermissible disclosure under the Privacy Act cannot be saved, even if the law clerk takes subsequent steps to protect the information from further disclosure. In his cover letter to the committee, the clerk of the Privy Council wrote, and I quote, "In this package, I have chosen to disclose certain personal information contained in the Privy Council records relating to individuals working in ministers' offices, as well as personal information of individuals who work for we. I have decided to disclose this information because, in my view, the public interest in disclosure clearly outweighs any invasion of privacy. I have notified the Privacy Commissioner of my intention to disclose this personal information as I'm required to do under the Privacy Act. I have decided to protect the phone number and email addresses of we employees other than Craig and Mark Kielburger. In addition, there are a few references to family members of a public servant, and I have chosen to protect that information. In my opinion, the public interest in disclosing this type of personal information does not clearly outweigh the invasion of privacy," end quote. If we were to assume, Mr. Chair, that what the clerk of the Privy Council is not honest and he's not forthcoming, he's not doing his job as he should be, then, you know, I hate to use the word, and I don't want to use the word, but it's almost like we're alleging, or some members of our committee from the opposition are alleging that he's not to be trusted. And if he's not to be trusted, then why has this employee, Mr. Shugart, been part of our, government process and in various positions for as long as he has? I think that that's something that each and every one of us and the Canadians that are watching us right now have to answer, have to take a step back and say, we hire the best people, and I have no reason whatsoever not to believe that we have the best people in our public service, because I know we do. We're lucky. We have a parliamentary system and we have a government where democracy works. And I think that we need to show them, especially our public service servants, how we believe in the work that they do, and we need to trust them. This approach was in keeping with what I read earlier, just to circle back. So this approach was keeping it with paragraph 8.2M of the Privacy Act, which authorizes the disclosure of personal information, where the head of the government institution considers that the public interest in disclosure clearly outweighs any invasion of privacy that could result from the disclosure. Let's take a closer look at some of the personal information that was protected from disclosure in the PCO documents. And this is where I would have loved to be able to have Mr. Shugart before the committee to go through it himself, and so that we can all hear in his own words why. Most of the personal information that has been protected from disclosure is the email addresses and telephone extensions of we charity employees, contained in the various correspondence, as was indicated in the Clerk of Privy Council's letter. For example, on page 50, there is an email from Craig Kielburger to the Minister of Diversity and Inclusion and Youth, dated April 22nd, 2020. The only information not disclosed in this message are the email addresses of 2 WE employees and one of their telephone extension numbers. However, their names are provided: Sofia Marquez and Lauren Martin. The committee was thus made aware that these 2 individuals were copied on the email and thus had knowledge of discussions between WE and the government. In fact, Ms. Marquez testified before the House Standing Committee on Finance on August 13, 2020. All of the content of the message from Mr. Kielburger is provided. Similarly, on page 52, there is an April 10, 2020 email from Mr. Kielburger to the minister, where the only information not disclosed is the email address and telephone extension of 2 WE employees, while their names are shown. Attached to this email is the proposal that we provided to the government entitled Engaging Young Canadians in Service and Social Entrepreneurship Programming, and none of its contents are redacted. The email address of Mr. Kielburger's executive assistant does nothing to advance the committee's understanding of the CSSG. Beginning on page 364 is a draft of the funding agreement for support for students and recent graduates between Canada and We Charity Foundation. The only information protected from disclosure in this 16-page document is the email addresses and telephone numbers of the We Charity employees listed as contacts. Their names and position titles are provided. All the rest of the information in this vital document is shown, such as the purpose of the contribution agreement, conditions governing the eligibility of expenditures, the requirement for we to keep proper books and records in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles and to provide them to the government upon request, the requirement for we to securely protect personal information, the requirement for we to provide detailed bi-weekly reports to the government on program implementation, the right of the government and Auditor General to audit the project, and so on and so on. I should note that I am referring here to the draft agreement contained in PCO's package of documents. However, these same clauses are found in the final agreement contained in the documents provided by Employment and Social Development. Clause 24 of the final agreement relates to conflict of interest and states the following, and I quote, "No current or former public servant or public office holder to whom the Conflict of Interest Acts, SC 2006, subsection 9, section 2, the policy on conflict of interest and post-employment or the values and ethics code for the public sector applies shall derive a direct benefit from the agreement unless the provision or receipt of such benefit is in compliance with the said legislation or codes. No member of the Senate or the House of Commons shall be admitted to any share or part of the agreement or to any benefit arising from it that is not otherwise available to the general public." I believe that I have shown that protecting from disclosure a very limited amount of personal information from the documents provided to the committee does not detract from the committee's objective of understanding the development of the CSSG and We Charity's involvement. Further, when Canadians, such as those employed by a charitable organization, have dealings with the Government of Canada, they expect that their personal information will be protected in line with the Privacy Act. If the government did not protect personal information as the Privacy Act requires, then Canadians' trust in government and the rule of law would be eroded. I would also like to touch briefly on a limited amount of information that was redacted in PCO's documents to protect the vulnerability of government communication systems. This is information that would be protected from disclosure under paragraph 16.2c of the Access to Information Act. The information that was protected for this reason was the cell phone numbers of various public servants, minister staff, and government conference call ID numbers. Wide dissemination of this information could allow unauthorized access to government telecommunication systems, something that I am certain none of us would ever want. Where these cell phone numbers appeared, the names of the public servants they belonged to appear. This information was provided despite the committee's motion stipulating that it would be redacted by the law clerk. The Privacy Act allows, in the context of an access to information request, for the personal information of an officer or employee of a government institution that relates to the position or functions of the individual to be disclosed. Again, here the cell phone numbers of public servants would have done nothing to advance the mandate of the committee study. In his cover letter to the committee, the clerk of the Privy Council stated, and I quote, "As I noted when I appeared at committee on July 21st, 2020, my intent has been to be as expansive as possible in relation to the information that I provide. This approach guided the work of public servants when they collected the documents requested by the committee and carefully considered what the public interest was when making decisions about what to protect from disclosure. They were also guided by Open and Accountable Government 2015, which, quote, sets out core principles regarding the roles and responsibilities of ministers in Canada's system of responsible parliamentary government. It states in part, public servants also have a duty to hold in confidence some of the information that comes into their possession in the course of their duties. There is a tension between that obligation and the request of parliamentarians for disclosure of that same information. When appearing before parliamentary committees, public servants should refrain from disclosing that kind of confidential information, for instance, because the information is confidential for reasons of national security or privacy. The same passage was contained in the 2011 version of Open and Accountable Government. Various past governments have held the belief that the protection of Canadians' personal information from unauthorized disclosure, even to Parliament, is sacrosanct. House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, 2017, explains how, in 1973, the government tabled in the House of Commons its views on the general principles governing notices of motion for the production of papers. Although not formally approved by the House, these principles have been followed since then. The document tabled in 1973, 10 years before the adoption of the Privacy Act, lists papers or documents considered exempt from production. This includes papers that are excluded from disclosure by statute, and papers that are private or confidential and not of a public or official character. In 2009, the Standing Committee on Public Accounts tabled its 22nd report entitled The Power of Committees to Order the Production of Documents and Records. This report dealt with a request for documents that included personal information contained in an audio recording. The government protected this information from disclosure, which the committee objected to. The government's response to this report stated, and I quote, "The government believes that the departmental officials acted lawfully and diligently in these circumstances, and that the House and Canadians should be concerned with the committee's exercise of a claimed privilege in these particular circumstances. Necessity is the principle that underlies parliamentary privilege, which itself is a gift from the electorate to safeguard their rights. In the government's view, even if privilege were to extend so far, a very strong justification would be required for demanding the personal information of individual citizens, which in this case comprised 12 seconds of tape. In the same vein, the supplementary opinion of the 22nd report raises concerns that the committee did not consider the public interest when demanding the production of these audio cassettes. Regardless of the scope, the committee's powers, the government believes that parliamentary committees and all parliamentarians should, as a general principle and as a matter of convention, exercise restraint in the exercise of their privileges, particularly when the interests of individual citizens are affected. This government response was signed by Rob Nicholson, then Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada, and Jay Hill, then Leader of the Government in the House of Commons. Getting back to the matter that is at the root of this discussion, Mr. Chair, the unprecedented public health crisis that is COVID-19 pandemic, it is worth remembering the original objective of the CSSG, or the Canada Student Service Grant. Announced by the Prime Minister on April 22nd, a time when devastating economic impacts of the pandemic, and which we are all living again through this second wave, were already being felt. And many students were seeing their summer jobs, internships, and volunteer positions evaporate. The Prime Minister stated, and I quote, "The future of our economy and our country relies on the opportunities and support we provide to Canadian students today. To promote a sustainable economic recovery, we need a strong workforce and a good job opportunities for young people. That means giving them the support they need to continue their studies and encouraging them to serve their communities. Together, we will get through this difficult time." Canada's professional, nonpartisan public service set about designing a suite of initiatives to address this problem, Mr. Chair, that included the Canada Student Service Grant. We have heard this over and over again throughout the summer and when we started again on September 23rd. The public service worked around the clock to develop a proposal for cabinet that was informed by considerable due diligence. When the House Finance Committee made its request for documents to examine this process, the public service again worked around the clock to assemble the thousands of pages, almost 6,000 pages, that were provided by the committee's deadline. Personal information was provided to the committee only after the clerk of the Privy Council carefully weighed whether the public interest in disclosure outweighed the privacy interests at stake, as he is required to do under the Privacy Act. Most of the pages that appear to be redacted in the package, in fact, contain information on topics completely unrelated to the CSSG or We Charity, such as other items being discussed at the same meetings. They are clearly marked as not relevant. The package of documents provides a comprehensive understanding of the design and creation of the Canada Student Service Grant as requested by the committee. Again, Mr. Chair, I would implore all my colleagues around the table discussing this very important issue today. I know that my colleagues and I and our government does not want to delay unnecessarily or delay at all. We are all trying to find a way where we can agree to move forward. As my colleague, Mr. Frangiscatos earlier said, we've got a lot, and I know everybody agrees on this point, but it's how do we get there to move forward? We really need to start our pre-budget consultations. I receive hundreds of emails every day by my constituents, and as a member of the Finance Committee, many witnesses that want to come and speak before us. I think, as someone said, and I don't remember who said, a colleague earlier, let our, cooler heads prevail. Let's start finding a way forward. I'm sure that we can. I am really certain that we can. It's how do we get there? I think we need to compromise. I think we need to find a way forward. I think that we should in no way ever indicate either directly or indirectly that we do not trust our very professional public servants. Mr. Shugart has released his letter. He would like to come before the committee. who better than himself to provide the answers that we are looking for? No one is saying, and as Ms. Jirowitz said in her comments, the clerk redacted some, the clerk of the Privy Council, and then the law clerk redacted some more. So who better than to bring these two individuals before our committee so that all Canadians can hear firsthand, directly from their own mouths, why the documents were redacted the way that they were. I am sure that if they are given the opportunity to come before our committee, that there's no, a cover-up, there's no corruption whatsoever, there's no will from the government to hide anything from the Canadians and our constituents. We just want to make sure that we find a solution to this impasse and that we get back to the very important work that we were all elected to do, to serve our constituents in the best way that we can, and to be their strong voices and to offer them the support that they so very much still need going through the second wave. And I won't be surprised if there's going to be a third wave. So I beg all of us on this Finance Committee to find a way forward and do what we're expected to do. And I look forward to hearing more comments. I thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to provide my long-winded comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Koutrakis. And I think you outlined the concern over the impasse. I would hope that parties are talking offline to try and find a way out of this impasse. I don't know if Pat Kelly, I don't see him on there at the moment, but there used to be, Pat, there might have been a relative of yours. There used to be a federal labor mediator by the name of Kelly, and he was one of the best. So maybe we'll have to call you in because your name's the same to see if we can break this impasse. Turning then to...
I have a great idea. We'll just have a vote and then it's over.
I don't think they're going to agree to that.
Then they're the problem, Chair.
The next speaker on my list is Mr. Longfield. Welcome, Mr. Longfield.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the committee members. I'm pleased to be with you tonight. I sat in on some of the meetings last week, and I was surprised that it was only the Liberals talking about the documents that everybody wanted to see. And now we have the documents in front of us, and we have an amendment on the floor now to bring in the people that did some redacting to explain the redactions. I did see the presentation last week by Mr. Fraser, which was excellent in explaining how redactions happen and what was being redacted, and the pattern over and over of a mobile cell phone number, which was redacted several times to protect the public servant, or actually in that case was the person from the We Charity that was being referenced in the documents. And in order to protect their privacy so that Canadian citizens that come forward and provide information for us also have protections under the rules of the committee. And in the rules of the committee, I was surprised that Mr. Julian had commented about having the speaker rule on the committee, where really turning our privilege over to the speaker, where we all know that in the House of Commons the committees are the masters of their own destiny. And in fact, in Pierre Poilievre's motion, he quotes the speaker saying that the committee, which has control over the interpretation of its order, has an opportunity to examine the documents and decide what to do with them, which is really what we're talking about tonight. Without the sub-amendment, we're not doing what the speaker asked. We're not having people come and be witnesses for us to explain positions and why things happened in the way that they happened. And we're just saying that we have the documents and that's not enough. We need to know about the redactions, but we don't want to talk about them. We're chasing our tail, and I hope, as Ms. Koutrakis said, that there is a way forward, that we could see the committee moving forward. But in the meantime, it's very important to discuss the documents that are in front of us. And thanks to Mr. Fraguscatos for mentioning that I'm a bit of an innovation geek, but that came from being managing director of a few businesses where we put in ISO 9000 quality management systems. This is the quality management system of the House of Commons, of how do we get documents in front of us to make sure that quality systems are being followed, but then to bring people forward to discuss the quality system in application and how they interpreted it so that we could see whether there's differences in interpretation. And the documents, everything that we do has to do with documents. And last week, the whole agreement was in front of the committee and could have been discussed. But the redactions were discussed. And I won't go into that because tonight we're talking about amendments. But the agreement was very interesting. Mr. Chair, I've sat on 28 not-for-profit boards. My wife keeps track. And the agreements that we had with different orders of government in different types of not-for-profits were either contribution agreements that you were paid up front to deliver services or that you were reimbursed later after you've provided services. And IRAP is an example of the industry research and assistance programs that we provide businesses. We were delivering through a few not-for-profits in Guelph, and we had to upfront the money. And we did that through the Chamber of Commerce, through an agreement that we set up with them to work with their balance sheet instead of our balance sheet as we were starting Innovation Guelph. And we were able to provide services through the IRAP agreement and then had to report to the government what we had done in order to get reimbursed. And other agreements that we have, such as the one that we had, the We Charity had, is you get paid up front and then you have to report on how the money is dispersed and the qualifications of how the money gets dispersed, who qualifies, how they're qualified, how they're measured, how you report back to the government was all included in those documents that we won't go over tonight, but in depth. When you hear in the House of Commons comments that it was the Prime Minister's bank account or this had something to do with the Prime Minister's family, it was a document that was a legal agreement between a charity and the Government of Canada. And that charity, through its board of directors, which as any not-for-profit has to be able to report finances and is controlled by largely a volunteer board of directors. I'm not sure whether we had any paid board of director members, but usually the board of directors oversees the disbursement of funds and then reports back that the agreements have been reached. And having sat on boards, we were very concerned about any of these reports coming back to us because that was the fiduciary responsibility that the board members had to make sure that everything was being done properly so that we would eventually get paid back or that we wouldn't have to give the money back to the government that we had misappropriated or misspent. So what I have in front of me tonight, Mr. Chair, and I was following Ms. Katrakis very closely so that we wouldn't duplicate any pages. I'm starting in page 54, page 55, where we now have, the curtain has been lifted, if you will. The redactions that we discussed in the committee last week, many of those redactions have now been shown to the committee what was behind the redacted black bar. So in regard to this motion before us, I'd like the committee, through a number of these documents that we look at, that we have in our digital binder, and that really only the Liberals are discussing, which hopefully the other parties will also join in the discussion. This is the only way we can get it onto the record, that we now have these internal documents, the documents that are on our committee's website that can compare what the government provided to the parties through the Government House Leader's Office. And I'd also like to note that the Government House Leader's Office provided the parties with a USB stick on the day of prorogation that contained all the documents that were submitted to the law clerk. And so first, before I get started, I just want to speak about the PCO document that was provided to the committee by the law clerk after his redactions. And page 55, if you want to look at that, you'll be aware that it was completely blacked out. So that was one of those pages that I think when that infamous press gallery scene that Mr. Poilievre theatrically waved the papers in front of the cameras and threw some of them in the air to show that some sort of government cover-up was happening. When he knew, I would think he would know if he looked at the documents that the redactions were there because they were there was a reason for the information to be taken off. And it was either in those sections which were fully blacked out, something to do with cabinet confidence. Page 54 of the same document was also fully redacted to such an extent that only the subject and date were visible. So you knew what was on the page, but you couldn't see the details for the reasons that our public service made the decisions. And again, that they could come and explain to the committee if the committee would have them. But for now, our only witness is the document, which is why documents are so important in Parliament, is sometimes the document is all you have to go on. So noting that I'm sure that none of the pages provided by the government house leader are in fact redacted. The entire page was redacted by the law clerk and the documents that he briefly provided to the committee. And I know that in some of the debates, people get heated and they say, you know, the Prime Minister is the one that redacted these documents, or the House Leader redacted the government is covering up this. But really, the decisions on the redactions are made by our independent public service, which provided thousands of pages for us to review, and to see them thrown on the floor was a disservice to the public service. And it was also a disservice to documents in general, that documents are sacred. And if you think of documents in some of the faiths, the major faiths of the world, they are sacred. And it would be like me standing up at Mass and being a lector, which I am, and pulling pages out of the lectionary and throwing them on the floor. The documents that we rely on need to be treated with respect. And to see that throwing them all over, throwing them on the floor was disrespectful for the documents. It'd be like taking the Quran or the Sikhs' sacred writings or the Torah and disrespecting it. These are the documents of Parliament that we have to respect, and the people behind those documents have to be respected. So page 51 of
point of order.
Sure, point of order.
Point of order,
of the
relevance, but I also think Mr. Longfield is becoming a little bit offensive.
Just hold on, Mr. Longfield. Wait till we hear the point of order, then we'll make a decision.
I was waiting for you.
This is absolutely not relevant, and I found it, quite frankly, a bit offensive to compare the redacted documents to sacred text. But the question of relevance is very clear here, Mr. Chair.
To relevance, Mr. Longfield, you were on the documents. That's relevant. Maybe don't stretch the comparisons too far.
Sure, Mr. I was just trying to draw the importance of words, the importance of written words, and how written words mean so much in different contexts. In Parliament, the written words that we use are very important, and that's what we're looking at tonight. So I wasn't trying to say these were scriptural words. These are written words that we're dealing with in the same way that written words are used in other contexts. So page 51 of the PCO document is received by the committee. By the law clerk, contains an email that was sent by Sophia Marquez from the WE organization, and it was sent to, well, we can't tell, as both the name and the email address of the recipient has been blacked out. And in the email, it references someone who had spoken to this named person. But if I look to the documents the government provided, you could not find out who the recipient was. So the recipient was being protected. Now we know that it was Caitlin Lyon, and the person referenced in the email who talked to her was Chris, who's likely Christiane Fox, who was a Deputy Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs at PCO at the time. And so the relevance to our study of knowing whose desk it was on and why it was on, you could argue, or if we had witnesses, they could tell us why they didn't think it was relevant. For now, we can now see who these people were, what their names were, and that could be discussed at committee whether that's relevant or not. Page 45 of the PCO documents provided to the committee and redacted again by the law clerk, not by the Prime Minister, not by a Liberal insider. It's a nonpartisan servant of the Government of Canada that, again, interestingly, on the third page, it's redacted. But yet again, if you look at the same page in the documents provided by the GHLO, you'll see that the part redacted by the law clerk is in fact the signature block of one of the public servants. So again, is that important for the study? Is that important to know whether there was a government cover-up? Yes, you know, there is a huge amount of redactions in the documents that were received by this committee, but the vast majority of them were done by the Office of the Law Clerk. And now we've seen a couple of examples of what was behind the redactions. And it's certainly not being addressed to the, an individual within the Liberal Party. The page 47 of the documents from PCO provided to the committee by the law clerk also looks like a conversation that was cut off in the middle. So if you want to just pull that one up, and you can look side by side, and you can see the black, and then you can see some pieces that we can now see. However, if you look at the unredacted document, again, you look at that and you see that the document provided to the clerk had no redactions at all. So as you notice above, there are just some of the examples of the PCO documents that were released by the Government House Leader. And compared to those redacted by the Parliamentary Law Clerk. However, I want to turn your attention for a moment to the ESDC documents, because this is an issue of differing redactions. It's not just present in the release of the PCO documents. This time of night, my voice starts going, so pardon me while I take a sip. My COVID drink of choice is hot lemon water with honey, but it's on another floor of my house. So much of the subject matter deals with the CSSG. It's contained in the documents among officials in this ESDC and the staff of the Office of the Minister of Diversity, Inclusion and Youth, and she's come up in a lot of discussions. The first example I would turn your attention to involves an email among the Minister's office staff and the public servants. So side by side, you can see a redacted copy and an unredacted copy on page 299 of the ESDC release. So looking at page 299, this has been released to our committee. We've got it on our electric drive. Briefly, the Parliamentary Law Clerk has shown us this. We haven't had a chance to discuss it. You'd be confronted with a line of black redactions on one copy throughout the document. And yet, if you turn your attention to the same page of the same document released by the Government House Leader, there's no redactions whatsoever. So what's being redacted? The document from the Government House Leader was reviewed by the public servants, and it was released unredacted as requested. And you can see what was unredacted. What was redacted in the first instance were some names of people. If you look down further, you'll see some email addresses. Some of the principal people were left in the document. But there's another great example. So there's no huge cover-up. There's no conspiracy, and I mean, this isn't a trial. This is a committee room. And committee rooms aren't where you do trials. This isn't where you get unobjective information. This is where you actually get partisans debating information. But in this case, the words are very clear. What's being redacted, what isn't being redacted. Page 430, looking at page 430 of the law clerk's documents, in those documents on the page mentioned, what do we find? So if you look up page 430, There's significant redactions again. The page is riddled with black lines. Let me reiterate for the committee, though, that this is a document that was redacted by the parliamentary law clerk as requested in a motion passed by this very committee and as requested by the official opposition. We were asking for documents, but we said we didn't need to see some of the things that would be considered confidential that didn't pertain to the study that the committee was doing. But if we look at the exact same page in the documents released by the government House Leader, the documents that the opposition accuse us or accuse of being completely redacted, what do we find? Nothing. No redactions. That whole page is clear. There's not one redaction. The proof is right here in front of us. If you don't believe me, take a look for yourself. You look at this, the name at the top is Daisy Amanda, I think. I'm having trouble reading my screen. Rachel Warnick is who it's from. It's sent on April the 30th, 2020. That wasn't redacted in the first case. Looking at who it went to, and you can see the name of the person it went to and the carbon copy of the person that it went to. So the content is what was being provided. The amount of content that was considered sensitive ended up being blackened out. We can look at it and see whether we would think it would be overly sensitive or whether it really contributes anything. The law clerk decided we really didn't need to see what was behind there, but now the House Leader has looked at it and said, okay, just open the door on that piece just to show that we're being open by default. A few pages later, on page 494 from the SDC release, we have the parliamentary
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Julian, I believe Mr. Longfield is froze.
Well, that's a very interesting filibuster technique, but it does raise the issue of relevance. Him staying in that same position and not actually saying anything at all, I think indicates that we really should proceed to a vote because obviously Mr. Longfield has nothing to add.
I don't believe it's Mr. Longfield in this case. I believe it's technology, Mr. Julian, and he's in central Canada. I usually think their technology is better than at the ends here. But Mr. Longfield, did we lose you? Okay, if we lost Mr. Longfield, I will go to Mr. Fragaskatis and come back to Mr. Longfield. We'll give him a... Madam Clerk, do you know what happened there?
I'm being told that Mr. Longfield's capacity on his computer was at 100%. IT ambassador is reaching out to him right now.
Okay, we'll give him a minute, and otherwise we'll go to Mr. Fragaskatis.
Thank you very much,
Mr. Sabera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, that's proof positive.
We'll give him a minute, Peter.
Sure. Okay, no problem.
Look, why don't we suspend for 10 minutes and take a washroom break while he's coming on? I'm the only one on this end. I think I'm up for a washroom break. So we'll spend for 10 minutes and come back at 9:15. It's 9:04 now. 8:04 your guys' time. 8:15 Ottawa time. Meeting suspended. And yours, Mr. Longfield.
Thank you. I apologize for the technical inconveniences. Microsoft Edge was going through an update, and I had too many other programs closed or open, so I closed them all. But I got my hot water and lemon, so hopefully that'll help out. So I think I was leaving off. I was talking about page 494. Excuse me. It was from the ESDC documents. Looking at what the parliamentary law clerk again had looked at in terms of what needed to be redacted, including emails and names. So similar to what we saw on the other documents. And whereas if we compared to what the government House Leader released as completed by the Professional Nonpartisan Public Service, we find no redactions whatsoever. So again, what was redacted? Rachel Warnick was being redacted several times, but now we know who she was, who the author was of the document. We even have her mobile phone number, which had been raised a number of times last week. And I can just imagine if that's public and then people have her cell number, and we all know what that does to your life when you're in the middle of a family gathering and somebody's calling you asking about redacted documents. But that's the type of public servant we have. We were trying to protect, and but for the purpose of the committee's work, we now know some of those details that were being protected before. So Chair, I just find it interesting that the opposition has continued in public to call into question these documents. They were provided to our committee. It was like chasing a car, like a dog chasing a car down the street, and then the car stops and the dog doesn't know, you've got what you needed, so now what do you want to do with it? But I think my colleagues will understand that there's always been an inherent tension between what we ask for as parliamentarians and what we're able to receive, the ability of the government to safely provide the documents without compromising the responsible functioning of the government. So it's really not a question of covering things up. It's a protection towards our civil service who have been working extremely hard through COVID, and always. When I was first elected, that was something I was just amazed with, it, the professionalism of our public service. That always say, is there anything more we can do for you, sir? They give you things faster than you expected, and then they say, what else do you need? Those are the people that we're trying to protect. So that we can use their information without sharing the information that would directly connect them, and we speak on their behalf when we're in committees. But again, trying to get with the amendment, getting the heads of the civil service and the law clerk to come and say, you know, what is the process of redaction and what process were you following? Because we receive the documents through their work, and how they make those decisions really should be of interest to the committee to know what the process is that's followed. But as a democracy, you know, we do have the three equal branches of government. And, you know, whether it's the Supreme Court of Canada, the Senate, or the House of Commons, we all are working together for Canadians. It has been recognized, though, that Parliament is supreme, because we are the elected officials. We are, unlike other democracies, thinking of south of us, where judges are elected, or in our case, we have appointment systems for the other orders of Parliament. But we are the ones that are elected by the people of Canada. So the extent to which our supremacy allows for the production of cabinet confidences has been a matter of debate for some time. But we also know that as cabinet is discussing things, we end up in a different place at the end of the discussion to where we started. And if you start at the beginning of the discussion and say, did you know what cabinet's doing? And then the cabinet doesn't deliver on that, that would really undermine the trust that Canadians have in cabinet. It's similar to a board meeting. In business, we had board meetings all the time where we would talk about the future of the company. And sometimes the future, in times like this, we'd be saying, how many people do we have to lay off? And then sometimes we'd find ways that we didn't have to lay them off. We'd get support from Government of Canada in the case of the businesses now getting support so that they don't have to lay people off. And those decisions are made once they know that the support's in place from the Government of Canada. The people don't have to be losing sleep because they're going to be losing their jobs because we're supporting them. But those are discussions that are done behind closed doors, not to be nefarious, not to try and hide things, but really to protect your employees from concerns that they don't have to worry about because you're paid as a manager to worry about the what needs to be done on behalf of the people you're serving in your company, similar to what we do when we're serving the people in our communities. And the Government of Canada's cabinet has to be able to have those very frank discussions of worst case scenarios and then plan around those without causing turmoil in people's homes or even in the stock markets for that matter. So we could go in great detail about several of the Tory ministers and MPs, including the member from Carleton, who have argued in favor of safeguarding cabinet confidences. I think regardless of the stripe of your party, you can understand that there are certain things that have to be done in confidence. And they're for very many different reasons when you're working with different governments across the world, for world security, for the security of people at their kitchen tables is really, my family doesn't know a lot of the discussions that we have in government because I'm there for them as I'm there for the other families in Guelph. They don't need to know what's keeping me up at night. My wife will know sometimes that I've been up at night, but she won't know.
Point of order.
I'm worrying about the businesses in Guelph.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yes,
if we could just get back on,
Vecchio.
If we could just get back on topic, that'd be great.
So, and I'm sure that Ms. Vecchio has some
relevant,
of the same...
Mr. Longfield. I think you're using an example to make a point.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I have made that point.
Point of order.
Mr. Fragiskatis.
Mr. Chair, here too, the member was trying to make their point, and in the middle of a sentence was interrupted. It continues to happen. It's been happening today. It's been happening, and now I've been interrupted. But
point of order, please.
Just hold on, Ms. Vecchio. I got to hear Mr. Fragiskatis' point of order first. Go ahead, Mr. Fragiskatis.
It is not a contravention of parliamentary procedure, Mr. Chair, for a member to slightly waver off a point if they're going to go back and make that point with examples or however they might do it. Yeah, Mr. Longfield was illustrating a personal example that was proving his argument.
I think you made your point, Mr. Fragiskatis, and that's what I indicated to Mr. Longfield, as long as it was an example related to make his point. Ms. Vecchio.
I appreciate the debate that was brought forward by Mr. Fragiskatis, but I also look at the time, and I think that if it's really relevant, that it should not take 4 or 5 minutes to get to a relevant story and then try to make that. So maybe we have to look at the longevity of the story before we bring it back. I'd prefer maybe to go a couple inches, but not a full mile. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vecchio. I believe Mr. Longfield heard your point. Mr. Longfield, you get the floor.
And I appreciate both comments, and I also appreciate the chance to get a sip of my hot water and lemon. So as you do the points of orders, it gives me a break, and I appreciate that. But I wasn't doing that to have that break. I'm really showing, and getting back to the documents that we're talking about, is that as elected officials, we have a role to play. Sometimes that role needs to be protected by confidence. And as the professional nonpartisan public service, they have their role to play in providing us documents that will also protect Canadians and protect the confidences that they have within their office, that people share information that isn't always something that should be put out in the public domain, like mobile cell phone numbers as an example. So the sworn duty to protect national security, the privacy and cabinet confidences, I was making that point when I was interrupted by the points of order, that we all have things that we have to shoulder on our own responsibilities as leaders. And when they've provided the documents to the committee and the documents aren't being reviewed and the witnesses aren't coming forward to say why they're redacting, I've got an issue with that. And that's what I'm giving my presentation tonight about, is the issue I have that the committee really hasn't picked up the information that it was given and had a fulsome discussion with the people responsible for redactions. So repeating, I won't repeat all the matters that relate to the Canada Student Service Grant and its creation. But really, at the end of the day, we have students that aren't getting served because of what's going on in this room. And even if we could find a way to bridge these cabinet confidences, we're still not serving the people that we're trying to serve by getting them the funding that we were trying to get them. So it's an unfortunate situation that we have in front of us. And when the day that prorogation occurred, and I was in the House earlier, and we were talking about, the Conservatives were mentioning prorogation. The Government House Leader's Office released these documents for all of us to read. We had some days to read those. We went from having a committee of COVID-19 in Parliament to going towards having full Parliament, which was scheduled in September. We lost 3 days in the House because of prorogation in order to get a throne speech. But in the meantime, the committee could continue this work.
Point of order.
The documents. And as well, the law clerk did realize that some of the documents...
Mr. Julian.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Though I think Mr. Longfield is trying to get back onto the subject already, so I'll retire my point of order.
Okay, your point of order is retired, Mr. Longfield.
I feel like I'm at the kitchen table with my 3 daughters and my wife. If they knew that you could call a point of order every time I added a few things, I would never get a chance to finish my stories at the table either. But I will keep on point as much as I can, given the way that I'm constructed myself. So the exact same documents. The only difference that I've shown tonight is the law clerk's own redactions that were requested by the committee, and he thought were necessary based on the direction that the committee gave him. And as you can clearly see in these comparisons, and several more that I'm going to highlight now, I've got a few more to look at. The documents provided by the government were in good order. There's minimal redactions. If the opposition members have issue with the redactions made by the law clerk, they should take them up with him, and we should have the law clerk come to our committee so that we could say, you shouldn't have redacted that, and then you can have that discussion, but now we can't. So I'm acting on behalf of the law clerk, which is another situation that we don't need to have. I want to turn the committee's attention, just one more example here on page 615 of the ESDC document release. I've got this in front of me. You could get it in front of you with the electronic documents. It was redacted by the parliamentary law clerk again, and the mirror image of that page was also released by the government house leader. You can see a lot of black. On the left-hand copy and on the right-hand copy, you can see that the person that it was addressed to was Daisy. Hi, Daisy. Yes, Michelle. Michelle's name was taken out. The content of the discussion was there. It was our cabinet liaison office. She'll be getting in touch with, blah, blah, blah. The people that were in the discussion were redacted. The purpose of the discussion was not redacted. And again, at this front, the next part of it on the same page, all of the contact information is redacted, but the content is totally not redacted. Good morning, colleagues. And then you can read that. I won't take up the time to read it into the record, but we do have that document in front of us. So as you can see, these examples go on and on and on. Unfortunately, they got thrown up in the air and they got trampled on and treated disrespectfully, as I said. But you can see that these emails are actually from real public servants that are on relevant topics to this, to the CSSG. They're virtually untouched with regards to the emails provided by the government house leader. However, it's not just the PCO and ESDC documents where we see these discrepancies. Let's quickly turn our attention for a moment to the documents provided by Finance Canada. So another issue is finance. And of course, Finance Canada has been very involved with the discussions. So page 44, looking below, there's a great example from the finance documents. It's the first glance of the documents provided to the committee by the law clerk. You can make, again, what's nefarious here? There's all kinds of blackouts. There's something being hidden. So now the curtain is lifted, and what's behind the black ink? Mr. Poilievre likes to point out all the black ink, but what is it actually covering? When we compare the pages, we can see that the documents released by the government House Leader without redactions, I know Mr. Poilievre has been trivializing the fact that we pointed out redacted phone numbers, but you really can't argue with a side-by-side comparison. I mean, look at it. The fact is the black ink that he refers to was done in keeping with the committee mandate, and it was carried out by the law clerk himself. And you can see it was contact information, the email addresses, the phone numbers, content is still there. So continuing on, Chair, I do think it's important to point out that we do very much appreciate the hard work of the parliamentary law clerk and the public service when it came to preparing these documents in the last session. And they did it quickly in the middle of a pandemic, working from home in some cases, I'm sure. But as I've noted, while there's nothing inherently in this constant push and pull between government and parliament when it comes to access Crown documents, I think we can all agree that those involved in helping compile and review these documents are dedicated public servants. And they've done an amazing job, especially considering the circumstances with them and their families and the pandemic that we're all going through. And the motion this week in the House of all these more documents that they're trying to serve us and serve Canada and serve the community. And now they're going through all of these thousands of pages of redactions. So I don't want to draw the attention of the committee to all the documents, but page 245, we'll just quickly look at that one. And we could go through thousands, but the pattern is showing. The finance document release, which when we compare this with the law clerk release from the first session, shows the stark differences. Excuse me. Sorry. A lot of black. And excuse me, behind the black, we've got a name. We've got, we do see what the subject was. And now we can see that it's, it looks like a signature line that has a telephone number on it, Government of Canada. Signature lines take up a lot of room. They're repeated on lots of documents, but it does show that it came from the Department of Finance, and it does show that it's the Government of Canada. The rest of the signature line is darkened. Not again to harp on Mr. Poilievre, but he's brought it up. I really think that he and his colleagues on the other side are going to have to move on from blaming our government for overly redacting and blacking out pages. From here, it looks like the government House Leader has released exactly what was requested when the parliamentary law clerk carried out the wishes of the committee in its motion. Really operating under our direction. We don't need a speaker's ruling on this. We as a committee decided that's what we needed, and that's what was provided. A similar example of what appears a complete redaction appears on page 310 of the finance documents, because as noted here, the documents from the law clerk are full of redactions. Clearly, these are names of public servants along with the elusive phone numbers that Mr. Poilievre is after. What are the names of the public servants? How many of them are on the document? Well, now you can see them. You can see who they are, because the documents that have been released by the government House Leader now shows who they are and what their contact information is, which puts them at risk if this is something that goes out and people want to start blaming staff. And I think of my staff, I operate on their behalf. I will take the questions for them because I'm their leader. So we were trying to get the leaders in here to talk to us about why they did what they did. And so far, the committee hasn't let that happen. As I mentioned earlier, Chair, the document released by the government House Leader were lightly redacted by the public service in keeping with their responsibilities under relevant legislation and statutes. But in keeping with the promise of Mr. Shugart, the clerk of the Privy Council, a significant amount of information, including cabinet competences, which we didn't ask for, were included. Now, if the law clerk chose to take a different view and redact some of the information as he saw fit, in keeping with the motion from this committee, then that was his prerogative because we didn't ask for that information. Yet you'll notice that the government has done a fulsome job of providing what we asked for and more, and brought it forward to the committee. So it's disingenuous, in my opinion, for the opposition, for Mr. Poilievre and his colleagues to say that we're pushing a narrative that they're pushing the narrative that we're not being fulsome, and that we're saying we're being open, and that's being challenged. But how can you challenge that when you see the documents in front of us? We haven't contravened best practices. We've followed the release of the documents. In fact, the government has released more than what we asked for, as I said, a number of documents that had cabinet confidence. Some of the cabinet confidences were redacted, as Mr. Fraser pointed out last week, because they had nothing to do with our study. That never, ever, ever would have seen the light of day under the administration of the former Prime Minister, Stephen Harper. And we know that with the record there. The administration that Mr. Poilievre was also a member of, he knows what redactions are, and he knows what openness are. I can't see how you could look at this as anything but being open as a government. So Mr. Poilievre defended the complete redaction of a document in 2014, and to try and conflate and substitute what the law clerk prepared with what the public service prepared and was released by the House Leader, it's just disingenuous. It's plain for everyone to see the examples I've shown tonight. That the public service was comprehensive in its work. It compiled and provided information as it relates to WE. It was released by the government House Leader. In this case, I'm showing throughout my remarks, and as I've consistently been showing, that it doesn't matter which part of the documents we look at, there are clear differences in the level of redactions. We have opened up to show what was being changed. And unfortunately, the people making the changes are not being welcomed into the committee to talk to us about it. So just about the last thing is page 1198 of the SDC document. Looking at the 2 pages, the point's been proven already. We've been proving it over and over. Lots of redactions on page 1198. The government House Leader page has none, 0. And you can see the information. Thanks, looks really good, cheers, came from Stephen. We didn't know that until we lifted the curtain. Or let's say I pull out page 160 of the PCD documents. We can look at that copy released by the government House Leader. Minimal redaction, either for non-relevance or in relation to some attachments that have nothing to do with the student service grant. And if we look at the rest of the email, you can see the majority of the text. So if we were to compare this with the law clerk's version that was released to us before prorogation, and we had time during prorogation to look it over, we see lines that are black. Now, if we looked at it in front of a TV camera, you could wave the page around and there's no black. It looks like a page is just coming off your printer. So a big chunk of the document is now open. We can see what the differences are. However, under close inspection, it is mostly personal information, again, that we've said. It's related to the public servants in the chain. It's, however, not the case in the documents compiled by those same public servants for disclosure as released by the House Leader. So, in review, Chair, throughout my remarks, I've continually pointed out the rather stark difference in redaction from the documents released to us briefly in the previous session of Parliament and those documents that were released by the government House Leader. It's a stark difference. It's clearly looking at the redactions that were outlined in the motion for the production of documents and the redactions carried out by the law clerk, totally in line with what the committee was looking for. The truth is in front of us. The government provided over 5,000 documents. These documents included unprecedented access to cabinet confidences, the discussions among public servants, the previous agreement that you would never have seen under this kind of disclosure. In fact, Mr. Poilievre and his colleagues fought tooth and nail to get what was a choking amount of information. And I think it was, I'd only speculate that it wasn't expected that that level of information would be provided, and it was. And as I noted in my remarks, this is the kind of natural tension that exists between legislative and executive branches of government. and the public service. My colleague forgot that this country operates with 3 equal branches of government. They're correct about the supremacy of Parliament, but even in this history of this place, it's always been recognized that there are limits on what Parliament requests and what the Crown discloses. Our government takes its responsibility very seriously, including providing parliamentarians with as much information as possible to do our work. However, when Parliament members or members of Parliament recognize as a long-standing precedent that some information is not able to be disclosed for reasons that I've given. The clerk of the Privy Council committed to ensuring the committee had all documentation as it related to the government decision-making process regarding the Canada Student Service Grant. So all the information that we asked for was there. This was provided and released by the government House Leader. Our government was and is committed to ensuring that the committee has access to information directly related to studying this matter. However, this doesn't mean that unrelated cabinet confidences were not going to be protected. This was done where it was necessary and really doesn't impact the study. Where the law clerk chose to redact further in relation to privacy, it was his decision and likely in keeping in accordance with the committee's motion and instructions. So, Chair, I think that the evidence is clear. This idea that we submitted pages and pages of blacked out documents is simply not the case. There was a lot of drama behind that, but when you look at the pages themselves, the drama is taken away, the redactions are looked at, even the comparisons of redacted versus unredacted. We've provided the detailed and unprecedented access to cabinet confidence as it relates to the Canada Student Service Grant. The documents clearly show that nothing nefarious took place. The opposition's clearly playing some partisan games here. It's the different versions of these documents and looking to spin further controversy out of them when there's clearly none to be had, and the students still don't have the service that we're trying to provide them. So I think for the good of the country, as we continue to battle this second wave, we need to now turn our attention to the mandated responsibility.
Point of order from Mr. Julian.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I do question relevance, and also, of course, as the member knows, we are suggesting this go to the nonpartisan speaker, so the only people being partisan are government members.
I don't believe that's a point of order. I believe that's more a debate.
No, and I did address that at the beginning of my comments, that the speaker doesn't sit on the committee. This is the committee's job to do its job and not to defer to the speaker. The speaker has another job to do, and that's to conduct the House of Commons and all of the other responsibilities without having to go into every committee to try and be the adjudicator. This isn't a court of law. This is a committee, and so we all have our opinions that we put forward, and we back it up with the information that I've provided tonight. And I think for the good of the country, as I was saying, we have to keep battling COVID-19. We have to turn our attention to the mandated responsibility to conduct pre-budget consultations. And Minister Freeland made some comments in the media today, and she's going ahead with things that we need to be talking about as a committee. Canadians need to know that we're listening and that we're focused on the economy and protecting jobs. This year, pre-budget consultations will be as crucial as ever. We haven't had pre-budget consultations because of COVID, and now we have to get to them. So as we go forward, I'm really hoping that my opposition colleagues are going to set aside the partisan ambitions, the trying to grab headlines, to set this motion from Mr. Poilievre aside and work with the government members to advance what's in the best interests of Canadians right now. And that's the pre-budget consultations and the economic and financial plan of the government, and continuing to fight COVID-19, getting us through the economic crisis and the health crisis. But we need to do that together. The public doesn't need to see partisan bickering. They need to see parliamentarians working together on behalf of our constituents. And I'm here to do that, Mr. Chair, and I'll turn the floor back over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Longfield. On my speaking order here is Mr. Fragaskatis and then Mr. Sabera. Mr. Fragaskatis.
Thank you.
The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair. I appreciate that. I see colleagues, I see opposition colleagues, and I'm not sure if they've been following along to what Liberal members have been putting forward. Mr. Longfield gave a really outstanding overview of the issues at play here. I certainly hope opposition colleagues were listening intently. If they were not, and if they're looking for something else to do during tonight's proceedings, I would advise them that the speech given by the Minister of Finance today is something that's tremendously interesting, and they can pass their time that way. That way, at least they would be able to bring ideas to a committee, hopefully in the coming weeks, that can be discussed and focused upon. Mr. Chair, issues around debt to GDP ratio, issues around economic growth, a number of points raised in the speech given by the Finance Minister earlier today. With that said, though, Mr. Chair, I do want to put into the record something that allows us as a committee to further understand the matter at hand, further put the issues being discussed here into proper context. I'll cite relevant references by previous Conservative Party of Canada ministers and MPs as it relates to the redaction of documents by the government of the day. There's a few examples that I'll go through, Mr. Chair. The first comes from 2007, April 25th, 2007. It's a quotation from Peter MacKay. And so what Minister MacKay said at that time, the quotation reads as follows: Mr. Speaker, that is patently false. These reports are received, reviewed, and redacted in exactly the same fashion as they have since 2002. The previous government went through the same process. There are lawyers and officials in all departments who make these decisions independent of the political branch of government. There were no ministers, and certainly the Prime Minister was not involved in any redactions and decisions made as to what information was to be redacted in the reports. A further example, Mr. Chair, this from MP Tom Lekuski from 2011, March 9th. Is the specific date for the record here in front of us. Mr. Speaker, I simply want to suggest that the government believed that the information we provided would satisfy the members opposite in their desire to find information as the cost of our crime bills, our law and order bills. The quote continues, Mr. Chair. However, one thing needs to be discussed here, and I hope it is something that would be acceptable to all members. We need respect. In all cases, we need to respect, in all cases, cabinet confidence. I know the member for King's Hants has argued that a previous government, the previous Liberal government, had released cabinet confidence when requested by the House. However, Mr. Speaker, I think you would find historically that is not the case. There needs to be respect for cabinet and respect for the information discussed in cabinet. That is fundamental to our democracy. While I can appreciate the member wanting information that would satisfy him and his committee members in trying to determine absolute costs, the member also needs to respect cabinet confidence. We respect the decision by the chair, obviously, and we are not challenging that. However, does my honourable colleague believe that the cabinet confidence is fundamental to the democracy of Canadian government? That was the end of the quote there, Mr. Chair. Obviously, a rhetorical question pointed to by Mr. Lekuski. Again, on the same date, by the same MP, it continues. Mr. Speaker, I am very pleased to hear from my colleague from King's Hants that he agrees that there is such a concept as cabinet confidence. However, I think it's important to realize, again, as I pointed out in my earlier intervention to his original point of privilege, that cabinet confidence has to be respected in Parliament. What the member is talking about now, though, is information that he needs and his colleagues need in committee to determine whether the legislation brought forward by this government is actually not only affordable to the Canadian public, but necessary. I would point out that prior to the decision today, the government provided that information to the opposition. In other words, as I pointed out in my intervention, we provided the information contained within the documents, but not the documents themselves. My question for the member of the opposition was not whether or not information was or was not provided. It has been clear that information has been provided. My question was whether documents that are considered to be cabinet confidence should have the ability to be protected by confidence, not turned over as the sheer desire of an opposition that may be doing it for strictly partisan purposes. I'm reading the quotes here, Mr. Chair, but it's all very interesting that Conservatives felt this way at one point in previous times. It continues. The question I asked dealt with information versus documents, and I do not hear a distinct answer to the question. So that's the end of that particular quotation, Mr. Chair. I'll continue with a further example. This one from former Justice Minister Rob Nicholson, who in 2010, March 31st of that year, said the following. First, as is well established in law and parliamentary practice, the principle of necessity must underscore all matters of privilege. Second, as parliamentarians, we should always be guided by a principle of great restraint when asserting privileges of the House. The central issue before you, Mr. Speaker, is whether parliamentary privilege gives the House an absolute and unqualified right to order the production of documents and to receive the documents, and whether any expression of views that it might not constitute a contempt of the House. On this point, Mr. Nicholson continued, I would remind the House that our parliamentary privileges are not indefinite nor unlimited, but defined by the Constitution of the Parliament of Canada Act as those possessed by the United Kingdom House of Commons in 1867. On the second point, I would remind the House, that exact scope of those privileges have been a matter of debate since Confederation. As you know, Mr. Speaker, many of our parliamentary privileges are unwritten. While there may be general agreement on the existence of parliamentary privilege because our privileges are not codified, there are quite often debates on the scope of our privileges. There have been occasions where the Government of Canada and the House of Commons have taken different positions on the scope of parliamentary privilege. An example, Nicholson continued, an example was in the case of Vade, where the Attorney General of Canada and the House of Commons took different views on the scope of the powers of the House to regulate its internal affairs. We also saw in the case that the scope of the powers of the House was found to be more limited than what had been claimed. Similar debate is before us today. The member for Scarborough Rouge River has expressed an opinion on the scope of the powers of the House to send for papers. The Minister of National Defence, on behalf of the government, has taken a different view. Similarly, the law clerk of the House of Commons has expressed his opinion on the powers of parliamentary committees to compel the testimony of witnesses. And the Department of Justice has expressed a different point of view with respect to government officials who are bound by the law and ought not to be pressured by parliamentary committees to breach their duties under statutes like the Privacy Act. For example, Speaker Beaudoin observed in 1957 that no matter how ample its powers may be.
Point of order, Mr. Julian.
Sorry, relevance.
I mean,
we gave him a lot of leeway, but no, it's
leeway
not
is defined by the member opposite. Mr. Chair. I'm putting the matter into context.
We'll not debate it. I do think, Mr. Julian, it is relevant. Parliament's precedents are set on previous actions. The debate relates to the redaction of documents, and pretty well everything that Mr. Scott has said in his remarks. I've been listening closely. Relates to previous decisions by ministers and governments related to redactions or not redactions. Mr. Fragaskatis.
I appreciate that, Mr. Chair. I'll begin by on this point of Speaker Beaudoin in 1957. Mr. Nicholson said as follows. For example, Speaker Beaudoin observed in 1957 that no matter how ample its powers may be, there are certain documents to which the House is not entitled, and that is those a cabinet minister refuses to produce on his own responsibility. Similarly, in the United Kingdom, a resolution on ministerial accountability was adopted unanimously by the House of Commons in March 1997, which acknowledged that ministers may withhold information in accordance with access to information rules reflecting the long-standing practice in that House. The second problem with the allegation relates to the minimal role that the Speaker is empowered to perform in relation to question period. As O'Brien and Bosch state at page 510, the Speaker ensures that replies adhere to the dictates of order, decorum, and parliamentary language. The Speaker, however, is not responsible for the quality or content of replies to questions. In most instances, when a point of order or a question of privilege has been raised in regard to a response to an oral question, the Speaker has ruled that the matter is a disagreement among members over the facts surrounding the issue. As such, these matters are more a question of debate and do not constitute a breach of the rules or of privilege. While I respect our law clerks, and this is still from Mr. Nicholson, while I respect our law clerk, his views are opinions, not the law, Mr. Chair. It is not a breach of privilege for a law officer of the Crown to hold a different view. To suggest that a legal advisor who has a different opinion from our law clerk, from the member of Scarborough Rouge River, or even of the House as a whole, is somehow in contempt of the House, would be an abuse of our parliamentary privileges. Officials also have a duty and specific legal responsibility to hold in confidence information that may have come into their possession in the course of their duties. Therefore, when appearing before parliamentary committees, they are bound by these legal obligations, as well as an obligation to the minister and to the government not to disclose information that is confidential for reasons of national security or privacy, or because it consists of advice to ministers. This has never been challenged by the House of Commons. In 1991, the government issued notes on responsibilities of public servants in relation to parliamentary committees. This document, which has not been rescinded or altered under successive governments, states as follows. Public servants have a general duty as well as a specific legal responsibility to hold in confidence the information that may come into their possession in the course of their duties. This duty and responsibility are exercised within the framework of the law, including in particular any obligations of the government to disclose information to the public under the Access to Information Act or to protect it from disclosure under the other statutes such as the Privacy Act. To argue to the contrary would be inimical to the principles of the rule of law and parliamentary sovereignty. Parliamentary committee is subordinate, not superior to the legislative will of Parliament as expressed in its enactments. There should be nothing controversial in that statement. It simply means that where the Parliament of Canada has, by statute, enacted the duty of confidentiality and imposed it on government officials, or where the law of solicitor-client privilege imposes a similar duty of confidentiality on lawyers not to disclose the legal advice given to their clients, or when some other legal duty, such as Crown privilege, is at stake. The proper attitude of government officials cannot be that they are instantly relieved of their legal duties when they are called to appear before a parliamentary committee. In order for there to be a valid question of privilege, there must be evidence that the House and its members have been impeded in carrying out their parliamentary duties. I would argue that, to the contrary, the government has made attempts to facilitate the work of members in holding the government to account.
Point of order, Mr. Julian.
Relevance, Mr. Chair, he is presuming the Speaker's ruling on this. He can't presume the Speaker's ruling.
No, I'll push back there, Mr. Chair. With due respect to Mr. Julian, I
presume the Speaker's ruling.
No. Oops, I muted myself. I believe what Mr. Fragascatis is doing is quoting the statement related to the point of privilege. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Chair, on the basic observation that we can't know where we're going until we know where we've been. And so a previous colleague of ours has put on the record thoughts that I think this committee should be open to. It, again, is meant to put the matter into a wider context. Mr. Julian continues to intervene here. Again, I raised a question of privilege before. I didn't push it. The more I'm interrupted,
now, Mr. Fragascatis, you're off topic. It's Mr. Julian's right to raise a point of order and raise relevance, and that is his parliamentary right. It's also your right to use a quote that, as long as it's relevant, and I believe it is, because you're quoting past testimony related to the point of privilege. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Nicholson continued by adding, the government wishes to provide members with the information that is necessary for them to perform their duty of holding the government to account. Ministers and public servants will always strive to provide parliamentarians with information in a full and transparent manner. But we must balance this obligation with our fundamental duty to protect information for reasons of national security, national defense, and foreign relations. This has been our approach in relation to the issue of the transfer of Afghan prisoners. Mr. Speaker, as you will recall, the December order called for uncensored documents. It listed 8 different categories of documents to be produced. The order did not specify exactly when such documents should be produced, who should produce them, or whom they should be produced for. The order made no reference to the confidential information being protected or that the Security of Information Act or other laws would be respected. Mr. Speaker, in light of this, I would like to take the opportunity to note the following facts for your information and for the information of the House. In dealing with matters that are that must legitimately be kept secret for reasons of state, there is a dilemma in establishing a system of control. At some point, secrecy must end and publicity begin. And at this juncture, there must inevitably be a gap in knowledge and power to send for persons, papers, and records. That part is in quotation specifically, Mr. Chair, to send for persons, papers, and records between the controllers and the controlled. If Parliament shares the secret knowledge, then the press and public must accept Parliament's viewpoint on trust. If Parliament is not privy to the secrets, then Parliament must accept some other person's conclusions on trust. There is little evidence in Canada that either Parliament or the public would accept Parliament as part of the inner circle of control, privy to the secrets of state. Crown privilege as part of the common law recognizes that the government has a duty to protect these and other public interests. While the member opposite may wish to invoke the idea of parliamentary supremacy to support this point, it must be remembered that the Crown is as much a constituent part of Parliament as is the House of Commons and the Senate. These parts can act to define the powers of each through statute, but the House alone cannot make law nor extend the scope of its privileges. The government wishes to provide members with the information that is necessary for them to perform their duty of holding the government to account. The government, of course, has great respect for the work of the House of Commons and its committees. Ministers and public servants will always strive to provide parliamentarians with information in a full, transparent manner. However, we must balance this obligation with our fundamental duty to protect information for national security, national defense, and foreign relations. This has been a consistent approach by successive governments. He ends his remarks, Mr. Chair, by saying the following. In 1887, Alpheus Todd, the former librarian of Parliament, explained the principle as follows in his treatise on parliamentary government. Considerations of public policy and a due regard to the interests of the state occasionally demand that information sought for by members of the legislature should be withheld at the discretion and upon the general responsibility of ministers. This principle is systematically recognized in all parliamentary transactions, where otherwise it would be impossible to carry on the government with safety and with honor. Mr. Chair, those are the relevant points that I wanted to read into the record. It is important for us to consider, and particularly for our conservative friends across the way to consider, because their own members of their own party have voiced positions that now contradict the current perspective and position of conservative members on this committee and the current conservative leadership, might I add. I'll also say, Mr. Chair, and this will make, I think, Mr. Julian happy, I could have read into the record the quotation from Mr. Poilievre that comes from 2014, in which he voiced a position that mirrors very much what we have heard tonight from his previous colleagues. I won't do that because I've done it in previous meetings, and in keeping with what you've called for here, Mr. Chair, to stay on topic, as I always do. And I see Mr. Julian nodding his head in agreement with that, and I appreciate that. The fact remains, Mr. Chair, that we have a contradiction in position. The Conservative Party, when they were in government, held a particular point of view that now does not at all align with the take that they have taken in opposition, the position that they've put forward at these meetings and in Parliament and in the public, which raises a fundamental question in my mind, Mr. Chair, and that relates to democracy itself. The opposition has a fundamental role to play in any democracy, in any meaningful democracy. Citizens must trust their government, but they must also trust their opposition to raise matters of importance and to be consistent in their perspective on the issues. When the opposition, in this case, is not maintaining consistency, then it raises a particular problem, one where the faith of citizens is called directly into question.
Point of order,
Mr. Chair, and that itself.
Hold on, Mr. Fragiskatis, Mr. Kelly.
I like that.
Mr. Kelly.
Thank you. And while this is an interesting topic here, I'm not sure that Mr. Fragiskatis's critique or assessment of the efficacy of the current opposition is relevant to the sub-amendment.
Yeah, I would say that is debatable. Stick as close as you can to relevance. I do think we members make points about the other person's position, but as close as you can to relevance, Mr. Fragiskatis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was making the point that it is about consistency. It is about showing citizens that at this committee, we are doing the work of the people. And so when we have the opposition articulating a perspective that they know full well or ought to know, Mr. Chair, does not align with where they were just a few years ago when in government. Maybe that proves the point that when in government, there are particular responsibilities that cannot be ignored. Responsibilities that don't fall from the sky, but are completely in line with parliamentary tradition and procedures. But when in opposition, the tendency of this Conservative Party has been to craft a particular narrative that suits partisan gain and not public gain. At a time when we see the rise of mistrust in long-established democracies, Mr. Chair, not so much here in Canada. In fact, I'm quite happy with where we are in terms of democracy in Canada, generally speaking. We can always do better, but we're in a good position. But in other long-established democracies, Mr. Chair, where faith in democracy has been shaken to its very core, and I won't give examples, but I think you know what I'm speaking about, Mr. Chair. I think it's incumbent on all of us, including the official opposition, to take positions that are in line with the common good, in line with the public good, and which are not contradictory. When citizens see members of the opposition just a few years ago when they were in government articulating a particular position on the matters that we're discussing here today, and now suddenly changing tune entirely, going in a different direction, it raises particular questions around the consequences of that, the implications of that for Canadian democracy. Again, I point to the rise of populism in particular democracies where it has taken shape. One of the reasons for that is the loss of trust, and citizens have to be able to trust elected representatives. When we see elected representatives for political reasons running around and changing arguments, changing positions to suit political interests in the name of playing a political game, it does not bode well for our democracy, Mr. Chair. I will tell you that very regularly I hear from the citizens that I represent in London North Centre who are not seized with this. They're seized with the fact that they might be losing a business. They might have concerns about their kids' future, whether they're going to college, whether they're going to university.
I am going to have to ask you, Mr. Fragiskatis, I am going to have to ask you to tie this back to either the quotes that you were given from previous parliaments or whatever. We're going a little beyond the sub-amendment, I believe.
I will, Mr. Chair. Again, it's just about putting the entire matter into context. If I strayed there a bit, I apologize to you. The issue though remains that when we have before us pretty straightforward matters and government members or Liberal members rather showing themselves willing to engage with the opposition, willing to reach a compromise, and still we see particularly the Conservative Party holding firm on these points that they would not have ever entertained just a few years ago, Mr. Chair. It presents a problem not just for this committee, but I would ask Conservative colleagues to think beyond the here and now and to think what message they are sending to the citizens that they represent and to Canadians generally speaking. You can't play these sorts of games and get away with it. People will pay attention. They might not be following us on CPAC right now from beginning to end, but they certainly are watching, Mr. Chair. They want their politicians to be clear and focused and straight with them. So I thought it was quite relevant to put into the record quotes that are important for us to think about. Quotes from Mr. McKay, quotes from Mr. Nicholson. There was Mr. Lekuski, who I mentioned as well. This is just a few years ago, Mr. Chair. It's not as if I'm reaching back into the annals of parliamentary history and quoting Robert Stanfield or Joe Clark. Which, by the way, actually, I wonder if it was still Mr. Stanfield or Mr. Clark's Conservative Party, what the Conservatives would be after today. Would they still be acting in this way? It's unfortunate that what was a proud progressive conservative tradition has morphed into something entirely different, something
now
quite seized with scoring political points to the detriment of Canadian democracy. I'm a Liberal and a proud Liberal, but I think there is something to the idea that Robert Stanfield was the best Prime Minister that Canada never had. I think there is something to the idea that Joe Clark was a tremendous foreign minister for Canada. Look what's happened to the Conservative Party now, and the record of difference between what where the Conservatives were just a few years ago and where they are now illustrates everything that I'm talking
about. Order, Peter.
Sure.
I am sorry. I was yelling order at you and I was on mute. Mr. Falk has a point of order.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, the content that we're hearing now is not relevant at all, and he's strayed a great deal away from the sub-amendment.
I would agree with you, Mr. Falk and Mr. Fragiskatis, if you could pull it back to relevance on the sub-amendment or on your remarks that you made earlier on precedent.
All of that, Mr. Chair, I think is relevant to the wider issue. I'll conclude my remarks, though. I think my colleagues know very well where I stand, and I would urge them. And perhaps I'm being unfair because I do know that Mr. Kelly is a new MP. I did see a few others before. I think it's Miss Jansen. She's participating in the meeting. I do see Mr. Cumming. Oh, it's great to see Mr. Cumming back. Actually, he was, as we all know, a member of the committee in the previous session and contributed tremendously in that. But they will not have worked with Mr. McKay. They will not have worked with Mr. Nicholson. And I point to those two individuals in particular because, as ministers in the Harper government, they will be quite familiar, and we're obviously quite familiar with the issues
of order,
and the responsibilities
Chair.
that
Mr. Falk on a point of order.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, the comments that we're hearing now are completely irrelevant to the sub-amendment, I would ask that if the member is out of material that actually pertains to the sub-amendment, that maybe we should move to a vote and move on.
Okay, I would have to agree with Mr. Fox. Mr. Fragiskatis, stick to the sub-amendment or related to your previous remarks. Thank you.
I have other colleagues who I know want to get on the record, Mr. Chair, and perhaps Mr. Falk was offended that I didn't mention him. I know he was a colleague to Mr. McKay and Mr. Nicholson. It wasn't disrespect, Mr. Falk. I understand and appreciate that you've been a parliamentarian for some time, and if it was taken as disrespect by you, the fact that I didn't mention you and focused on your other colleagues, it was not a sign of disrespect. I appreciate the time, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, and let's continue to find a way forward, a reasonable way forward, which Liberal members are actively seeking here and have for some time.
Thank you, Mr. Fragiskatis. Next on my list is Mr. Fraser, followed by Ms. Zerowitz, followed by Mr. Fonseca. Mr. Fraser.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Pardon me. I'm starting off with a sip of water. I hope you don't mind. So thank you. We're debating the sub amendment to the amendment to the main motion that touches on privilege. The way that we got here began initially with my colleague Ms. Zerowitz putting a motion on the table to conduct pre-budget consultations, which Mr. Chair, you've made clear to this committee if we're going to do. We need to do them fairly quickly because the standing orders allow us to do them, but only allow us to table a report prior to the end of this year, a few days before the House rises during Christmas. Mr. Poilievre jumped in with a privilege motion, which relates to the document production surrounding the We Charity controversy. There was a couple of problems with the initial privilege motion that do relate to the sub-amendment. The problems had to do with the sort of oddities that surrounded the government's initial delivery of documents to members of the committee, and specifically how they were uploaded. The government, obviously, as we got near prorogation, delivered the information to members of to critics on USBs, and at a similar point in time, the documents were being uploaded, but not all of them were uploaded. And in any event, they've not officially made it before this committee. The initial privilege motion, you'll recall, failed to bring documents from the previous Parliament into the privilege motion, which you actually had ruled, I believe, that it was out of order as a result, but the committee, majority of the members of the committee overturned that particular decision that you took. In an effort to remedy the evidentiary issue, an amendment to the motion was put forward that sought to bring some, but not all of the documents that the government produced into the record. That's still a problem because the documents that were not included in the proposed amendment were the very documents that explained why the redactions existed. Those documents include the remittal letters, which I've spoken about at length before this committee, that largely outline a couple of reasons for the redactions that have taken place. Generally speaking, and I think this is actually very important. I've seen a number of members of the opposition draw attention to the law clerk's, or rather the speaker's ruling indicating the committee can review the documents and decide what to do with them. The committee is jumping into an assumption, or at least certain members of it appear to be jumping into an assumption that privilege has been breached without having actually reviewed the records. I think the very least that we should do, if we're going to take this back to the speaker, is do the bare minimum that he suggested we do by actually reviewing the documents. Of course, we've gone through great lengths to try to get some of these documents onto the record if they are not already there. The problem that remains has to do, or one of the problems that remains has to do with the fact that the redactions are the explanation behind the redactions are not in place. In order to help remedy this defect, the sub-amendment tried to do a couple of different things. In fact, this is I think the third sub-amendment that we tried to have to help remedy this problem. The first one would have required a comparison of the two complete sets of documents that were produced The second sub-amendment had to do with adding page annotations so we could quickly understand the differences between what's on the record and what the government actually produced, both of which were defeated. And the third and final sub-amendment is the one that we are debating now. And the sub-amendment before us seeks to do a couple of things, but largely its purpose is to prepare two complete sets of documents so we can understand which redactions the government was responsible for and which redactions the law clerk was responsible for. And then we would have the opportunity to review those documents on the evidentiary record that is before this committee in this session of Parliament. That would allow us to understand with a greater degree of confidence, in fact, what the government has produced and whether it's met the obligations that were outlined in the initial motion. There are other problems with the motion, specifically around the issue of cabinet confidence, both whether we requested the documents and whether the request that's been made has been satisfied. But first on the issue of incomplete disclosure. The opposition's privilege motion and associated amendment is seeking to bury the explanations that the government has provided for why the redactions exist. I think at a bare minimum, we should allow the remittal letters onto the record so we can understand the very clear explanation that has been given, but the opposition refuses to allow on the evidentiary record before this committee. The offer obviously has recently come in from the clerk of the Privy Council, who has specifically asked to testify, or at least made known his intention or willingness to be available at this committee's behest to give evidence on the record as to why certain redactions were made. I think we would benefit from this. If any of the members of the opposition, though we're debating the sub-amendment now, are willing to have the clerk of the Privy Council come and testify as he's indicated, I would be more than happy to be interrupted because I think that would allow us to make some headway here. However, seeing no interjections, I'll continue. Perhaps that'll be a debate on a further sub-amendment because if we are going to make a decision as to whether we should take up the clerk on that invitation, I think we should, those who are opposed should make it known on the record. The issue, though, around incomplete disclosure really has to do with the principle that's foundational to parliamentary democracy, and that's due process. It infiltrates every element of our democracy, whether it's our criminal system of justice in Canada, or whether it's our ordinary parliamentary discourse. Indeed, the foundations of responsible government depends on the opportunity to ask a question and indeed give an answer. Here, we have opposition members who are insisting that they ask a question, provide the answer themselves, and shut out everyone else from having an opportunity to give an explanation. That doesn't sound like fair process to me. It sounds highly inappropriate. The other issues that I wanted to, and perhaps I'll explain the cabinet issue and return in detail to the shortcomings on the incomplete disclosure that I've been on so far. The cabinet documents issue is really a core sticking point. It's really important that cabinet confidences are protected. But before we even get there in this analysis, I think it's worth revisiting the initial motion. The whole basis of the allegation that privilege has been violated is that the government failed to meet the conditions outlined in the committee's motion that was adopted in July, which members of the governing party supported at the time, I'll recall. There's an important reason why we supported the motion, even though we would, frankly, rather get on with the business of pre-budget consultations, because I know I'm getting requests in my own community and across Canada to appear. In any event, the motion that was adopted by the Finance Committee in the previous session of this Parliament reads as follows: that pursuant to Standing Order 108, Sub 1, Sub A, the committee order that any contracts concluded with We Charity and Me to We, all briefing notes, memos, and emails bracket, including the contribution agreement between the department and We Charity, end bracket, from senior officials prepared for or sent to any minister regarding the design and creation of the Canada Student Service
Appel au règlement.
On a point of order. On a point of order. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. It was just a point of order. I just wanted to make sure that Alexandre Boulerice, who's going to take over, has all the information he needs so that he can take part in this wonderful filibuster that we have before us this evening. Now, if all things going well, I'm going to be leaving you and I'll be back in about 6 hours' time, if be it your pleasure.
Mr. Julian, I don't believe that was a point of order. I believe it was more a point of an information, and I believe the clerk has shook her head yes. So Mr. Boulerice is signed in. Mr. Fraser, welcome, Mr. Boulerice. Mr. Fraser.
Merci, Monsieur Julien. Et bien...
Thank you, Mr. Julien and Mr. Boulerice. Welcome. It's a pleasure to be here with you this evening.
As the analysis will be difficult for me to conduct in what I hesitate to even call a second language, because I've only got a small part of it, but I'm working on it, I promise you. In any event, I was in the middle of the reading the motion that was adopted in July. I'll spare you with the starting from the beginning, despite the small interruption. Largely, it asked for the documents relating to the We Charity controversy, and I believe I just picked up where it said regarding the design and creation of the Canada Student Service Grant, as well as any written correspondence and records of other correspondence with We Charity and Me to We from March 2020 be provided to the committee no later than August 8th, 2020. So far, not controversial. The next phrase after a semicolon, that matters of cabinet confidence and national security be excluded from the request, semicolon, and that any redactions necessary, including to protect the privacy of Canadian citizens, permanent residents whose names and personal information may be included in the documents, as well as public servants who have been providing assistance on this matter, be made by the Office of the Law Clerk and Parliamentary Counsel of the House of Commons. Again, the key part of this for this portion of my analysis is the fact that after we listed all the documents that this committee had asked for, we specifically said that matters of cabinet confidence and national security be excluded from the request. This was the key part of the motion that garnered support of members of the governing party who happened to sit on this committee. The reality is, this committee asked for a whole bunch of documents. We specifically said to the government, we are not requesting documents that are subject to cabinet confidence. We subsequently said, of the documents that you produced that we've requested, the redaction should be done by the law clerk to protect privacy and personal information. Now, I actually think that there's room for us to find a way forward on documents that may relate to personal information or privacy. The reason that some of those redactions were made by civil servants was because they are subject to legislative obligations, and we understand that there is a bit of a conflict between what the motion asks for and what the legislation that binds the civil servant says. But what cannot reasonably be disputed is that this committee specifically told the government that we did not want them to turn over cabinet confidence documents. The documents that were largely redacted, as I've made clear when I surveyed samplings of those documents, are subject to cabinet confidence. The government produced them despite the fact that they had never been requested in order to shed light on issues that may have been useful for this committee during its consideration of the We Charity issue that consumed the committee's work for much of the summer. Mr. Chair, the point on this particular issue is that it's hard to imagine a right-thinking person concluding that privilege has been violated by virtue of the government producing documents in a redacted form that the committee never asked for in the first place. It's really that simple. I don't understand how we can now be alleging that the government has breached the privileges of members of this committee on the basis that it didn't produce information that we didn't ask for. It's as straightforward and clear as day. There is no way that somebody can reasonably interpret that motion to suggest that the committee wanted the law clerk to redact cabinet confidences. We specifically said we are not requesting them. And I think that has to be driven home for members to understand. If there is an opposition member here who would like to explain to me an interpretation of this motion that would actually have had the government produce government documents, you should start selling the Brooklyn Bridge, because realistically, it says one thing and the allegation is that it says another, and it's that simple. In any event, Mr. Speaker, one of the items that I wanted to delve into was, even if the government had been made the subject of a request to produce documents that are subject to cabinet confidence, it's pretty clear that in Canada, they would not be compelled to produce those documents. Cabinet confidences exist for very, very good reasons. It's the subject of court cases and literature that we could delve into, and we may before the night is done. In any event, the purpose of cabinet confidence, if I can summarize it, is to ensure that members of the executive who are sitting around the cabinet table are able to have free, frank, and open discussions, knowing that there is absolute privacy that attaches to those conversations in order to foster a conversation that will help improve our democracy and hopefully improve the lives of Canadians as well. Sometimes the issues that can be discussed around a cabinet table will be sensitive for reasons of national security, perhaps to protect the public's health. Perhaps they involve issues that are commercially sensitive that should be protected for good reason. However, in the present instance, the opposition, despite the fact that we've not requested the documents in the first place, is nevertheless insisting that the government should have been producing those documents, despite the fact that they would be subject to cabinet confidences. Mr. Speaker, the other issue that is at play is the fact that there were redactions made by civil servants. Those redactions largely touched on the personal information of civil servants or information that was simply not relevant to the committee. But the pages that Mr. Poilievre was waving around at his press conference that were heavily redacted, when we actually delve into the documents, from what I can tell, those documents are ones that we didn't ask to have produced in the first place. I started during the last meeting going over some of the document production that came through the clerk of the Privy Council. And when I was talking previously about the transmittal letters, these are precisely the documents that explain why the redactions took place. If you give me a moment, I'm just bringing up the remittal letter. Again, this is a document that members of the opposition are suppressing and won't have brought into the evidentiary record before this committee. And I think it's important that they allow this information to be admitted into evidence before this committee. And frankly, that we give the clerk of the Privy Council an opportunity to further explain why these redactions were made. Mr. Speaker, in a letter to David Gagnon, the clerk of the Privy Council, Ian Shugart, wrote on August 7th, the day before the committee insisted the government produce the documents. And he indicated, or he wrote, "Dear Mr. Gagnon, I am pleased to provide records for the Privy Council Office, PCO, that were requested under the motion adopted by the Standing Committee on Finance on July 7th, 2020, in relation to the committee study on the We Charity and the Canada Student Services Grant. I am also pleased to provide information related to the undertakings that I agreed to at my appearance before the committee on July 21st, 2020, which were as follows. 1, a detailed timeline of events. Surely that would be relevant, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, rather. That document was attached as an annex, and it was a timeline describing the Privy Council Office's knowledge of and involvement with the file that this committee had been studying. The second undertaking was to provide a full list of organizations that were consulted on the program development. Again, certainly relevant. On Friday, July 24th, the letter reads, the Department of Employment and Social Development, ESDC, provided the committee with a list of the National Coalition member organizations of the Canada Services Corps, who ESDC spoke with in March and April of 2020. He further stated that I am told that on April 9th, 2020, Department of Finance officials were provided with a report on stakeholder outreach regarding support for students during the COVID-19 context. And Annex 3 includes a list of those organizations. The third undertaking, the Privy Council Office media monitoring from the dates when Margaret and Alexandre Trudeau had speaking engagements for We Charity. The answer to that undertaking was that Mr. Shugart could confirm that PCO media monitoring does not have any media content of the public appearances for either Margaret Trudeau or Alexandre Trudeau. The PCO Media Centre monitors coverage of the Government of Canada priorities, programs, and services, and does not monitor media coverage related to the relatives of the Prime Minister or their public appearances. The fourth undertaking Mr. Shugart provided during his committee appearance was that all communications between PMO staff and PCO staff, the Finance Minister's Office and PCO, and the Finance Minister's Office and the Finance Department relating to the We Charity Contribution Agreement and the CSSG. Those communications were included in the first annex to the letter and in the package that was submitted to the committee from the Department of Finance. The fifth undertaking was that names of participants, notes, and recording of mid-April meeting between Rachel Wernick, Michelle Kovacevic, and whether PCO personnel were aware of the meeting taking place and participated. The answer to that undertaking, I'm told that the teleconference between officials with the Department of Finance and Employment and Social Development Canada, ESDC, was held on the evening of April 18th, 2020. It lists a series of the participants, civil servants who took part in that teleconference, and of course, many of them testified here. I will spare you the detail of going over the names of the individuals. I think we've dealt with them enough over the past few months. The undertaking response goes on to say no officials from PCO participated in the call or were aware of the meeting. There was no recording of the meeting, and meeting notes that were taken by Rachel Wernick and an email thread about setting up the call were attached to the transmittal letter as Annex 4. The sixth undertaking that Mr. Shugart provided to the committee was a due diligence analysis of any financial scrutiny undertaken with regard to the We Charity during this process. Attached, the answer attached at Annex 5, you will find the detailed explanation prepared by ESDC of the controls embedded in the contribution agreement to ensure stewardship and appropriate use of funds, as well as a brief overview of a typical process used to evaluate projects and recipients. Further information relating to due diligence that was done by officials in relation to the Canada Student Service Grant is provided in Annex 1 and in the package that other relevant departments are providing to this committee. Undertaking number 7 was to produce the full text of the contribution agreement. That document was provided to the committee by ESDC on Friday, July 24th, 2020. The letter goes on after he deals with those undertakings, which I've read out, to say, as I noted when I appeared at the committee on July 21st, 2020, my intent has been to be as expansive as possible in relation to the information that I provide. The committee's motion stipulates that cabinet confidences and national security information are to be excluded from the package. That mirrors the language in the motion this committee adopted. The letter goes on. No information is being withheld on the grounds of national security since the information does not so pertain. So there was no need for the government to pull out documents that touched on national security from what it produced. Now, this is a key part of the transmittal letter because it relates to the key part of the motion, which I read out. With respect to cabinet confidences, you will note that considerable information on the Canada Student Service Grant that were cabinet confidences is being provided to the committee. This is in keeping with the public disclosures of information on this matter made by members of the Queen's Privy Council for Canada. A principled approach was adopted to this information to ensure a non-selective application of the protection afforded by cabinet confidentiality. As a result, considerable information on the Canada Student Service Grant that would otherwise constitute cabinet confidences is being released. Information not related to the Canada Student Service Grant that constitute cabinet confidences is withheld and identified as not relevant to the request. In fact, Mr. Speaker, before I continue with Mr. Shugart's letter, this response makes very clear to me that the documents that were subject to heavy redactions, not only would they have been subject to cabinet confidences, but if the opposition would actually allow Mr. Shugart's letter to form part of the evidentiary record, they would see that the items redacted relate to matters other than the Canada Student Service Grant and are therefore not relevant to what the committee has actually asked for. In any event, they were never requested from by this committee, and the government made the decision to nevertheless produce those matters that pertained to the Canada Student Service Grant. The letter goes on. In this package, I have also chosen to disclose certain personal information in the Privy Council records relating to individuals working in ministers' offices, as well as personal information of individuals who work for we. I have decided to disclose this information because, in my view, the public interest in disclosure clearly outweighs any invasion of privacy. I have notified the Privacy Commissioner of my intention to disclose this personal information, as I am required to do so under the Privacy Act. I have decided to protect the phone number and email addresses of we employees other than Craig and Mark Kielburger. In addition, there are a few references to the family members of a public servant, and I have chosen to protect that information. In my opinion, the public interest in disclosing this type of personal information does not clearly outweigh the invasion of privacy. Similarly, because I believe that it is in the public interest to do so, I am prepared to issue a limited waiver of solicitor-client privilege as it relates to the information that is being provided by departments in response to this motion and my undertakings. Lastly, I wish to draw the committee's attention to a note to file prepared by Christiane Fox, the Deputy Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs at the Privy Council Office. In that note to file, Ms. Fox provides a clarification regarding references in 2 email exchanges, and they're attached at Annex 6. I trust that the committee will find the above explanations helpful in its consideration of the enclosed materials. It seems as though, Mr. Speaker, that certain members of this committee not only fail to find this information helpful, they are intent on burying it to ensure that the explanation provided as to why the redactions took place and, frankly, how the disclosure was organized never sees the light of day. They've now gone to, or appear to be going to, the additional length to ensure that the author of that letter, who happens to be the clerk of the Privy Council, who maintains responsibility for the operations of the civil service, who has made known his willingness to come and testify before this committee to answer whatever questions we may have about the redactions that were made. And nevertheless, it seems as though the opposition members are not willing to actually have him come and appear before this committee. Mr. Speaker, one of the reasons that I think this is useful, if I turn your attention back to the package of documents that I was going through during our previous meeting, the kinds of redactions that were made are clearly either of a category that the committee had never requested in the first place, or they are clearly within the kinds of information that would ordinarily be redacted. As I mentioned, if the real question is whether the personal information should have been redacted by the clerk or of the Privy Council or the law clerk, I think that we might be able to find common ground forward. But if we're going to have members of the committee seek to revise history and insist that the committee has actually requested documents that were subject to cabinet confidence when that was frankly not the case, then I find this is going to be a difficult hurdle for us to overcome. In any event, if you look at I was at page, I believe about page 480 of the Privy Council Office's disclosure. What that document is an email, Mr. Speaker. It's an email among public servants who were involved with the Canada Student Service Grant file. The content of the email is almost entirely visible. The only redaction at the end of the email is the cell phone number of a public servant. So for all those folks who I know are tuned in at home, it seems that the kind of dispute that we're having is not just over the production of a civil servant's personal cell phone, but over who the right party was that should have made that redaction. It's quite clear, Mr. Speaker, that there's no public interest being served by the disclosure of the personal cell phone of a civil servant, and the privacy interest certainly would lead to the redaction, whether it was the law clerk or clerk of the Privy Council who made the redaction. The following document is this is 481 with the Privy Council Office's disclosure package. It was question responses on the Canada Student Service Grant. The first section, a background on contribution agreements. Information was provided in that specific document without redaction on contribution agreements more generally. The first question asked about whether force majeure includes a pandemic. It provides an unredacted explanation of the answers to those questions. On questions about the relevance of the May 5th date referred to on page 2 of the document that this was attached to, a full answer is given. It's the project start date. The next question deals with says up to $5 million for partner nonprofit organizations. If they have 50, that means 100,000 each in the first cohort. These questions answers were provided to them. The documents go on with a series of questions about the Canada Summer Student Service Grant Program. The second entire page is fully unredacted. The third entire page is fully unredacted. The next page is fully unredacted. This is a document from start to finish that includes no redactions and provides substantive information that relates to the matters that were very much requested by this committee. And it was produced in full. If we look at the next kind of the following document included in, now we're at document number 491 in the Privy Council Office's disclosure package. It's an email from Craig Kielburger, who's appeared before this committee, to Ms. Fox at PCO. And this exchange is from pages 491 through 495 of the Privy Council Office release. The entire content and attached information from Mr. Kielburger is produced in full. There's no redactions on substantive content other than the names of private citizens and personal contact information, none of which is relevant to the items that the committee was looking for. It says, "Hi, Chris, I hope you, comma, small redaction, are well," presumably another person's name. Indeed, that's the explanation. It goes on to talk about other things that some of which relate to the We Charity Canada Student Service Grant matter, others which do not. If we continue on to the attachment, it's a correspondence from the We Charity or a press release, it appears to be, and again, fully unredacted. Whether this document needed to in fact be produced in the first place, I would suggest it probably wouldn't have, because most of it is not relevant. However, a decision was made to nevertheless turn it over because it touched on the conversations that were taking place between the We Charity and the Government of Canada. Again, at the very, very end of the email exchange, we have in the signature line of Lauren Martin, Executive Assistant to Craig Kielburger. It appears that her office telephone number is included, but the personal contact information that follows has been redacted. It's one very, very short line. For those who are interested in tuning in at home, that's page 495 of the Privy Council Office's disclosure. But it wasn't just the Privy Council Office that went through the trouble of walking this committee through the reasons for any redactions that existed within their package. If you actually turn your attention, Mr. Chair, to the letter that was provided from the Deputy Minister of Finance. Again, this is one of the remittal letters that I was speaking about previously, that the opposition is seeking to have excluded from the evidentiary record that this committee can consider. It provides important and essential context as to why the disclosure was made in the fashion that it was made. It's a letter to Mr. Gagnon, then clerk of the Standing Committee on Finance, and it reads, "Dear Mr. Gagnon, on behalf of the Department of Finance, I am transmitting the attached documents to you in response to the motion adopted by the House of Commons Standing Committee on Finance on July 7th, 2020, under Standing Order 108 sub 1 sub A, which he quotes that pursuant to Standing Order 108 sub 1 sub A, the committee order that any contracts concluded with We Charity and Me to We all briefing notes, memos, and emails, including the contribution agreement between the department and We Charity, from senior officials prepared for or sent to any minister regarding the design and creation of the Canada Student Service Grant, as well as any written correspondence and records of other correspondence with We Charity and Me to We from March 2020 be provided to the committee no later than August 8th, 2020. Again, the key part, that matters of cabinet confidence and national security be excluded from the request, semicolon, and that any redactions necessary, including to protect the privacy of Canadian citizens and permanent residents whose names and personal information may be included in the documents, as well as public servants who has been providing assistance on this matter, be made by the Office of the Law Clerk and Parliamentary Counsel of the House of Commons. Again, although that motion was included in a quote in the letter, I feel compelled to drive home the point that from the Deputy Minister of Finance's perspective, he felt it essential to include the language from the motion that made clear that this committee did not request documents that were subject to cabinet confidence in the first instance. Mr. Chair, the letter continues. Documents are also enclosed as part of this package related to the undertakings of the Clerk of the Privy Council and Secretary to Cabinet, Mr. Ian Shugart, further to his testimony to the committee on July 21st, 2020. Indeed, I went through those undertakings and Mr. Shugart's response to them during the letter that I've read into the record from the Clerk of the Privy Council, dated August 7th, 2020, the day before documents were required to be delivered by this committee, when they in fact came through and were delivered, at least in part, through USB keys to opposition critics, and of course, that were uploaded in a subject to certain technical difficulties at the same time. The letter from the Deputy Minister Rochon continues. The committee's motion stipulates that cabinet confidences and national security information are to be excluded from the package. No information is being withheld on the grounds of national security, since the information does not so pertain. It's familiar language. It mirrors that which we saw in the letter from the Clerk of the Privy Council. But it's clear that from the perspective of the Deputy Minister that is outlined in this remittal letter, that it's his view that the committee, in fact, never requested, in fact, it's not that we didn't request cabinet confidences, is that we specifically asked the government to exclude them from the disclosure package. This is not a unique perspective that's been taken on. This is copying, in some instances, verbatim from the motion. The letter continues, with respect to cabinet confidences, you will note that considerable information on the Canada Student Service Grant contained in cabinet confidences is being provided to the committee. The government clearly viewed that that the government had not been asked to produce this information, but nevertheless chose to. The explanation given in this remittal letter is that this is in keeping with the public disclosures of information on this matter made by members of the Queen's Privy Council for Canada. A principled approach was taken with respect to this information to ensure a non-selective application of the protection afforded by cabinet confidentiality. As a result, considerable information on the Canada Student Service Grant that would otherwise be protected as cabinet confidence is being released. Information not related to the Canada Student Service Grant that is contained in cabinet confidences is withheld and identified as not relevant to the request. Before I get into the next section of this letter, Mr. Speaker, I think it's important to understand what's meant by the sentence. A principled approach was taken with respect to this information to ensure a non-selective application of the protection afforded by cabinet confidentiality. This is an absolutely key point, Mr. Chair. I would routinely become involved in pieces of litigation in my career before politics that involved controversial cases that would go before the court that related to document production. In fact, on occasion, they would deal with documents that were subject to Crown privilege or some kind of public interest immunity, which we often refer to as cabinet confidence. One of the key things that we would do when we're dealing with volumes of documents that sometimes exceeded 400,000 or some astronomical number was to say, if you're going to get into a review of documents that are so great in number that it makes it very difficult to go through, why don't we agree on a process that you can employ in order to ensure that the document production was non-selective, that you didn't pull out documents and attribute a protection to them because they were sensitive. One of the things that I think this committee would benefit greatly from is actually hearing from the people who are responsible for those redactions. One of them, in fact, the main person, the clerk of the Privy Council, has put his hand up and asked this committee to invite him to appear so he can actually walk us through the process that was employed. He's indicated in the letter that's not before the record that this committee is considering, that opposition members are trying to ensure does not form part of the evidentiary record. He's given one explanation. He now wants to walk us through that explanation in greater detail so we have confidence that the process that was employed in redacting these documents was non-selective, i.e., fair and reasonable based on principles, not interests. And nevertheless, it seems that there is no appetite for opposition members to hear him. And in fact, they're not just refusing to hear him, they're actively trying to exclude the letter he sent to us and that the government disclosed from the evidentiary record before this committee. The letter continues on the issue of personal information and privacy. With respect to personal information, the department is obliged to protect such information under the Privacy Act unless the individuals to whom it relates consent to its disclosure or disclosure is otherwise authorized in certain specified circumstances or the public interest in disclosure clearly outweighs any resulting invasion of privacy. Reasonable efforts were made by the department to obtain consent. Where consent was not given, the department found that the public interest in sharing the information with the committee outweighed any invasion on the individual's privacy. As such, disclosures being made pursuant to subparagraph 8 sub 2 sub m sub 1 of the Privacy Act. As required by the Privacy Act, the Privacy Commissioner was informed of our decision. In very limited cases, personal information was redacted from these records as consent was not obtained from the individuals concerned, nor was the department able to conclude that the public interest in disclosure clearly outweighed the invasion of the individual's privacy. The type of personal information that remains protected consists of the identity of unrelated third parties where their opinion or view relates to an unrelated matter to this inquiry, as well as personal email addresses and phone numbers. With respect to pages, just before I get into the next paragraph of this letter, just to reflect on the importance of the paragraph that I've just read out, the only controversial piece that I think we should be able to sort out among us is in relation to redactions that were made by the clerk of the Privy Council that related to documents that were not subject to cabinet confidences, i.e. those documents that were subject to redactions that pertain to personal information that ought to have been kept private. It's the opposition's view, and in fact, the motion does say that the law clerk should have been the one to make those redactions. The motion makes no similar suggestion that it should have been the law clerk to do redactions of cabinet confidences, because we specifically asked the government to exclude those from consideration. If the dispute is really about who should have made the redactions on personal information of parties, many of whom had nothing to do with this, that's a difficult thing to understand, and surely something we could sort out. But I expect that there is another interest at play here. Mr. Chair, the letter goes on. Where was I now? With respect to pages 190 and 194 through 213, further to consultation with the originating stakeholder, authorization to disclose this information was not given as it constitutes personal information as defined under the Privacy Act. Furthermore, this information is considered proprietary to the third party. The contents of this information is not relevant to the funding agreement of the student grant program. Therefore, it has been severed in its entirety. That's important context, Mr. Speaker, because when you actually review pages 190 and 194 through 213, you will understand why those redactions were made if we would only allow the explanation that was provided to members of this committee to form part of the evidentiary record. For clarity, the letter says, note that there were a series of emails between finance officials and staff in the Minister of Finance's office regarding next steps. Of course, Of note, rather, an email from the minister's office to Michelle Kovacevic on April 18th lists a series of items for the department to follow up on, as well as some items, quote, we will address. In this instance, we is a typographical error and refers to the minister's office, not the We Charity. Also of note, the Annex 4 dated April 19th contains an error, and this is me reading the letter once again, the remittal letter from Deputy Minister of Finance, contains an error that was corrected verbally in an April 21st briefing with the Minister of Finance. While page 6 of the note references a cost estimate of 0.8 billion for the proposal plus potential administration costs, pages 7, 8, and 9 recommend setting aside, setting aside up to 1 billion brackets 900 million for the initiative and an additional 100 million for implementation and associated costs. The correct recommendation, 900 million, is reflected in the April 21st version of the note, also enclosed in the package. Finally, following the April 21st briefing, a draft ministerial decision page, as enclosed at the first page of the April 21st, 2020 version of the note, was prepared and routed to the Finance Minister's office for review and approval by the Minister of Finance. The ministerial decision page was not formally approved by the Minister of Finance. A formal decision was later made by the Prime Minister and is reflected in the package. Yours sincerely, Paul Rochon, Deputy Minister of Finance. So the explanations given by the Deputy Minister of Finance make clear why particular redactions were made, both in general terms and in several instances on specific pages of the document package that was produced by the Department of Finance. Largely speaking, the rationale behind the redactions on the documents that were disclosed reflect those reasons that were given by the Clerk of the Privy Council, chiefly that the committee's motion made clear in no uncertain terms that cabinet confidences were excluded from the request this committee made to the government, and that redactions should have been made on issues of privacy and personal information, albeit by the law clerk. Again, the reason that the civil servants and not the law clerk made those redactions, notwithstanding the language of the committee, relate to the fact that they are bound by certain legislative obligations. I know that the NDP has previously made the case when Mr. McGregor joined us for an evening that the law clerk has written us indicating the supremacy of the committee from a point of law in terms of document production. The Clerk of the Privy Council and deputy ministers that have sent us letters have explained that they view themselves to be bound by legislation that pertains to privacy. They went through the processes outlined in applicable privacy legislation, as the remittal letter so eloquently described, to ensure that they sought to obtain the consent of the people whose personal information was the subject of documents that were being produced. And where that consent was not to be obtained, they would apply a public interest test to determine whether, in fact, the protection of privacy outweighed the interest the public may have in the disclosure. Clearly, when it's the bulk of this information is the private cell phone numbers or emails of individuals who are not connected to the file, I see no need for the committee to have them. In any event, I see no need for the committee to dispute who should have made the redactions. But if it's the will of members of the opposition to insist that the law clerk make the redactions of that personal information, I expect we would be able to find a path forward. Instead, they seem to dig their heels in and insist that the original motion adopted by the previous iteration of this committee in the last session of this parliament, they're saying that it's the motion declares something when it in fact says the precise opposite. Matters of cabinet confidence were specifically excluded from the request before the committee. With the context of this remittal letter from the Deputy Minister of Finance, we can actually turn to the Department of Finance's disclosure package. If we look, Mr. Chair, at the Department of Finance's first page, its heading is April 2020, Student Support during the COVID emergency, and what we heard from stakeholders. But before we get into what the document actually says, the documents that were released by the Department of Finance, and I remember at the time working with those officials on many different files, who really dug in, working extraordinary long hours to get folks through this pandemic, and nevertheless were pulled off some of the emergency program development work they were doing in order to deal with the document production work that this committee requested. Pages 1 through 3 of their release is what I'm looking at, and once again, pardon me, all of the content related to the Canada Student Service Grant is present. The only redactions made relate to third parties that had no association with the program. Again, the document was headed April 2020, Student Support During COVID Emergency, and what we heard from stakeholders. This document goes over the feedback that was received from stakeholders. The first group was the Canadian Alliance of Student Associations, which, Mr. Speaker, if you'll allow me use the Peter Julian rule of 20 seconds of irrelevance. I do have to give a shout out to CASA as a former member when I was the student president at St. FX University. It's a tremendous organization that goes to bat for students, and I'll leave my my admittedly off-topic comment there and return to the relevant document before us. So CASA talked a lot about eligibility for CERB, and that a bulk of Canadian undergraduates already meet the income threshold. The most recent figure that they had was 60% meet the income threshold, but doing so may not be in their best interest. Anyway, I'll spare you the details about what they all said. Noted Canadian expert on higher education, Alex Usher, provided feedback and was captured in this document. The Assembly of First Nations was consulted on support for students and had a short blurb included about their feedback. Colleges and universities were consulted with. All of the information on that particular those particular stakeholders is included in full. And with the WE organization as well, there's a short paragraph talking about support for students. There were consultations with Andrew, I apologize for the pronunciation, Agopsowicz, the senior economist with RBC, who included feedback on support for students, and there were consultations with polytechnics, and their feedback was included as well. There are some short redactions on from an organization, this is BHER Val Walker, and there was a small amount of information redacted. It did not appear to relate, if you read the context and the surrounding paragraphs, in any way, shape, or form to the Canada Student Service Grant. It talked about someone living with hearing loss and the potential expansion of the CERB or the use of the Canada Summer Jobs to hire more students, whether there should be a student-specific CERB, and of course, you'll recall, Mr. Chair, about the development of the Canada Emergency Student Benefit to provide support to those students who were not working and didn't lose hours, so they were not eligible for CERB, but still needed financial support because of a depressed job market. In any event, the short blurbs that were redacted, if you actually consider what the remittal letter said, you'll understand that the only redactions made related to third parties that had no association with the Canada Student Service Grant program. They went on to look at other organizations that have been consulted, U15, Palette, Universities Canada, all of which had very, very short, I should say all, two of which had very, very short redactions included in their portion. I did miss one organization, Actua, that has some of what we heard when consulting them has been redacted. If you read the explanations included in the remittal letters, you'll see again that it relates to matters that were not relevant or that were subject to proprietary information that do not touch on the matters that this committee has requested. Again, if we're looking at things like proprietary information, personal information, contact details for civil servants, and we can find some compromise to allow a conversation to take place between the law clerk and the clerk of the Privy Council, that's one thing. But no amount of jockeying will change what the original motion said, which clearly excluded cabinet confidences. Again, if the issue really is the redactions that relate to other matters, as the original motion stated, then I think we would be able to find a compromise and a path forward. Continuing, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, maybe you'll be in the game for a promotion someday, Mr. Chair. I'm turning my attention still within the documents that were produced by the Department of Finance. I'm now looking at pages 51 through 54 of the finance release. Here it's an email between Ms. Kovacevic and members of the minister staff. All of the content is there. It's all visible and for public and for parliamentary scrutiny, for public scrutiny, for anybody who's interested in this information. It was almost all of it was produced unredacted. The only redaction is for cell phone numbers. It's not relevant and it should not be in the public realm in any event, because I don't think it serves the public interest. And I do think that there is interest in having the privacy of Canadians protected when we're dealing with their personal information. The email is talking about an overview of volunteering proposals and includes attachments, including an overview of the I Want to Help and the We Social Entrepreneurship concept. The first redaction is literally a cell phone number, and we know that because only the number itself was redacted, and beside we have portable, and I apologize to my my francophone colleagues. Next to it, we have the full phone number for the office included, unredacted below. Again, in the email below on the same document, we're dealing with an email from Rachel Wernick on the same subject as the one before. The entire content about how to implement the various options and a conversation that took place between Craig Kielburger, or I should say Craig K. It says in the email, and Rachel Wernick is referenced in this email. It's produced in full. Again, the only redaction in that email is the mobile number for Ms. Wernick. I know it's her mobile number, even though it's blacked out because the word mobile.
Mr. Chair, point of order.
Point of order, Ms. Zerowitz.
I just want to do a quick quorum check. I want to make sure everybody's awake and here.
Okay, Madam Clerk. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, we do have a quorum. I see all the faces, and I see Mr. St. Marie in the committee room.
Well, if Mr. St. Marie is here, then we have quorum then for sure.
Hey, he's holding his hands to his chest. He's pretty proud of that. Okay, Mr. Fraser, you're on.
Thank you. Where was I now? So the documents, I've gone through the remittal letter from the Deputy Minister to Finance, and am now taking a look at the documents they produced. And I have to say, Mr. Chair, the redactions included in this document package follow to the letter the explanation that was given, but that opposition members refused to allow to form part of the evidentiary body before this committee. I now am looking at Department of Finance's production 52. It relates to the email exchange that I've just gone through. Includes a summary of the I Want to Help document referring to student volunteers. The document scopes out the proposed approach to requests for options to support students volunteering over, it says, the next few months, obviously at a particular point in time. And it goes into significant detail about some of the considerations that could be included. It outlines a proposal.
Order from Mr. Poilievre, Mr. Fraser. Mr. Poilievre?
Yes, I was just going to get up and get a drink. I wondered if anyone wanted anything while I'm up.
What are you drinking, Pierre? It just depends. I might take that offer, but it'll take a long while to get it here.
How about some Crown Royal? Nothing more Canadian than that. Good Canadian rye.
It is. I do like that rye, but
our farmers would approve.
I'm too far away for you to get it here.
You might get us to a quicker resolution here at the committee.
Well, Mr. Sean or Mr. Fraser made an offer. If the redactions were based on the original motion, we may be able to find a way forward. So I think that's a pretty decent offer. It's something for people to think about. Back to you think about that with that drink of Crown Royal there, Mr. Poilievre. Mr. Fraser.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I've got to say, although it was in a collegial tone, I'm very disappointed to have been interrupted when I was right in the middle of a key point. Mr. Chair, continuing on, the document, the point here really, and I know that that comment was made in jest, but the point here really is that this is the key kind of document that we got into during some of the witness testimony. It outlines a proposal that had been made to Minister Ng. It's been produced in full. These are the kinds of documents you'll see a pattern where there's any substantive matter that relates to the issues around the Canada Student Service Grant, its design, its implementation, whatever. It's all there. The redactions that have been made largely pertain to the kinds of things that would properly be redacted, but more importantly, pertain to precisely the terms outlined in the committee's original motion in July, and specifically that were explained in a level of detail by the various remittal letters that pertain to each batch of documents. If we see page 189 of the Department of Finance's production. These are some of my favorite ones that seem to be so controversial. The redaction on this page, it relates to a teleconference that took place on April 24th. It includes all of the participants, including those involved with the Department of Finance, with Mr. Craig Kielburger as an optional attendee, and outlines what time the meeting took place. The only portion that's redacted, it's a major scandal, Mr. Speaker, is the passcode for a teleconference line that is used by the Department of Finance. I can actually understand, although I highly doubt that it's relevant, I can fully understand why a government conference line password would perhaps not be appropriate to disclose, so members of the public are not able to at chance dial in to what should be properly a private and confidential conversation. Mr. Speaker, in any event, the dispute is not even over whether that information should be redacted, but who should have made that redaction. It seems so small, and it really is the kind of thing that if this is the central point in the dispute, it seems unbelievable that we can't reach agreement on how to get past it. But I'd suggest to you that the real reason we can't get past it is because opposition members continue to insist that the motion, which specifically says it excluded cabinet confidences from the request, should be read to mean that it included cabinet confidences in the request. Both things cannot be true. In fact, you cannot read the words and assume it means the opposite. This is a basic interpretation, Mr. Chair. I'll continue. Still on the Department of Finance disclosure. We've got page 190. Now, this is the same email from Craig Kielburger to was then Minister Morneau, was also a part of the WE document submission that was received by this committee. In that email, we see this same email with all the information present. As we see there, the below information had nothing at all to do with the Canada Student Service Grant, and that thus had no relevance to the motion before this committee. The subject was "Thank you" and links. It said, "Hello, Bill. It was incredibly thoughtful of you to call. Thank you very much. Realize that your team provides you access to extraordinary data. If helpful, attached are 2 documents. The attached email is from 2 days." It goes on, phone number again to the executive assistant redacted. In any event, the email seems largely to be unrelated to the Canada Student Service Grant. If we look at another email, this one for those who are interested is page 216 of the Department of Finance's disclosure package. It's another email from Ms. Marquez at the WE organization to officials in the public service who were responsible for the Canada Student Service Grant. This particular release and below you'll see all of the content of the email is present. The only information, if you go over it, is Ms. Marquez's email address and her personal phone number. You can tell that I assume it's her personal phone number that's been excluded because there is an additional phone number that has been included. Again, if you actually look at the remittal letters that explains specifically when and why redactions were made that form part of the WE amongst employees of the WE organization, that if we included those remittal letters, you would understand that this is precisely the kind of redaction that was made in order to satisfy the terms of the committee's motion. Mr. Chair, if we look now at pages 222 and 223 of the finance release, you'll see that all of the content of the email between Ms. Marquez and the relevant department officials is completely visible. The redactions that seems to be the source of such consternation include, once again, an email address and personal contact information for Ms. Marquez. This is no big shock here, Mr. Chair. The first exchange in the email talks about the fact that there was a prompt response and that they copied someone from WE Charity to help coordinate on next steps. The substantive portion of that email produced. The personal contact details of the individual were redacted. Again, the motion would have the law clerk make that redaction. The clerks, or rather the relevant departments, made the redactions in accordance with the legislation that they have indicated they are bound by. However, this seems very much like the kind of thing that we can find a solution for. It continues on in an email in the same exchange. Precisely the same information is redacted. The body of the email, much of which, by the way, touches on personal exchanges about reconnecting with loved ones over the weekend, was nevertheless included, but the email itself merely mentions that there was a connection made with Craig, who I assume is Craig Kielburger, and Ms. Marquez the week prior. They mentioned that they had a phone discussion. Obviously, that would be appropriate to disclose to this committee, and was, so they could know what the appropriate next steps for them to continue the conversation would be. This material involving conversations between employees at the WE organization and civil servants within the Department of Finance, clearly relevant. Not really all that interesting, not that significant, but they are relevant and they were produced. The only information that was redacted was the personal contact details of an employee at the WE organization. I don't know precisely which branch she was associated with. In any event, if you actually look at the redactions and the portions of the correspondence that was not redacted, you will find that it accords specifically with the remittal letter that the Deputy Minister, Paul Rochon, sent to this committee, which members of this committee are now seeking to have excluded. I actually find that it would be helpful to not only have the context of the letters, but it would actually be helpful if we have questions about the redactions that were made to have those individuals here. Perhaps we could even get them to appear with the law clerk before this committee to discuss their redactions. Indeed, the sub-amendment goes in that direction, and it would be very helpful for members of this committee to understand why they made redactions. In fact, some members have made this point previously. If you compare the sets of documents that were disclosed by the government House Leader to members of this committee and those documents that were redacted by the law clerk on emails such as this, you'll find, not this one specifically, however, Mr. Chair, but many of the short exchanges where there was a simple mobile phone number or email redacted by the clerk of the Privy Council. The law clerk went much further and excluded more information, presumably because it engaged either privacy concerns or more likely in many instances that it simply wasn't relevant to the Canada Student Service Grant when you're dealing with things like wishing someone well in their connection with loved ones over the weekend, as this email did at its outset. Mr. Speaker, in any event, at the bottom of the email, once again, you seem to only have the only exclusion that appears seems to relate to the personal contact information, while the professional contact details are still very much there. Should anybody wish to be calling Madam Marquez going forward, or perhaps in the past, given the fate that We Charity has suffered in Canada in recent months. Mr. Chair, the next document is page 224 of the Department of Finance's disclosure package. This is very important information, Mr. Chair. We have here a meeting invite. It's from Ms. Kovacevic to a quote, Minnow, Minister's Office staff member. All of the contents present, the redactions that the opposition members are taking issue with, it's a conference ID again, and Ms. Kovacevic's cell phone number. Just to remind Canadians, the focus of the government has been on and remains on the pandemic and the second wave. And now we find ourselves at the Finance Committee having a dispute over both the appropriateness of the redaction, but more specifically, the person who ought to have redacted the personal phone number of the civil servant and the conference ID number. Again, Mr. Chair, much like the previous page, if you look to 226 of the finance release, you'll see that the only redaction present is, again, for a conference ID. All of the names and the emails of relevant officials are there for Canadians, for opposition members to see. And these things can be relevant, there's no question, but certain information, for good reason, ought to be protected. I've made the case before on a previous document that dealt with a passcode for a government conference line. Certainly for the personal emails, I don't think it would be appropriate to share those as well. The portions that actually touch on the fact of who attended meetings, when they took place, the organizations that they're attached to, all of that is relevant. All of that is properly within the scope of the motion that this committee had, I shouldn't say this committee, that the Finance Committee in the previous session of this Parliament adopted, and is explained beautifully in the remittal letter by the appropriate Deputy Minister in this instance. If we continue on with the package, Mr. Chair, we once again, and now I'm looking at document number page 227. It's page 1 of 1. This is a document that is labeled secret, confidence of the Queen's Privy Council. It is nevertheless been produced. All of the content of this agenda and notes from a 4Cs meeting are included. This is a cabinet confidence document, Mr. Chair. It's been released for review with all of the information as it relates to the Canada Student Service Grant, with that information visible. The only redaction we have here is a conference call ID number. I'm not making a joke about this. This is actually the kind of information that's been redacted. Back to the original motion that was passed in July. It's clear that the motion said we don't want cabinet confidences. The response from both the Deputy Minister of Finance and the Clerk of the Privy Council both made adamantly clear that they did not consider the committee to have asked for documents that were subject to cabinet confidence. The basis on which they found that conclusion is that the committee told them to exclude cabinet confidences from the request. Nevertheless, as was explained in the remittal letter, where documents actually were relevant or perhaps helpful to the committee in its deliberations and consideration of the Canada Student Service Grant Program, they produced those documents. This one, again, marked secret, confidence of the Queen's Privy Council, is labeled Canada Student Service Grant. It's dated Thursday, April 30th, 2020. It gives the time of the meeting. It was an hour-long meeting beginning at 11:15 that day. It even provides the dial-in information for the particular conference line at issue. It simply moved out the conference ID to protect the password that would keep other people from potentially logging into that conference line in the future. It talks about the participants who were there from the Privy Council office, including Lisa Sitlakwe. I can't, the font is small I'm looking at here, Mr. Speaker, I apologize. Tara Shannon, Heather Moriarty, Louise Baird, Ken McKillop, Alan Bedouin. From PMO, Rick Tice and Laura LaBelle. From ESDC, Rachel Wernick and Ritu Banerjee. From the Department of Finance, Andrea Howard, Michelle Kovacevic, and Susie McDonald. The agenda items are included: welcome and opening remarks, a discussion on the Canada Student Service Grant options, program delivery and police authority, and wrap up and next steps. This document, Mr. Chair, obviously would ordinarily be subject to cabinet confidences, but the government nevertheless made the decision to produce it, even though we didn't ask for it, even though had we asked for it, they may have been within their rights to refuse to produce it on the basis of cabinet confidences, and they've given us nearly the whole thing. The only portion that's redacted is the password to the teleconference that was hosted that day. This is the kind of information that's been excluded from document production. If we continue on here, Mr. Speaker, I direct your attention to page 228 of the Department of Finance's production. This is talking about key issues for discussion on service and volunteering initiatives. The heading beneath that title is the Canada Emergency Service Grant. It's then labeled CSSG. Presumably that was during a time when a program was being considered, but a name had not been landed upon. The first heading, eligible individuals. Should the grant be limited to youth registered in PSE studies or more broadly to any youth eligible for PSE studies? Should youth in receipt of stipend under CSC microgrant program be eligible for the CSSG? You can tell here the CSC, if you read again the remittal letter, I'm second guessing myself which document it was in, but there was one document that used that specific acronym to describe the Canada Service Corps. We heard testimony at this committee, I should say the previous version of this committee in the prior session of this Parliament, that indicated specifically that the Canada Service Corps was actually being considered to administer this program. We heard testimony when the Prime Minister was before this committee and his Chief of Staff, Ms. Telford, that in fact, when that idea was pitched, they learned it didn't have the capacity, and the recommendation of the civil service was that if this program was to be administered this year, it would be by the WE organization or not at all for this year. This is a document that speaks to that very issue in some ways, and includes recommendations that were made, and all of it is fully produced. There are no redactions on this particular page. It doesn't just deal with the recommendations, but considerations if they limit the program specifically to students. It talks about the eligible service opportunities that could be part of a program of this nature. It includes recommendations, including the establishing the minimum criteria for eligible volunteer opportunities, proactive outreach and contribution agreements with third-party organizations to encourage the development of COVID-19 related opportunities across all regions of the country, and funding the WE proposal to create a 10-week service opportunity for 20,000 youth to ensure early offerings. Now that was under the heading recommend. Considerations, they list a few additional ones as well. They go on to talk about the I Want to Help portal. They go on to talk about grant amounts and payments and recommendations and consideration regarding those. This is an important document in terms of what the committee was actually looking for. If you're looking for information about how the program was developed, how it was implemented, how it evolved over time, squarely within what the committee had asked for. The government decided to produce this document in full without redaction. If you look at a draft document now, page 230 of the Department of Finance, disclosure package, you're dealing with the Canada Service Corps, Canada Student Service Grant, again, which reflects the testimony that we heard that the Canada Service Corps was in fact being considered for the administration of this program. It goes in, and it's a draft dated April 29th, which actually coincides perfectly with the timeline that was provided to this committee, and that the committee members had the opportunity to question senior members of the government, including the Prime Minister, on, because this predates the first cabinet meeting, which I believe was May 5th or 8th. My memory escapes me at the moment, Mr. Chair. In any event, the document relates to the development and implementation of the program. Clearly within the realm of what this committee asked for. Whether this particular document is marked draft, it's not specifically marked subject to cabinet confidence, but it does follow the agenda item document that redacted the conference ID that I mentioned was what that cabinet confidence did attach to. In any event, it was produced in its entirety. Talks about the context around COVID-19 and the need for the development of a program like this. It outlines the proposed approach of the program with ESDC. It talks about the youth eligibility requirements and the eligible service placements. This is the kind of document, if you want to figure out what the government was thinking at the time this program was being developed, what considerations they had in mind, and what recommendations they received, including the cost here reflects the total anticipated cost estimates at $862.5 million. Frankly, Mr. Chair, this is a document, along with the contribution agreement, that I would have great interest in going through if I wanted to learn more about what the government was thinking at the time. The great thing is, if we actually want to know what they were thinking at the time, what considerations they had made, what recommendations they had received, thankfully it's all been written down. And it's all been produced for this committee. The portions that were redacted, again, this document doesn't have redactions aside from the conference ID that all of this information pertained to. I don't see how that particular information would move the needle one iota for members of this committee who are interested in learning more. The substantive material is all there.
Mr. Fraser, I lost track for a minute. What document is that?
I was referring to the document package ending at 240 with the Department of Finance. I think it began around 220. If you give me a moment, Mr. Chair, that's 227 was the first page, which was the agenda. It was subject to cabinet confidence, marked secret, and yet the entire attachments to it seemingly were produced in significant detail about the everything from the anticipated cost to the eligibility requirements for potential students who could take part, to the eligible placements that could have been considered. It's all there, with the limited exception.
Thank you.
Of the conference ID for the teleconference that took place that day. If we continue, Mr. Chair, we can look at an email exchange. I'm now looking at Department of Finance document 310. This is an email exchange between Ms. Kovacevic and the Minister's Office staff and departmental officials. In this chain, it goes from page 310 through 318 of Finance's release. We get all the information in the body of the email present, all of it. All we have in terms of redactions is private cell phone numbers. This doesn't need to be in the public domain, and our nonpartisan public service removed it. I will acknowledge that the motion says that some of these redactions ought to have been made, specifically that relate to personal information, by the law clerk and not the government. I also understand the civil services point of view, which was not given at the direction of the government but done independently, was that they are bound by legislation that requires them to seek the consent of parties who've been the subject of a request to have their personal information disclosed, and where that consent is not obtained to conduct an assessment, as to whether the public interest clearly outweighs the need to protect privacy. In this instance, the limited public interest in having members of the public have access to a personal cell phone number of an employee or civil servant did not outweigh the privacy interest in protecting that personal information. And I agree entirely. The email is labeled for urgent review. May 8th, cabinet note on Canada Student Service Grant. The body of the email, someone will send you all the CSSG stuff. I don't know if there was an official request or what. Something seems broken. And it has kind of an odd email signature sent by MK's sassy smartphone. I don't even think that was relevant. Nevertheless, the government produced it, but the number of that sassy smartphone was redacted. Mr. Speaker, these are the kinds of things throughout the entire package. And I'm just reading these directly from the source material that was produced. There's probably information in there that did not need to be produced based on relevance. Nevertheless, it was included because the government, as was explained in the remittal letters, tried to take a broad and principled approach to document production. Similarly, the same email from the same phone number from the same email was excluded. The body of the email, including everyone who it's been sent to, again, with the subject in bold for urgent review, May 8th, cabinet note on Canada Student Service Grant. I don't know how this is moving, but can someone, in addition to the cabinet process, send directly to Amit Gillen's note and the two documents at the links as attachments, proposal and Chager's annex for tomorrow? This is talking about documents that are clearly going before a cabinet. It's labeled cabinet note in the subject of the email, brings into the body of the email the name of one of the government's ministers who was held responsibility for some of this program development. The email chain further gets into some detail. It says, please find attached and at this link a copy of a cabinet note for the minister for your approval. Please note that the cabinet discussion will focus on two short documents from Minister Chager. The original presentation to COVID committee on May 5th here, excuse me, and the proposed revisions following the COVID committee meeting for consideration of cabinet here. Please let me know if you have any issues accessing the documents, and I would be happy to share them as an attachment. That's from Jillian Webster, a senior analyst with focused on Indigenous policy with the Department of Finance Canada. All of the material describing the original presentation to the COVID committee, describing documents from Minister Chager, describing the proposed revisions following the COVID committee meeting. All of that content is there. The personal work, I should say the professional contact details of Ms. Webster, the senior analyst on Indigenous policy with the Department of Finance, is actually included. As a public servant, the government made a decision to disclose her work email and phone number. However, if you look at the redaction, it appears a cell phone number was redacted. Mr. Speaker, if you continue down, you'll see Susie McDonald, again from the Department of Finance, on an email chain with several other finance officials with the subject, the ESDC student grant. This is part of all the same package of documents, asking someone named Aiden to put together an email or short Word document to summarize the ESDC proposal on student grants going to Cabinet tomorrow. Essentially a light touch cab note, I assume that means cabinet note, with a bit of background and the highlights of the proposal. Call if you have questions. Again, the only piece that's redacted is the cell phone number of Ms. McDonald. It's helpful too in these documents. It refers where the reductions to certain sections that pertain to the reasons for certain disclosures. You can only understand why all of these matters are redacted in the way they are. And frankly, when there's documents that would ordinarily not be produced that were, the context was provided to us in the remittal letters. Nevertheless, some members of this committee are trying to ensure that those remittal letters don't get brought into the evidentiary record before this committee, presumably because they provide context that opposition members would like to ensure never reaches the public. Similarly, the seeming lack of a willingness to allow the civil servants responsible for these redactions, including the clerk of the Privy Council, who's indicated that he's going to make himself available. Seemingly, we won't hear from him either. And I think it would be particularly helpful to understand the process that he and others within the civil service employed in order to ensure that the selection of material to be redacted was done in a principled way and not in a selective manner, which was specifically explained to be the case in those remittal letters. I think that's extremely important and essential context. If I look at the Department of Finance's document 312, again, just following on the heels of the documents I've been referring to, it's an email from Ms. McDonald dated Thursday, May 7th, at 7:55 p.m. It is sent to and copies those who work in finance with the subject Canada Student Grants. It has several attachments, including the CSSG proposal Word document, the CSSG proposal for Cabinet, which has been updated, and a note for the Minister on the CC. It says CCSG. I can only assume that in fact it means the CSSG. The email to Amit says here are the original proposal that went to committee, two, the updated proposal that is going tomorrow, and three, our note on the updated proposal. The cell number is blacked out, and that is the only thing. Mr. Speaker, I think you're catching my drift here, but the documents continue to go on. If you look at the next page, page 313, this is a proposal for the Cabinet Committee on the federal response to the coronavirus brackets COVID-19. The subheading is the implementation of the Canada Student Service Grant, the Honourable Bardish Chagger, May 5th, 2020. It's labeled draft in the background. Mr. Chair, rather, if there was ever a document that would ordinarily be subject to Cabinet confidence, I would dare say this is it. It is a proposal for the Cabinet Committee. In fact, it's a draft proposal for the Cabinet Committee on the federal response to the coronavirus brackets COVID-19 again. This is squarely within the category of documents that both the Clerk of the Privy Council and the Deputy Minister of Finance have clearly said, although we are not required to disclose this information because you have specifically as a committee asked us to exclude it from what we produce, we're going to do it anyway, and we're going to waive Cabinet confidence over it because we think it will actually shed light on the matters that the committee is discussing. If you actually dig in to the document, it's really interesting. Most members of Parliament don't sit in Cabinet, and perhaps in their entire career will never see a document like this. It outlines it's as the purpose of the document that the minister is seeking the authority to create the new Canada Student Service Grant under the Canada Service Corps program to provide students who engage in national service opportunities during the summer with up to $5,000. This was a point of controversy during testimony before this committee, including testimony of the Prime Minister. It makes clear that the intention of the government at the outset was to seek to have the Canada Service Corps administer this program. It's laid bare for this committee. It was given to committee members. It was not redacted, despite the fact that it is a very similar, or rather a very sensitive document in ordinary circumstances. The document goes on to say it's going to create and launch the I Want to Help portal, a web-based one-window matching platform by ESDC that allows students to find volunteer opportunities to contribute to the COVID-19 response in their community and to fund a third-party organization to support the implementation of the CSSG and the payment of the grants directly to students. It says that incremental funding is required and a funding request would be made, if approved, which would be ad reft. I think there may be a mistake there, to the Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, and Minister of Health through the Public Health Events of National Concern Payments Act. Mr. Speaker, a draft proposal to the Cabinet Committee on the Federal Response to COVID-19 on the implementation of the Canada Student Service Grant is absolutely the kind of document that will be subject to Cabinet confidences. Again, the motion adopted by the Finance Committee in the previous session of the 43rd Parliament made very clear that documents like this were to be excluded from the request. If you read the remittal letters from the clerk or the deputy minister, you will find very clearly that they have made the decision, despite the fact that they were never bound to produce this document, to do it anyway. If I actually look at it, it goes through the purpose of the program and the pitch. It has a summary of the proposal. It talks about the eligibility of participating students and participating organizations. It goes into detail about the purpose and development of the I Want to Help portal. It talks about third-party delivery organization and explains that funding authority is in fact required. If you dig into that section, perhaps that's the most germane among anything there. It talks specifically about ESDC's recommendation to fund We Charities, who has submitted an unsolicited proposal to provide support. It says We Charities is the largest youth-serving charitable organization in Canada with substantial experience in youth service programming through fully bilingual programming for diverse youth in all parts of the country. It goes on to explain in more detail why that may make sense. The entire section on a document marked secret, which was a proposal being considered by the federal government's Cabinet Committee on the COVID-19 response, it's absolutely subject to Cabinet confidence, and it's remarkable that it was produced in the first instance, and it's remarkable that it was produced without redactions. This is a key document for the committee to understand what was going on at the time. It helps color the timeline that had been provided to this committee, and it in my mind, is the kind of thing the government would have been within its rights to withhold, not produce at all, but instead it's been produced in full, so this committee can understand precisely the thought process backed up by evidence that was going on at the specific time. And this again is relates to the early May cabinet meetings. On the annex to the proposal, which was also included, there's proposed, it's an annex to the proposal for the Cabinet Committee. I would dare say this is obviously also subject to Cabinet confidence, but nevertheless produced. It includes amendments to the design of the Canada Student Service Grant, again in the name of the Honourable Bardish Chagger, dated May 8th, 2020. The leading sentence discusses the minister's recommendation for approval by Cabinet 3 changes to the proposal on the Canada Student Service Grant to address concerns that were raised by committee members. We are here getting into discussions that took place by Cabinet committee members, including the discussion to expand eligibility to include all youth ages 17 to 30 as opposed to just students, to permit participants who receive the CSSG to also receive the Canada Emergency Response Benefit, and to increase the number of grant thresholds from 3 to 5. It goes into each of those items in significant detail to explain effectively how the program could work, and suggestions that were made to improve its delivery, including how students would be compensated for their volunteer efforts. It's a remarkable document, Mr. Speaker. The issue here is whether it ought to have been, it really demonstrates that the government went over and above what the motion required. The issue that was raised by the motion had to do with document production. The specific exclusion of Cabinet confidences made clear this is not the kind of document that was envisioned to have been produced by the committee. Nevertheless, if you read the remittal letter, this document was the subject of production because the government thought that would actually contribute to the public's understanding of what had taken place and this committee's deliberations. If you continue on, Mr. Chair, at page 326, of the document production. This is back to one of our old favorites. This is from page 326 to 330 of the finances released. These are the kind of the redactions that are have become comical. It is the email is produced in full. The subject is risks and mitigation document. It talks about risks and mitigation strategies. It's exchanges between civil servants with different federal departments here, and seemingly the only redactions are the cell phone number of certain civil servants, namely of Michelle Kovacevic and Rachel Wernick. I don't see a need for this committee to be delving into that kind of information whatsoever. If I look at the attachments on risk and mitigation strategies, this stuff could be very relevant. This stuff is very relevant to what the committee actually asked for. I think this is a completely appropriate place for it to have picked up or to have disclosed. It goes into significant detail around the solutions that have been proposed, that were at the time proposed by we, including the guarantee of 20,000 volunteer placements be available at the launch of the program. It talks a lot about some of the risks around the insufficient number of volunteer roles. It goes on to discuss Canada's nonprofit sector and the fact that it would be overwhelmed trying to manage all of the young volunteers who would take part in the program. There was concerns around quality control and fraud within the system that were outlined in this document. There was concerns around financial irregularity in payments to participants. There was concerns around a lack of operational structure for the program, around health and safety risks, around the fact that not enough young people qualify for grants, and around the fact that there are youth with limited or no access to technology, that there's inadequate service placements for youth from rural communities, that there's a lack of representation potentially from diverse communities across Canada, that there may be a lack of engagement or participation of at-risk youth or youth that had special needs, that participant issues, management, and problem solving could arise, that there would be a need to accommodate specific requests from members of parliament or government representatives in support of causes in their own constituencies. And there were legal issues and considerations that were outlined, and that the Canadian public is unaware of the potential impact of the program. All of these are risk strategies and are risk mitigation strategies that were outlined in that document. They are clearly the kind of thing that the committee was looking for. That provides valuable information about what was being considered, not just in how to implement it, but the potential pitfalls that we may run into. And in fact, where we find ourselves is in a place where the government produced the document in full. The redactions that we keep seeing are either routinely attached to documents that the committee specifically said we didn't want, or documents that clearly would be inappropriate to share publicly. Where there are meaningful documents, whether it was the a summary of the presentation to the Cabinet Committee on COVID-19, or whether it was documents outlining the risks associated with moving forward with this program, those documents were produced in full without redactions. The documents that were redacted largely touched on personal information or Cabinet confidences. If I continue on, Mr. Chair, I'm now looking at page 324, again, still on the Department of Finance's disclosure. This is a calendar invite from Microsoft Outlook. It contains information on a conference call that was to take place on May 26. On this invite, you'll see the relevant department officials who were responsible for the CSSG, and the only information redacted was the conference call login information. I do think that producing these documents are relevant. I do think the committee asked for this document. This is a document that explains that people met, they discussed the program. Where I take issue with what's gone on here is that we seemingly are now having an entire discussion about who should have redacted the conference ID for that teleconference. It doesn't make sense, Mr. Speaker. Frankly, I don't care who made the redaction. If the opposition would like to have the clerk review the redaction of the conference IDs that were used to discuss the Canada Student Service Grant, as I've said a few times during these remarks, I think we can find a compromise there. If they're going to insist that the motion which says it excluded from the request cabinet documents, and they insist that Liberal members should interpret that to mean that the request should have included cabinet documents, then they won't find agreement. We can't agree that a motion says the opposite of what it in fact says. If you continue on with me down this path, Mr. Chair, we've got to be looking for a decision document of some kind. It's pages 411 through 426 of Finance's release. And let me just, if you read down, there's a note at the throughout this, but the key part is it's a document entitled Delivery of the Canada Student Service Grant. It is the next subheading is Prime Minister Decision. The next heading, Prime Minister Decision, exactly the same as the Minister? No. It's pretty clear here that this is a document that would characterize what cabinet confidence means. This is a document that outlines when the Prime Minister made a decision that was not precisely the same as the minister who made the decision to be presented to him. If you look at it, Chair, all of the information as is relevant to the Canada Student Service Grant is unredacted. It's present for everybody to see. The part that's been redacted are unrelated cabinet confidences as determined by the nonpartisan and professional public service. Again, if we look back to either Deputy Minister Rochon or Clerk of the Privy Council Shugart's explanation, they said that they employed a process to ensure that the redactions were not made on a selective basis, but that they were made in a principled way to ensure that there was no cherry picking for political expediency. I would love to have them come testify to explain what process they employed to actually make that happen. As was expressly permitted for in the motion from this committee, all the cabinet confidences that are related to the service grant would be released, but unrelated information was to be redacted, and it was. This isn't rocket science. It's already a rare occurrence that cabinet confidences of a sitting government are actually released, and the clerk took the extraordinary step to nevertheless release all of the information as it related to the Canada Student Service Grant program, while also maintaining that he would protect necessary and unrelated cabinet confidences. Everything present here has been done in the spirit of that promise and while respecting the committee's motion for information. This is actually an extraordinary document. For what it's worth, after the portion that explains the Prime Minister's decision was not precisely the same as the minister's, it reads that the Prime Minister decided to provide up to $543.8 million to ESDC for the establishment and payments under the new taxable Canada Student Service Grant. The Prime Minister decided to limit eligibility of the grant to students eligible for the Canada Emergency Student Benefit who are under the age of 30. The Prime Minister further decided to convert the remaining $356.2 million in the set-aside to a provision for this initiative. The Minister of Diversity and Inclusion and Youth can access this provision, can seek access to this provision with the approval of the Minister of Finance following submission of a letter and supporting information regarding expenditures to date and demand above and beyond initial estimates. A subsequent funding decision would not be required to access this funding. The Prime Minister also decided that the Minister of Diversity and Inclusion and Youth is required to write to the President of the Treasury Board to provide an update on the CSSG, not for approval, prior to drawing down funding for Phase 2 and subsequent cohorts. For greater clarity, the Minister of Diversity and Inclusion and Youth should provide an update once WE has completed the launch of its initial 20,000 supported placements and is preparing to launch the next 20,000 placements. The Prime Minister also decided to waive the condition placed on the Canada Service Corps program for ESDC to report on results for 2021 in order to access frozen funding for 2021-2022. There's then about enough space for 2 or 3 words that have been redacted. It then says ESDC is to report back to Treasury Board in 2021-2022 when information can be fully compiled regarding the Canada Service Corps program outcomes for the 2020-2021 fiscal year. Mr. Chair, this is a document that clearly would have cabinet confidences attached to it. Again, it's the decision of a prime minister that does not accord completely with the decision of a minister that was presented to him. The upshot here is that we now have evidence that this committee holds within its possession, but that is not officially on the record, that shows that there was a cabinet discussion involving a prime minister making changes to the decisions that were presented to him by one of the ministers within his administration. This, Mr. Chair, clearly is explained. The importance of disclosing this document was explained in the remittal letter of both Mr. Rochon and the Clerk of the Privy Council. They made absolutely clear that though the motion clearly states these kinds of documents are excluded from the category of documents that this committee, in fact, I shouldn't say this committee, again, that the Finance Committee in the previous session of this Parliament requested, and nevertheless, they made the decision to approve it. Sensitive as it may be, it can be difficult, I know, for governments sometimes to demonstrate that one decision has been overturned by a prime minister of one of the ministers. But this is exactly the kind of document that would typically not be produced, that is politically sensitive. Perhaps some people will think less of a government because the prime minister made a change to the decision of one of their ministers. Nevertheless, it's been produced. This is a very sensitive kind of document that's normally confidential for good reason. But in this instance, it was provided to give clarity to the committee. The document actually continues to outline the fiscal impact of the Prime Minister's decision. It's a classic-looking table that you might see in a budget or annex to a budget or fall economic statement, and it includes the accrual profile of the program. I won't get into the specific funding amounts for each of the programs, but in any event, it's all been shared. The content of this particular document is not necessarily the most relevant piece, but the fact that it's been shared at all is a substantial point, I think, to make. Similarly, the next page in the same package discusses the delivery of the Canada Service Student Grant. Student Service Grant, rather. And this document is entitled the Minister of Finance decision. If we look at the document, the minister, it shows the minister decided to provide up to $543.8 million to ESDC for the establishment and payments under the new taxable Canada Student Service Grant. The document, similar to the document prior, includes very, very minor redactions. In this instance, if you follow the explanation in the remittal letter, presumably that would be subject to cabinet confidences, but were not relevant to the information that this committee has sought. If you didn't have access to those remittal letters, again, which opposition members are seeking to have excluded from the evidentiary record, what you'll end up seeing is that that this document has been produced nearly in full. But if you didn't have access to those remittal letters, you would say, why are there certain redactions made to this cabinet document? We received an explanation as to why it's been redacted in writing. Now opposition members are seeking to exclude from the record the very explanation and seemingly won't even allow the civil servants responsible for these redactions to come and actually testify before this committee, even though they've asked to show up and explain themselves. I think at the very least, before we continue on, we should have explanations given as to why redactions were made before we jump to conclusions that they were made in a manner that breaches the privileges of members of this committee, which again is a bit rich considering these documents were not only never asked for, but were specifically excluded from the request. That's the language that the committee in the last session of this Parliament actually used. Mr. Chair, I could go on for a while. I see that some of my my colleagues do have their hands up. Perhaps I'll pause there and allow one of my committee colleagues to take over. But should they exhaust their own points, I've not completed my own analysis on these documents. Suffice it to say that the initial motion made very clear the committee never asked for documents that were subject to cabinet confidences, that in fact cabinet material was shared with this committee, and that redactions were made only in certain limited circumstances. And if the only remaining dispute, when you read the original motion the committee passed way back earlier in the summer, is about who should have made the redaction of the personal cell phone numbers of civil servants, I think we should be able to find a solution to that offline. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fraser. I have on
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Chair, point of information, please. Very quickly, as my colleague Peter Julian did earlier, I would just like to ensure that everything is in order for my very wise replacement, Mr. Richard Cannings. He'll be taking over for me, and I just want to make sure that with you and the clerk that everything is in order for him to take over from me.
Getting a signal from the clerk that Mr. Canning is in, and you're relieved. Thank you, Mr. Belarus. Welcome, Mr. Canning. Okay, I'm just going to go to my
Pacific British Columbia people are taking over. So
good stuff, Richard. I have on my list Ms. Sirowitz, Mr. Fonseca, Mr. Poilievre, Mr. Badaway, Mr. Gerritsen. I would offer to Mr. Poilievre, so that we got some cross party discussion here. If he wants to be bumped up to go next, I would allow him. Or
Mr.
do
Chair,
I go with the list?
Sure.
Just quickly before you hand the microphone over, I'm just curious if Monsieur Saint Marie is going to have his British Columbia colleagues subbing in for him as well before the night is over.
I don't believe.
Oui, super. Yes, very soon.
Thank you, Mr. Saint Marie. Mr. Poilievre, did you want to take the opportunity to come in now? Go ahead.
I know Mr. Fraser's humor, but we shouldn't laugh too loud. There was basically no Bloc Québécois when Justin Trudeau became Prime Minister. They had been dead and gone and a relic of the past, and there was no separatist movement out of West, and now we have them both back. So maybe by the time we're done this meeting, the Prime Minister will have successfully alienated enough British Columbians to add them to the list. But hopefully not. On the subject at hand, Mr. Chair, we're simply asking that the government do as the committee requested, which is to hand the documents over to the clerk, and for the clerk to decide, the law clerk, to decide what should be released and what should not. We originally asked that. We passed it in a motion, and the government has violated that motion. Now, there seems to be some confusion with respect to cabinet confidences. We're not asking for the public release of cabinet confidences. We're asking for the law clerk to determine if the documents, the WE scandal documents excluded, are in fact cabinet confidences, or if they have been misclassified as such by the Prime Minister and the officials that depend on him for their jobs. So what we're simply asking, and we offered a very generous compromise, is that all the documents that were excluded or redacted simply go to the law clerk, who is the lawyer for the entire House of Commons, and that he consider whether or not the redactions and exclusions were appropriate, and report back to the House accordingly. Now, the government says, well, why don't we just bring in the Prime Minister's deputy, who relies on the Prime Minister for his job, who can be fired by the Prime Minister at any time, who was hired by the Prime Minister, whom the Prime Minister decides on the bonus, the financial bonus, and who in every way, shape, or form reports directly to the Prime Minister. And of course, that is not an acceptable solution to this problem. The same clerk, probably under some duress, though he'd not admit it publicly, deprived the Ethics Commissioner of information related to the SNC scandal. That prevented the Ethics Commissioner from fully disclosing the truth in that previous scandal. So we can't simply rely on the Prime Minister's personal deputy to decide what Canadians should see and what they should not see. That is not appropriate. Rather, we're proposing that a truly independent individual, that is the lawyer for the House of Commons, who represents all 338 of us, who represents the institution of Parliament, not the government, not the opposition, not anybody in particular, but all of us generally, review the documents and report back to us on whether or not we have received everything we're entitled to according to the motion. Now, if everything has been released, and if all of the so-called cabinet confidences are in fact confidences, then the government should have nothing to worry about. There really wouldn't be any controversy. The law clerk would say so. He'd come before the committee and say, well, folks, it turns out I have reviewed all of these exclusions and redactions, and they were all appropriate. So we don't need to pursue the matter any further. But for some reason, the government is just terrified that the law clerk would have this kind of access. I would point out, with respect to that law clerk, that he and his office have high-level security clearance. There is no risk that they're going to find cabinet confidences and pick up the phone and call a journalist or head to Twitter and tweet the information out online. The cabinet confidences that they have in their possession, according to this motion, would be kept confidential because the law clerk would be so ordered by this committee. Now, were he to violate that edict, he would blow up his entire career and his life. He would not be able to practice law because the bar he would be expelled from the bar if he were to violate solicitor-client privilege. He would obviously be removed as the law clerk of the House of Commons. His life's work will be in tatters. So we know we don't have a risk here that the law clerk, our lawyer, is going to take these documents, and dump them on the internet or proclaim on the floor of the House of Commons. We can count on him to report back to us in a manner that is accurate, but that does not reveal any confidences. In fact, what I stated earlier today was not that the law clerk would take the documents and publish them, but that he would look at the documents and confirm whether or not the redactions and the exclusions were appropriate, and report accordingly to this committee in testimony. This should be a very easy thing to do. Now, to suggest that it has never been done is completely false. Of course, during the SNC-Lavalin scandal, the Prime Minister was forced to reveal some cabinet confidences because he had one of his most senior ministers alleging that in under the dome of cabinet confidentiality, he was committing grievous acts of ethical violence, that he was applying undue pressure to absolve a corporate criminal from prosecution. And as a result, yes, cabinet confidences were published to the Justice Committee. Furthermore, confidences that would normally be left in the hands of ministers have been shared with other branches of Parliament. We have now a Committee on National Security, which is able to go around the normal restrictions on confidentiality and review state secrets with an oath that they not speak of those secrets anywhere, ever. and for threat of charge. So there is a second precedent for this sort of thing. And frankly, the parliamentary tradition is that ministers can bring citizens into their confidence if they are so authorized by the Crown, represented by the Prime Minister. So this would be entirely legitimate. It would be completely reasonable. And the only reason the government would resist such a compromise is because they're terrified that the law clerk is going to look at these documents and say, these are not cabinet competence. They never were. These are not legitimate redactions. In fact, there are no legitimate redactions. The House of Commons has the right to get to see any document unredacted it chooses, regardless of statutes related to access to information or privacy. That's not covered in parliamentary privilege. And so they're worried that the law clerk is going to see this and say, my God, they've been covering all this up. It has nothing to do with cabinet competence and everything to do with protecting the culpable. And then he will report that presumably to this committee. And that's why the Liberals on the committee are acting so erratically. Here we should be performing a pre-budget consultation. Conservatives have been crying out for the need to start the pre-budget consultation so we can get this disastrous economy back on track. We realize, don't get us wrong, we realize that Canada's economy is the worst in the G7, the highest unemployment, by far the highest deficit, poorest growth prospects,
lowest death rate.
More bad news today from the Bank of Canada that we
point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Poilievre, we have a point of order coming in from Mr. Garrettson.
I believe that the member forgot to indicate, Mr. Chair, that we also have amongst the lowest per capita death rate in the G7. He might want to rephrase his argument to make it more fulsome and complete.
I think that's a point of debate. Go ahead, Mr. Poilievre.
And an inaccurate statement. We have many developed countries who have much superior results in fighting COVID to Canada. But regardless, our economy is in the worst shape. We've got we're dead last when it comes to jobs, and we're dead last when it comes to deficits, and dead last in the worst possible way. The most unemployment and the most deficit as a share of GDP. So, kind of getting the worst results for the highest price. And so we want to get to work on that. We as Conservatives wanted to come forward in this committee and propose some solutions to heal
order, Chair.
The damage.
Point of order, Mr. Fragaskatis.
It is not a point of debate here. I simply want to make sure that the parliamentary record is accurate. The member ought to consult the IMF and the World Bank.
That is debate, Chair.
When making
I'm not sure I haven't heard enough yet. Go ahead, Mr. Fragaskatis.
I appreciate that, Mr. Chair.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Chair, if I may intervene when there are too many people speaking at the same time. The interpretation services cannot interpret everyone at the same time. So we have to make sure that it's only one person at a time.
Thank you, Mr. St. Marie. Mr. Fragaskatis, the floor is yours for the moment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. As I was saying, the parliamentary record ought to be accurate, and Mr. Poilievre is putting forward points that are not. He ought to consult the World Bank, the IMF, economists that work at both, who will find
that is debate,
that
Mr. Fragaskatis. Sorry, that is debate, Mr. Poilievre. Back to you, but keep it relevant
Mr. Chair, point of order.
to the topic we're on.
So I guess now we can't talk about the economy at Finance Committee.
No, Mr. Chair, point of order. And this is, I think you will find this point of order. Yeah. Mr. Poilievre has mentioned that the Conservatives wanted to move forward to the pre-budget consultations. And I want to sort of state for the record, and this is on the record, that my motion was actually put forward before the point of privilege that Mr. Poilievre put in. And so it is actually us, the Liberals, that try to get us immediately to the pre-budget consultations, but it was stopped by the Conservatives.
All right, I take your point, but we've got to get through this impasse. We got first, I think Mr. Fraser put forward a proposal earlier, and Mr. Poilievre has the floor now.
Yeah, it's funny when you start talking about the economy at the Finance Committee. Liberals cry, point of order, please stop talking about the economy. I mean, I wouldn't want to talk about the economy either with the record they have. It's a complete economic disaster. And as I was saying today, the Bank of Canada had more bad news, that investment is expected to lag far behind, and that the only growth we're going to get is out of additional consumption. Which means we're going to continue consuming more than we produce, borrowing more than we make, and all to produce the highest unemployment in the G7. So we're in an economic catastrophe right now. Conservatives want to get to the pre-budget consultation immediately, so that we can come up with plans to fix this disastrous state and try to rescue the economy. Find out why Canada has the worst performance in the G7. But all we have to do to get onto that is to vote on my motion, and we're on to pre-budget consultation. We could be on it. We could be, actually, I don't even mind starting to plan tonight for pre-budget consultation. I think it would take us about 10 minutes to do the vote, and I've still got some energy here, so I'm happy to work even later into the night and get started, at least with the skeleton plan for pre-budget consultation. We don't have to do it all tonight, but let's get going. We've got an economic, we've got a lot of economic wreckage to fix, and the Finance Committee is ground zero to fix it. So, we're in this strange position where there's a government that, despite having the biggest deficit and highest unemployment in the G7, they don't have a budget. They don't have a fiscal anchor. They can't tell us what the deficit is. They can't tell us what the spending will be for this year. They can't tell us, they're no longer publishing biweekly reports on their COVID programs.
Mr. Poilievre, I am going to say relevance here, and I've let you go quite a while on this. When somebody comes up with the other arguments on the economy, which I expect they will, I am going to have to let them go about equal time. So we're going to find more people are off the sub-amendment, and I will have to allow them, because I'm allowing you to go on the economy, and I'll allow them as well.
I say let them go.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand why the government wouldn't want to talk about the economy. It will add it to the list of the many things they don't want to talk about, and that they want to ban other people from talking about. But the question I ask on the WE scandal is, what is it that they've got to hide? First, the Prime Minister shut down Parliament, so this committee could no longer meet. Then when it came back, he filibustered 3 committees, the Procedure Committee, the Ethics Committee, the Finance Committee, which we're experiencing right now. Then we said, you know what, just give those WE documents over to the law clerk in confidence, let him look at it. No, hell no, we can't let him see those. And then I said, well, you're violating our privileges as a committee. Why don't we let the speaker rule on that? Oh, no, we can't let the speaker rule on that either. They're terrified to let the speaker render a judgment on the subject. He's actually a Liberal, and they don't trust him to rule on this. And they seem to be afraid that he might have a conscience and rule according to the facts and the standing orders, rather than to partisan ideology. And so they're trying to prevent the speaker from even ruling on my point of privilege. If my point of privilege has no merit, well, then they just pass my motion right now. It would go off to the House. The speaker would take one look at it and throw it out the window. But of course, the government knows it is very meritorious. It is a rock solid case for the breach of privilege the government in which the government has engaged. And that is exactly why they don't want the Speaker to have the opportunity to rule on it. So they're afraid of the Speaker, they're afraid of the law clerk, they're afraid of whatever is hidden away in those documents under all of that black ink. They're afraid of all of those things. That's exactly why they are here today, speaking for hours and hours and hours, and in the process sacrificing our ability to carry out pre-budget consultations. So I would encourage the government to put an end to this ridiculous filibuster. The antics aren't working, by the way. We saw in the by-elections with cratered Liberal support in two longtime Liberal strongholds that Canadians are not impressed. Liberal support collapsed in Toronto Centre, of all places, the most Liberal riding in the whole country. And then they went from winning by 17 points to 5 points in York Centre, another long-time Liberal stronghold. So I think Canadians have been watching over the last month or so. They saw the Prime Minister try to cover up the WE scandal with the prorogation and the threats of an election and the endless procedural games like the one we're witnessing right now. And they said no. So I think the Prime Minister, who was so desperate to get to an election a week ago, might be thinking twice now. Might be saying, whoa, maybe I'm not in such a great position to call that election. You know, he desperately needs the election to happen before more of the truth comes out in the WE scandal. And he's trying to delay the facts until after the election so that voters can't judge him on his real conduct. But the truth will come out. And increasingly, I think he will find that Canadians are appalled by his conduct and the conduct that his MPs are engaging in on his behalf. So I would encourage members to do the job we were sent to do here. Stop covering up the corruption. If you've got nothing to hide, don't hide it. Thank you.
Mr. Poilievre, I'm just going to read out what the Speaker asked us to do, and maybe you could respond to it. What the Speaker said at the end of your motion, quote, "As of today, it is not possible to know whether the committee is satisfied with these documents as provided to it. The new session is now underway. The committee, which has control over the interpretation of its order, has an opportunity to examine the documents and decide what to do with them." And then it goes on from here. Do you have any response to that and what the Speaker is really asking for? To me, he's asking us to look at the documents, not just send them to him.
Well, he is, and he is asking us for that, and we have looked at them. And I spent 6 weeks looking at them after they were released. And as a member of the committee, I'm prepared to cast my vote that they are not in accordance with the original request of the committee when we passed our motion in the summer. So we are the Speaker has asked us to vote on whether we are satisfied with the documents the government released.
Okay.
And I am voting no to that by voting yes to my motion.
All right, we're on the sub-amendment, and we're back to Ms. Zerowitz, followed by Mr. Fonseca, then Mr. Badaway, then Mr. Garretson. Ms. Zerowitz.
Thank you so much, Mr. I want to call you Mr. Speaker, but it's Mr. Chair. It's just I'm getting tired too. Anyways, it was Mr. Poilievre's intervention was interesting. I think that if Mr. Poilievre wants to move forward with the pre-budget consultations, then he just needs to withdraw the motion and we can move immediately to my motion that is read and on the table at the moment, and we could actually get started this evening. I don't think there's nobody on the Liberal side that would oppose us doing that. I also find it very interesting with Mr. Poilievre's comment that when the clerk of the Privy Council is the clerk of the Privy Council as part of a Conservative government. They're independent, but they become personal employees when the Prime Minister is a Liberal. So I would say to you that the clerk of the Privy Council, they are independent civil servants, and I truly believe that they serve equally no matter who is in office, whether you're Conservative or a Liberal. And so I'm not quite sure why, for some reason, under a Liberal government, a clerk of a Privy Council becomes a personal employee of the Prime Minister as opposed to an independent civil servant. I will also say to Mr. Poilievre, and he keeps on asking the same questions, and I'm not quite sure why he thinks he'll get different answers. What we had agreed to on July 7th was that we would provide all the documents for we, and that matters of cabinet confidence and national security be excluded from the request, and that any other redactions that are necessary to protect the privacy of Canadians and the rest of that motion actually go to the law clerk and the Parliamentary Council. So I'm not quite sure. The reason we don't agree with it is because we want to be consistent with the July 7th motion, and we feel that we have honored it and that there is no breach of privilege by this committee. I'm not quite sure what he means about his comment around we're acting erratically. I think there's, I will only speak for myself. I have zero desire to actually be speaking any more about any of these motions. I truly want to get to pre-budget consultations. I would like to hear from any other speakers who might want to come before this committee. I do think that our economy, our fiscal situation is unprecedented because we're going through an unprecedented pandemic, and we absolutely need the very best ideas and advice right now, not only to continue to help Canadians and to help businesses, but also to chart a course and a way out of this pandemic, to build a foundation from which to pivot as strongly as possible as we come out of this pandemic. So acting erratically, I don't think so. I can only speak for myself. There's zero desire for us to continue, for me to be continuing to speak about this. I'd rather move on to pre-budget consultation. And as I've mentioned now twice in my remarks over the last few minutes, I have talked about pre-budget consultation. There is a motion on the table. It is very easy for us to go back to it. So the next comment I want to say is that that we have something to hide. There's a scandal. It's almost as though we have to keep on repeating, scandal, hiding things. And then we're like, well, that's not true. And so I keep on reminding the committee, because I'm hoping that it continues to go out into the public, whether it's through the media or directly to Canadians who might be listening, to say we actually had several months of testimony. We heard from many witnesses. There is no scandal. There is no scandal. There's no corruption. We have heard testimony under oath. There is no corruption. There's no close personal friendship between the Kielburgers and the Prime Minister, as well as any of our ministers. There's no misuse of funds. Zero funds were actually spent. All the money's come back. We charity was selected by our civil servants. It's come out directly in the testimony of Rachel Warnock. It was the same day that Ms. Gina Wilson and Minister Bardish Chagger testified. We talked about why it's not a sole source contract. We talked about why it had to be a contribution agreement, and all of the things that were in place to ensure that there were proper checks by civil servants, that there were proper milestones that were achieved before the different tranches of dollars would flow over to We Charity. We talked about how absolutely this was for students, and how the Canada Student Service Grant was only one of many programs that we actually introduced for students. Indeed, we actually introduced $9 billion of support for students. The We Charity one was the equivalent of about up to $543 million. And that means that over $8 billion have flowed for other student programs, and they have flowed, and they are successful, and they have been helping students. And then Mr. Poilievre talked about economic facts. And, honestly, I'm going to leave that. I know a lot of my colleagues are going to want to sort of interject as well. But it's very one-sided, the facts that Mr. Poilievre has supported. I don't want to portray that there's a big rosy picture about our economy. We're going through an unprecedented economic and health crisis. We're going through an unprecedented pandemic, at least over the last 100 years. Every major country is going through this. There is a major rupture in the global financial and economic force that actually exists in the world today. Yes, it's serious. Yes, we have to be vigilant. Yes, we have to be accountable for what we're spending. Yes, we have to be thinking very thoughtfully and grabbing the best ideas and the best thoughts, and in order to chart a course forward. But there's no way that this is it's all negative. I know that we've heard from TD and a few other banks to say that Canada has outperformed the United States, that we have taken a number of steps that has been very beneficial in helping to support Canadians and helping to support businesses. We also know we have quotes from TD Bank economists by saying federal government income support programs have so far been paramount to averting a delinquency tsunami. We also have the managing partner KPMG who said our clients have told us that the federal wage subsidy is helping them not only to retain their employees, but also to cope with pandemic-related costs and rehire workers who've been laid off. There's a number of other sort of quotes. We know that we have about 75% of our workforce is back working, and that's compared to 52% of the U.S. population. So again, no one's presenting that this is the rosiest picture, but we're not in rosy times. We're in difficult times, and there's nobody, at least on the Liberal side that is questioning that we don't want to go into pre-budget consultations, that we don't want to hear from specific experts. And anyways, I think that's in the scribbles that I did in response to Mr. Poilievre's comments. I think that is what we have. So anyway, so where are we? I'm going to give a bit of and I apologize in advance, and I know I shouldn't, but I will apologize in advance. I do have a bit of a prepared speech. It is actually very relevant because it speaks to the colossal effort and the incredible amount of collaborative work, as well as the sheer transparency that has already gone into producing the WE documents, and also the huge effort that's been undertaken to disclose as much information as possible. I think also my speech, you're going to get a sense about how much knowledge a senior civil servant needs to know to be able to properly do redactions, to follow the privacy laws, to follow the principles and rules that ensures maximum transparency. And then I'm going to end off a little bit with where we are now. I'm not anywhere as talented as Mr. Fraser's. I will not be going anywhere as long, but I will begin now. I will say to you that before I begin, I would prefer that we had the clerk of the Privy Council come to the committee with the law clerk. I think that they are best to really be responding to the WE documents that have been submitted, that have been redacted. And I think that that is what the opportunity is. And that's the opportunity that this sub-amendment to the amendment to the original motion actually presents. But in the absence of getting approval from anybody on opposition at this moment, I will continue with my remarks. Mr. Chair, as a democratic society founded on the guiding principles of openness, transparency, and accountability, Canada and its government consistently work to maintain legitimacy and the trust of the people that it serves. In support of these principles, measures have been put in place within our institutions to make sure that government information is available and accessible to the public, which allows them to hold their governments to account. This is why we have an Access to Information Act. The Access to Information Act gives Canadian individuals or corporations in Canada the right to access records of information of government institutions that are subject to the Act. But we know that in the process of upholding these principles, our government does not operate in a vacuum. In its mission to protect and deliver services, the Government of Canada is called upon to interact and transact daily with individuals and corporations, resulting in the capture of private and other information. And that's why we have the Privacy Act. The Privacy Act protects the privacy of those personal information, of those whose personal information the Government of Canada has access to, and provides them with the right to access that information. It also protects against unauthorized disclosure of that personal information while safeguarding the collection, use, storage, disclosure, and disposal of any of that personal information. Now, Mr. Speaker, it is true that these acts apply and are enforced in the same way across government. However, it's not uncommon for different government departments or agencies to have their own internal procedures when it comes to dealing with the request for the release of personal information. And let me give you a comparison. At the Department of Canadian Heritage, for instance, the mechanism in place to deal with access to information and privacy is the Access to Information and Privacy Secretariat. On their website, it is stated, and I'm quoting, the mandate of the Canadian Heritage Access to Information and Privacy Secretariat, also known as ATIP, is to implement and administer the Access to Information Act and the Privacy Act, and to ensure that legislative and central agency policies and procedures are respected on behalf of the department. The ATIP Secretariat coordinates responses to requests for information held by Canadian Heritage by either sending copies of requested records to applicants or by arranging for applicants to review requested records on site. And that's the end of the quote. By comparison, if you go to ESDC, so Employment and Social Development Canada, in addition to the Privacy Act, decided to go further in their management of personal information. The department is governed by additional statutory obligations as set out in their department's Enabling Act, which dictates the rules that apply to personal information that is controlled by ESDC through its programs. So according to information available on their website, ESDC also has in place an offense provision for the inappropriate use and disclosure of personal information under the control of ESDC. Now, Mr. Chair, despite these different internal processes, when it comes to the management of privacy by different departments, there's one thing that's always been consistent, and that's the professionalism and hard work of our public servants. Whether they work at Heritage Canada or Employment and Social Development Canada or Public Services and Procurement, we owe them respect and gratitude for the phenomenal job they do at keeping our country running, even under very difficult conditions and circumstances. If the last few months have taught us anything, it is that our public servants are truly the rock of our government. Mr. Chair, when a government department like ESDC receives an access to information request, it has to determine whether information in the requested document could be considered a third-party information under the Act. When the department determines that the documents in question contain information that could be considered third-party information as defined under Section 20 of ATIP, officials are required to consult with the third party prior to the documents being released, as stipulated in Section 27 of the Act, while allowing them 20 days to respond pursuant to Section 36.3 of the Act. First, let's hear what Section 20 of the Act says on third-party information. On third-party information, which is Section 20.1, subject to this section, the head of a government institution shall refuse to disclose any record requested under this part that contains A, trade secrets of a third party, B, financial, commercial, scientific, or technical information that is confidential information supplied to a government institution by a third party and is treated consistently in a confidential manner by the third party. B, information that is supplied in confidence to a government institution by a third party for the preparation, maintenance, testing, or implementation by the government institution of emergency management plans within the meaning of Section 2 of the Emergency Management Act, and that concerns the vulnerability of the third party's building or other structures, its networks or systems, including its computer or communications networks or systems, or the methods used to protect any of those buildings, structures, networks, or systems. C, information, the disclosure of which could reasonably be expected to result in material financial loss or gain to, or could reasonably be expected to prejudice the competitive position of a third party, or D, information related to the disclosure of which could reasonably be expected to interfere with contractual or other negotiations of a third party. Now, regarding notices to third parties, Section 27, Section 1, 27.1 of the ATIA reads, if the head of a government institution intends to disclose a record requested under this part that contains or has the head has or that the head has reason to believe might contain trade secrets of a third party, information described in paragraph 21B or B1 that was supplied by a third party, or information that was disclosed by the head can reasonably be foreseen might affect a result described in paragraph 21C or D in respect of a third party, the head shall make every reasonable effort to give the third party written notice of the request and of the head's intention to disclose within 30 days after the request was received. And finally, as part of that consultation, the third party has 20 days from the time of the consultation notice to make representations to the government body in question as to why certain information pertaining to them should not be disclosed. In the case of ESDC, the decision on whether to disclose that information would be made having considered these representations. If received, and notice of such decisions would be given to the third party. So section 36.1, 1 and 2 states clearly, notice to third parties. 36.3, if the Information Commissioner intends to make an order requiring the head of government institution to disclose a record or a part of a record that the Commissioner has reason to believe might contain trade secrets of a third party, information described in paragraph 21B or B1 that was supplied by a third party, or information that discloses of things of which the Commissioner can reasonably foresee might affect a result described in paragraph 21C or D in respect to the third party, the Commissioner shall make every reasonable effort to give the third party written notice of the Commissioner's intention. In terms of contents of notion, the notice must include a statement that the Information Commissioner intends to make an order requiring the head of government institution to disclose a record or part of a record that might contain material or information described in subsection 1. B, a description of the contents of the record or part of the record that, as the case may be, belong to or supplied by or relate to the third party to whom the notice is given. And C, a statement that the third party may, within 20 days after notice is given, make representation to the Commissioner as to why the record or part of the record should not be disclosed. Now, Mr. Chair, having said all of this, I would be remiss if I did not go back to the genesis of what brings us here again today. So why is this all important? And it's because, and I said part of this at the onset of my remarks, I think it's really important to remind my colleagues on this committee of the colossal effort, the incredible amount of collaborative work, as well as the sheer transparency that have already gone into the production of documents for the study of the government decision to enter into a contribution agreement with the WE organization to administer the Canada Student Service Grant. On July 16, Minister Bardish Chagger, Minister of Diversity and Inclusion and Youth, and the Minister responsible for Canada Student Service Grant appeared before this committee in response to an invitation by the committee. She was first in a long list of cabinet ministers, including the Prime Minister, as well as public servants and civil society witnesses, to appear before this committee to talk about the government decision to enlist the WE charity organization for the administration of the Canada Student Service Grant. And I do think it's worth repeating that it's historical. The Prime Minister does not typically come before a committee. And so the Prime Minister decided to attend in the interest of ensuring maximum accountability and transparency. Now, getting back to the Minister of Diversity, Inclusion and Youth, during her appearance, the Minister and her officials were asked a number of questions relating to email exchanges, phone calls, and other types of correspondence between herself and the Kielburgers starting in March 2020, as well as information on briefing notes, memos, and emails between her office and her officials. On that same day, public servants Rachel Warnick, Senior Assistant Deputy Minister for Skills and Employment Branch at Employment and Social Development Canada, was also invited by the committee to testify. So during Ms. Warnick's appearance, she was asked to provide the committee with a number of follow-up documents. Gina Wilson, who also attended, the Deputy Minister for Diversity, Inclusion and Youth, Stéphane Hébert, Assistant Deputy Minister for Employment and Social Development Canada, also testified to talk about the contribution agreement between the federal government and WE Charity. These officials were asked numerous questions on memos and emails, including the contribution agreement between the government and the organization, briefing briefings from senior officials prepared for or sent to any minister regarding the design and creation of the Canada Student Service Grant, starting with when the plan for the Canada Student Service Grant crystallized. These questions were either answered in the moment, or answers were included in documents released either on July 27th or in the document package of August the 8th. And we should note that this is part of the sort of minute record of those meetings, and anyone who might want to refresh their memory to see what exactly it says, I'd encourage them to do so. On July 21st, the clerk of the Privy Council, Ian Shugat, in response to an invitation from this committee, also appeared before this committee as part of the same study on We Charity and the Canada Student Service Grant. He took a lot of pointed questions from opposition members on the names of participants and timelines of the We Contribution Agreement, and was asked to provide many documents for the committee study, to which he was extraordinarily accommodating. I don't think he once said no to any document that was actually asked for. And during these appearances, Minister Bardish Chagger and her officials, as well as the clerk, were asked to provide the committee with a number of follow-up documents, including proposals submitted by the We organization to ESDC officials, email exchanges between ESDC officials and the Kielburger brothers from the We organization, and finally, information regarding efforts to engage with other organizations' administration of the Canada Student Service Grant. Details about other organizations contacted in the early development stages of the Canada Student Service Grant program. Sorry, that kind of didn't come out very well, but I think that was what it meant to say, is that details about other organizations that were also contacted in the early development stages of the CSSG program were also contacted. Now, in response to the committee's request for these follow-up documents, government officials, instead of dragging their feet to the August 8th deadline for the production of these documents, went to work immediately and produced the following documents within 6 days. So, and I just want to say that, to me, that's extraordinary, because we had a civil servant, we had a group of civil servants who've been working nonstop during the initial part of our pandemic to produce programs, to provide emergency supports, to provide their best ideas, to introduce these programs in as quick a manner and as efficient a manner and as responsible a manner as possible. And then on top of that, they came before our committee, and then on top of that, they made sure that these documents were available as quickly as possible, and it would meet the very quick timelines of August the 8th. So very much appreciate their extraordinary efforts, not only the extraordinary work that they do, but also their efforts to producing these documents. But back to what was produced in 6 days. It was the following list. The proposal dated April 9th from We, entitled Closing the COVID-19 Gap for Young People Through Social Entrepreneurship. The email dated April 22nd, 2020 from Mr. Kielburger to Ms. Warnick. The attachment to April 22nd email, the We Charity proposal dated April 21st, entitled Engaging Young Canadians in Service and Social Entrepreneurship Programming, and a list of all the organizations that were consulted and or considered by ESDC officials to deliver a student service program. This list includes, without being limited to, Apathy is Boring, Katimavik, Mind Your Mind, Canadian Roots Exchange, Duke of Edinburgh, Rideau Hall Foundation, Do Some Good, Communities Foundations of Canada, Red Cross Canada, United Way, Volunteer Canada, Universities Canada, Colleges and Institutes Canada. And I will point out at this point, Mr. Chair, there was this big question about whether it was the Prime Minister or some minister that had thought, we have to go right to We Charity, and that's what it is that we want to go to right away. And this, not only in the testimony during the summer did we hear that there was actually a fairly robust list that our senior civil servants explored in terms of who could actually deliver the Canada Student Service Grant, but it's also listed right now here, and I think it's important for me to point this out. Mr. Chair, these documents I just listed were separate from and in addition to the request for the production of documents captured in my colleague Peter Julian's motion of July 7th, asking for a number of documents to be released to the committee by August 8th. They were all released on July 27th and were critical in shaping the subsequent work of this committee on its study of the government's decision to enter into a contribution agreement with We Charity. They also provided much needed clarity to our members as they continue to cross-examine other witnesses that have appeared before the committee since then. Additionally, these documents were also included in the document production package that was made available on August the 8th. The Minister of Diversity and Inclusion and Youth, the minister responsible as well for the Canada Student Service Grant, has appeared before both this committee and the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics. During both appearances, she was asked many of the same questions, and her answers were consistent. At every turn, whenever she was asked to provide follow-up documents, she responded very collaboratively and committed to submitting all information that can help the different committees do their work. By the end of it, and when it was time to produce the documents, thousands of pages were made available to the committee. And despite attempts to expose some kind of government some type of government cover-up, the documents produced on August 8th confirm what she, that's Minister Bardish Chagger, the Prime Minister, the Clerk of the Privy Council, government officials had said all along, that public servants were the ones who recommended the We organization to administer the Canada Student Service Grant. Mr. Chair, I'd like to conclude this part of my formal remarks. I still have some more remarks after this, but these formal remarks by saying that in the last 7 months, our government's response to the devastating impact of the COVID-19 pandemic has been an example of clear and consistent leadership. We've adopted a series of measures that have supported the most in need and the most vulnerable in our society. And indeed, I think that we're probably up at around 80 programs that have been introduced. And I know that based on the, on the supplemental estimates that were released on October 27th, that our spending authority around all these emergency programs have actually gone up to $476 billion, an extraordinary and unprecedented amount of money. Yet, as the Canada Student Service Grant has showed, sometimes there will be false starts, but we're no less determined to be there and keep providing for all those in need, who need their government by their side during these difficult times. And so I will say to you, and I mentioned this before, I think that when you're introducing 80 programs, when you're introducing things fairly expeditiously, there's always going to be a time where things don't go perfectly. And I think that it's perfectly legitimate for us to be following up on things that might not have gone perfectly. We spent 2 months looking at the We Charity. Why were they selected to deliver the CSSG service? Why is it that we wanted it to be done so quickly? Why did it sort of not end up going so well? So I think we had a number of responses, but I think it also became very clear, and I know I've said this a few times, but it seems like repetition is the mot du jour. There was no corruption, and that's been proven. There's been no misuse of funds. It was selected by our civil servants. It was rushed because of the summer. There was a contribution agreement that had very clear milestones and accountability mechanisms for all the dollars and all the deliverables that needed to be produced. And with all of these documents, what I would extend to say is that there is no cover-up. So I want to go back to just, and this is my own concluding remarks, just because I want to sort of sum up where we're at, and I'm always hoping that at every moment we might be able to find some way out of this impasse. So I think that I believe the work of this, and I truly believe this. The reason I really want to get back to I want us to somehow find a way to get past it so that we can get to pre-budget consultations, is just because I truly believe that the work of this committee, perhaps more so than many of the other committees, will be critical if we are to do all that we really need to do for Canadians. But I do think that we have to leave behind I think some of the partisan gamesmanship that we're seeing right now, and we really have to focus back on the well-being of Canadians. Now, Mr. Chair, I will say to you, you know, at the very beginning, and this was on October 8th, you know, when Mr. Poilievre, after I had proposed the pre-budget consultation motion and Mr. Poilievre then came in with his point of privilege, I thought there was some worry about there was a cover-up, that, you know, there was too much documents redacted, you know, did we not disclose all the information? But we have now proven over the last 4 or 5 meetings that that is simply not true. And we have shown that time and time again. 5,600 pages of documents were released. I want to also remind everyone that the documents were actually released before the Prime Minister actually prorogued government. And to me, that's an important point, because it's not an action of a government that's trying to hide something. We actually released those documents before we prorogued. I also want to say that it was released, and any of the redactions, and there were 2 sets of redactions, and I think we also have to remind ourselves that the first set of redactions were actually done by our civil servants. They did it because of cabinet confidence, and they did it because of any personal information. And I know Mr. Fraser spent quite a bit of time earlier this evening taking us through some of those examples. I think then it went over to the law clerk, who did some further redactions. And so that is what we're left with, is we're left with 2 sets of documents with full redactions. But there was no attempt, there was no politician that did any of the redactions. It wasn't the Prime Minister, it wasn't any of the ministers, it wasn't anybody on this committee, it was no politicians. It was our independent civil servants who followed very clear rules. And as I spoke a little bit in this speech, you could tell there's a lot of rules around Privacy Act, what information needs to be disclosed, how do you actually, how do you actually gather that information, what is it that you actually release? There's a lot of rules around that. And I think we have an excellent and trained and very capable civil servants who I truly believe have done an excellent job in trying to do their best in terms of providing as much accountability and transparency while redacting the minimum amount that they felt needed to do, which followed the laws, the Access to Information Act, the privacy laws, as well as honoring cabinet confidence. And I know Mr. Fraser spoke earlier about why cabinet confidence is absolutely needed for us to protect. We also talked, we also read and spoke extensively about the transmittal letters. So there's actually some wonderful information, and I know Mr. Fraser spent quite a bit of time on this as well, talking through each of the departments that actually did the redactions. They actually explained what they redacted. So it actually provides, it's a public document, it actually provides the public, the media, everybody who wants to read it with an idea about why the redactions actually take place. And again, the vast majority of the information is out there. It's out there for people to read. So it wasn't that 5,600 pages were redacted. It was only anything related to cabinet confidence, personal information, things that were completely unrelated. I will also say that in an attempt for Finance Committee, for us to be able to get past this impasse, we have put forward this sub-amendment, and we put forward the sub-amendment because we thought, well, let's invite, so first let's actually release the 2 sets of redacted documents, so the redactions that the civil servants have done, and then also the redacted the redacted copy of the law clerk. Let's make sure that that's released properly to Finance Committee, 1. 2, then we said, then let's invite the clerk of the Privy Council, and then let's also invite the law clerk. Let's bring them before this committee. So we'll suspend Mr. Poilievre's motion, suspend it, not throw it away, but suspend it, and then let us sort of ask them questions. And then through that, hopefully we can find a way to move forward. And I also want to remind everyone that Mr. Shugat, clerk of the Privy Council, also has written a formal letter to the committee offering to actually come before this committee to also explain sort of the redactions. And I, again, completely disagree with my colleague, Mr. Poilievre, who for some reason has made, if a clerk of a Privy Council is not the personal employee of the Prime Minister, he is an officer of the House of Commons. And so he is our independent civil servants, and it's the same whether the Prime Minister is a Conservative or a Liberal or Green Party leader or an NDP leader or anyone else. I also want to say, because it's in the lines of transparency and accountability, because I know that Mr. Poilievre talked about the we cover up and all this cover up that's happening. And I think that there is also we put another proposal on the table, we being the Liberal government. We've put together this proposal around a special committee to oversee the COVID-19 spending. And I already talked about how much has been released through the supplementary estimates. It is an extraordinary amount of money. And it is important for us to continue to provide oversight over this extraordinary amount of spending that we're doing in a very fast manner. But I do want to remind Canadians, because it's very important for Canadians not to feel like there has been no oversight. We have actually done oversight. So before the Parliament was prorogued, the former Minister of Finance had released a biweekly report that actually talked about every single, and I have it in front of me, the last report, and it's actually 34 pages, that actually talks about where the money went, what was actually spent, which program it actually went to. Then we always, every 2 weeks, actually had the former Minister of Finance in front of us answering questions. And then in addition to that, we also had government officials to spend extra time after that to answer questions. It is so important that we have maximum amount of accountability and transparency. I absolutely fundamentally believe this. I know my colleagues believe that, and I actually believe everybody in the House believes that. And I think we need to find a way forward on that as well. I've already talked about that part. So I think, where are we? So we've offered a way to go, a way out in terms of, I believe that Mr. Fraser made this earlier, that we go back to what we agreed to on July 7th, said, let's release the documents the way we have agreed to over to the law clerk. That's on the table. We've also offered the special COVID committee that not only provides oversight of our unprecedented emergency spending, but also provides an option to take over the responsibility of these documents. And then lastly, we've presented the sub-amendment to try to get through this impasse. And so what I'm left with is, why don't we give it a chance? What do we have to lose? Maybe we're going to hear information, maybe by bringing forward the law clerk and bringing forward the clerk of the Privy Council, that maybe it is actually we're going to hear information that might actually give us some tidbits or some information that may lead us to find a way out of this impasse. And I can't believe this kind of comes to mind, but it is. You know, Rumsfeld says there's no knowns, known unknowns, and unknown unknowns. And so, I would fit it into the known unknowns and the unknown unknowns. We don't know what's going to be said at that when we bring forward if we are able to bring forward the clerk of the Privy Council and the law clerk. But I think at least that's a chance that we might have some information that we might somehow find a way to get past this impasse. So to me, we don't lose anything. The original motion is not lost, but it gives us a glimmer of hope that maybe we can find a route out of this. Or perhaps you can propose another creative idea, but the creative idea is not, hey, let's just vote on the original motion. I think we've already explained ad nauseum, and in particular during this session, why there are so many problems with just moving forward and just voting on that original motion. And so it's unrealistic to think that offering the same option over and over again and expecting a different result. I think they call that's the definition of insanity. So we can't offer the same thing over and over again, and we keep on saying no and think that we're going to get a different result. So we've tried to put some options on the table, and so we're looking for some other options. And I think I'll just end off with this, Mr. Chair. And I think that there's a number of my colleagues throughout the evening who said pretty much the same thing, but I think it bears repeating. I think we have to, at moments like this, particularly when we get to 12:15 in the morning and we are becoming really tired, we're here to serve Canadians, to give voice to our constituents, to make this country better. And at a time of unprecedented pandemic, at a time where we're dealing not only with a health crisis, we're going through an economic crisis. It's really up to us to rise up, to meet up to our responsibilities, to listen to our better angels, to find a way to break this impasse, because Canadians really need us at this moment. And I really believe that we need to be the government the Canadians need us to be. So I've asked this before and I ask this again. If it's not going to be us, then who is it going to be? And if it's not going to be now, then when? That's it for my comments for now, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Zerowitz. I have Mr. Garretson, Mr. Badaway, and others have said they want to come in for a second or a third time following that. So we'll start with Mr. Garretson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and it's great to be back at the committee. I see that you're still on the hurdle that we were trying to pass the last time I was on this committee, and that's with respect to the desire to have those who did the redactions come back and speak their mind about why it is they did what they did. And I find it perplexing that we still haven't come to some resolution on the need for that to happen. But before I go into those comments, Mr. Chair, I'd really like to go back to something that Mr. Poilievre said earlier. And in fact, it's something that he's been saying regularly if you've been following him in the House during question period, and I can appreciate it if that's difficult at times. But nonetheless, if you do take the time to listen to what he has to say, he keeps going on about this argument, and he made it in his speech a few moments ago. He keeps going on about this argument about we're getting the worst results for the highest investment. Think about that. That's his assessment of this. Only conservatives, Mr. Chair, would rate the effectiveness of dealing with a pandemic solely and completely on the economic contributions and results that come out of it. Like, how is it possible that Mr. Poilievre only cares about talking about economics right now, about talking about inputs and outputs strictly from a fiscal sense? He has absolutely no desire, for some reason, to talk about the social impacts of this. And the reality of
Mr. Speaker, is this sorry, I muted myself.
I hear somebody talking, but I don't know who it is.
Sorry, I'm not close enough to the computer, maybe.
Okay, Miss, yeah, I just thought it was somebody had left their mic on. Miss Jansen, go ahead.
Just point of order, I was wondering if that would be considered debate.
Miss Jansen, as I told Mr. Poilievre before, if he was going to get into economics, I would have to allow others when they speak to get into economics too. So we will not let it go on too terrible long. We'll try and balance it up, but I have to be fair to both sides.
And I am strictly just replying to the comments that Mr. Poilievre made moments ago in this committee meeting, where he said, and he said so many times, we're getting the worst results for the highest investment. Only Mr. Poilievre and only conservatives would measure results strictly from the financial impact and the financial outputs associated with this. Never mind the fact that we have one of the lowest death rates per capita, Mr. Chair. You know, why don't we start measuring things based on that? And why don't we drill down into it just a little bit deeper? Because Mr. Poilievre sure does like to retweet the Post-Millennial and the Fraser Institute numbers. And if he's looking at the September numbers, I really wish I could share my screen with you here. If he's looking at the September numbers, Canada is at 9%, and the United States is at 8.4% in terms of unemployment. So my question to Mr. Poilievre is quite simple. Does he believe that saving 0.6% in the unemployment is worth tripling the death rate as it relates to COVID-19? You know, maybe that's something that Mr. Poilievre can square later on, but it's the reality of the situation. And so if he wants to continue to measure the success of dealing with the pandemic based on fiscal inputs and outputs, then it's no wonder why the Conservatives can't seem to form government because they are just so incredibly out of touch with the reality of Canadians and what Canadians are going through right now. You know, as we jump back to this motion that we're talking about, Mr. Chair, since the motion was originally put on the floor and there was a discussion going on about it, we have seen the clerk of the Privy Council come forward and say that he would always make himself available to the committee to provide input into how these decisions were made and into how decisions are made when it comes to redacting information. You know, I would have thought that that would have been a slam dunk. I thought that would have been the easiest thing for this committee to accept, all members. You got the opportunity to have the clerk of the Privy Council come forward and explain what you're complaining about. So I apologize if I come across being very cynical about this, but if you're not willing to do that, it really only leaves people with one conclusion. And that conclusion is that there is a complete lack of interest in really knowing what really happened, but rather just to continue to drum up support for these conspiracy theories that are being propagated by Mr. Poilievre, in hopes that we can assassinate characters in order to reap political gain. And the reality of the situation is that the vast majority of Canadians, in my opinion, can see right through that. You know, we see it time and time again that this has been the case. But the reality is that Canadians are smarter than that. Canadians can accept the fact that there are many times when certain individuals have to properly redact information before it's given over and turned over per request. Mr. Chair, the decision on what to reveal is made by nonpartisan public servants for whom it has been a long tradition not to reveal cabinet confidences. That has been the case going back to all previous governments of all party stripes. The NDP should start coming clean about the taxpayer-funded resources it has been employing to illegally finance campaigns, and so on. You probably can figure, Mr. Chair, that I'm quoting somebody else when I read that quote. And I'm sure by this point, most members of the committee know exactly who gave that quote. That was, of course, the Honorable Pierre Poilievre when he was Minister of Democratic Reform. He stood up in the House as a result of the following question. Mr. Speaker, in response to an NDP access to information request to see the Minister of State for Democratic Reform's briefing books, the PCO first refused altogether. Then, after we filed a complaint, it finally disclosed the minister's 200-page briefing book. The problem is the PCO blacked out 99% of it. It even redacted what looks like to be two-thirds.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Point of order, Mr. Falk.
Yeah, the current rant that we're on actually has nothing to do with the sub-amendment. He's not even talking economics anymore. He's merely engaging in a personal attack on the Honorable Pierre Poilievre, who has demonstrated his very fine ability at this
Point of order,
committee.
Mr. Chair.
And
I'll hear one point of order first, and then we'll go to the other. Finish your point of order, Mr. Falk.
And so I think the personal attacks need to stop, and I think maybe he should focus on the topic of the day, or at the very least talk about the dismal shape that our economy is in, that this government has put us into.
I'd like to add to that point of order, Mr. Chair, in that
who was the other person that raised a point of order first?
It was myself, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Fragaskatis, and then we'll go to Mr. Gerritsen. But I would say, Mr. Falk, the sub-amendment talks about the redaction of documents, and what Mr. Gerritsen is talking previous precedents and responses in the House. So it is in order, I believe. Mr. Fragaskatis.
Thank you, Chair. I've had the honor of knowing Mr. Gerritsen for 5+ years now. To describe, as Mr. Falk just did, his words to committee today as a rant besmirches his reputation.
I don't think that's a point of order,
so
Mr. Fragaskatis.
I just wanted to come to the defense of a friend of mine and someone who I admire, someone who served his community as mayor, who's now a member of Parliament.
Mr. Fragaskatis, your point of order. Your point of order is over.
Very high esteem, Mr. Chair.
Back to you, Mr. Gerritsen.
I'm pretty sure that Mr. Fragaskatis was trying to make a blush.
Point d'ordre, Monsieur le Président. Point of order, Mr. Speaker. It's because there are so many points of order that the interpreters can't follow the sheer number of people talking, so we'll have to speak one person at a time for the francophones here. I think I'm the only francophone here this evening. So please, let us follow the rules, one after the other, one point of order after the other, because after a while, it's confusing not only for people listening to interpretation. Do you understand my point of order?
That is a very valid point of order, Mr. Brunel de Sepp. Understand it entirely. Back to Mr. Gerritsen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate your ruling on that point of order. Indeed, I'm just setting a precedent here, a precedent to demonstrate that this is by far not the first time that this has happened. And if Mr. Falk has an issue with that, he better buckle up, because I got about another 10 to 12 examples here that I'd like to share with him from conservative ministers. So here we go. I want to read that again, because I think it's really important to get that from beginning to end on the record uninterrupted. Mr. Speaker, in response to an NDP access to information request to see the Minister of State for Democratic Reform's briefing books, the PCO first refused altogether. Then, after we filed a complaint, it was finally disclosed that the minister's 200-page briefing book, disclosed a 200-page briefing book. The problem is the PCO blacked out 99% of it. It even redacted what appears to look like the table of contents. I have a simple question for the minister. Can he tell us what is in that table of contents that he would like to hide from Canadians? Of course, this was a question, Mr. Chair, from an NDP member, Craig Scott, when he was in the House at the time, asking this question of Mr. Poilievre, to which I repeat again what Mr. Poilievre responded was, Mr. Speaker, the decision on what to reveal is made by non-partisan public servants for whom it has been a long tradition not to reveal cabinet confidences. That has been the case going back to all previous governments of all party stripes. So I find it very interesting, Mr. Chair, that Mr. Poilievre quite clearly and fully understood the responsibilities of the PCO at the time when he made it his point to indicate why he had to black out 99% of a document. But for some reason now, as we are discussing this issue, Mr. Poilievre thinks that the committee can somehow circumvent the regular established process for blacking out and redacting sections of documents. And I'd like to jump into all of those, into that document again that I went through in detail last time, and perhaps at some point it bears repeating so that members of the committee can be refreshed on it. But the reality is that what we saw, Mr. Chair, is that the vast majority of redactions were with respect to telephone numbers, individuals' personal cell phone numbers that Mr. Poilievre appears to be hell-bent on getting, but unfortunately, doesn't appreciate the fact that those numbers need to be kept in confidence and private. And in some other examples where there was completely unrelated information in an Excel spreadsheet that related to the request from the committee, they obviously blacked out that information because it hadn't been requested. For some reason, it makes complete sense to Mr. Poilievre when he is the Minister of Democratic Reform, but for some reason, now when he's sitting in the other seat, he can't seem to be convinced of the same argument. And I for a second, I can see beyond that, because I can, Mr. Chair. I can attempt to look beyond Mr. Poilievre's argument. It still doesn't understand, it still doesn't explain why it is absolutely aided and abetted by the NDP and the Bloc, refuse to let these individuals who redacted this stuff come to this committee and explain themselves. It makes absolutely no sense. And if you ask me, why am I sitting on here at 12:30 on a Wednesday or a Thursday morning fighting this, I got to be honest with you, it's not because I was particularly invited, it's because I found out that this committee meeting was still going on, and I just couldn't believe that this issue hadn't been dealt with yet. And I figured, hey, I have more to say on this because clearly we have some members here that need some convincing. And I'm willing to put up this fight. I'm willing to go as far as it takes, Mr. Chair, to make sure that members of our public service, the incredible officials that we have, do get all of the proper attention that they deserve to be properly heard before this committee casts their career in the shadow of having been part of a parliamentary privilege breach. So I continue. I want to share another quote with you. Here's another quote, Mr. Chair. This is from Peter MacKay, 2007, April the 15th. Mr. Speaker, it is patently false. These reports are received, reviewed, and redacted in exactly the same fashion as they have since 2002. The previous government went through the same process. There are lawyers and officials in all departments who make these decisions independent of the political branch of government. There were no ministers, and certainly the Prime Minister was not involved in any redaction and decision made as to what information was to be redacted in the reports. So here we have another former minister explaining to opposition members in 2007, Mr. Chair, about why it was that they were not able to allow just any, at the will or the request of the committee, to allow different individuals to participate in the redaction of the documents, because it is very clearly laid out who is responsible for redacting those documents. And as we can see, and as Mr. MacKay said so eloquently in that speech, there are lawyers, there are officials, there are people that understand the content of what they're reading, that can properly make the right decision on what needs to be redacted and what doesn't. It just goes without saying that a lawyer in a special field is going to have more information at their fingertips to be able to understand the confidentiality of certain agreements and certain correspondence that took place, much more so than the chief legal counsel of the of Parliament. It's no disrespect meant to those particular individuals, but it clearly is the case that people within these departments are those that have the ability to really dig into understanding what the content of the material is so that they can do the redactions in a proper way.
Mr. Gerritsen,
I wasn't finished.
I know. I don't want to break your line of thought, and you seem to have a lot more to say. But for health and safety reasons, I'm suspending until tomorrow at the regular meeting time. Meeting suspended.